Like, share, subscribe. Hit the super. Mr. Z, you can't even get your intro out. What the hell? Like, share, subscribe. Hit the super chat. There we go. Jesus Christ. Okay, y'all. Um. So welcome to hell. Welcome to hell, and we will be covering the angry guy and his wow lady wow. Talk about not caring. Wow. Anyway, um yeah, so we will be covering angry guy and his video, or I guess think piece, about how black men were right and black men were trying to tell white people. I've said this before, right? And he said it, like, we pretty much shooed them off and we pretty much laughed at them, right? Like, he said that, right? So there are some things that I think are a little too he minimized a bit too much, right? Or mm, government handout, huh? A lot of where the black community is about government handout, but that government handout and the sabotaging of black people, namely black men, uh yeah, I don't think you really got to the crux of the matter, um and how this was like a Faustian bargain between elite white men, white women, and black women, right? I don't think you really got into that a lot, Mr. Angry Guy. Um, that's something to think about, right? And something to consider. That's number one. Number two, just abolishing a lot of the social safety net isn't exactly going to be like the silver bullet for what you see going on with black men. That's um, not even just starting to, but definitely affecting more and more white men. Yeah, so just getting rid of the social programs isn't going to have women just rush into the arms of men. Like, and do you really want those women anyway? That's something to consider also, right? Okay, so there's that. Um, and yes, welcome to hell. Welcome to hell. Be prepared to meet more and more snarky women, mean women, condescending women, sexist women, misandrous women, right? Women who tell you they don't need you even though they do. Get ready to, and you already see it going on in white society. It's definitely been happening in the black community for decades. Get ready for society to gaslight you about how kick-ass white women are. Meanwhile, white men will still earn more than white women, which is the case right now, and which, by the way, is the case in the black community. So I was doing, a bit of my research, and I couldn't find the numbers for America. If anybody can, please, email me it or put it in the comments. Um, so I was trying to find out who pays more in taxes in America and by how much. And I could find a little bit of information on the UK. I could find out a little bit of information about Norway, but I couldn't find anything about the US, right? And what I could find about the UK is that, and this was like as of 2013, so this was a decade ago. Men in the UK paid about 60% more in taxes. Yes, women in the UK paid 60% less in taxes. Um, and that says a lot, right? So that definitely says a lot. Um, you're going to see more and more of that. So while Mr. Z is saying welcome to hell, you hear um, our society saying how kick-ass their daughters are and how they're not meeting men on their level. Meanwhile, men are in the UK, at least as of 2013, were paying 60% more in taxes, and that was a decade ago. So how much more in taxes are men in America spending in 2024, right? And the info I have on Norway was, according to this person, 43% of women between 2019 and 20, excuse me, I said that wrong. 43% of women 19 to 24 are in higher education. So they're not really contributing like that. Um, Overall, we spend 63% of our money in higher education. In Norway, what else does it say? Um, 58% of people on disability slash pension are women in Norway. I would love to know what that number is in America, right? So in the UK, it is 60% more of the taxes are being paid by men. And in Norway, 58% of people on pension slash disability are women. So just about 60%. Huh. I wonder how much of those numbers are reflected similarly in the US, right? So welcome to hell, Mr. Angry Guy. Um, like I said, you're going to see more and more of society gaslighting you about how kick-ass women are. You're going to see more and more of society gaslighting you about how much you need women more than they need you. They're going to tell you how better your life is, how your health is better, how your life expectancy increases, etc., etc., etc. What they're not going to do is chastise the women. And if they are, they're going to chastise them last minute when those women are 38, 39, already little bitter betties, and try to get them to have a last minute Hail Mary kid with you. Now, do they care how that kid comes about? Absolutely not. Do they care whether it's in marriage or not? Not really. All they want is the future taxpayer and wage slave and labor slave, right? To contribute to the U.S. economy. Um, yeah, welcome to hell. Um, are white men deserving of this? Abso-freaking-lutely. The racist, a-hole, condescending white men who thought the world revolved around them, who thought they had the highest IQ on planet Earth, who will regularly remind you about the European and white inventors and thinkers who, if it wasn't for them, the world wouldn't even be spinning on its axis. And to those men, I say, well, welcome to hell, right? Welcome to hell. Um, yeah, right. Your forefathers thought it was funny. They thought black men were deserving of black women making fun of them and mocking them and insulting them and comparing black men to white men and deeming black men lacking. White men of yesteryear thought that black men were deserving of equality and equality and equality and equality. Uh, while white boomer men and the little bit of silent generation that's still alive wave their fingers at their Xer and millennial and Gen Z sons and grandsons. Back in my day, right? Oh, somebody said I'm in a dead zone. My apologies. Hopefully, you guys can hear me now, right? What I was saying was, um, the white men that were laughing at black men um, are now waving their fingers at their sons and grandsons, right? So that's what I was getting to earlier. Um, and to angry guys say, yeah, welcome to hell, right? Welcome to hell. Welcome to an increasingly growing um an increasingly growing matriarchy. And maybe one day y'all will get into gynocracy like we are in the black community. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful over here. Wait until you get here. You're gonna enjoy it very, very much. Um, you know, there's a number of things, reasons why I say welcome to hell. Angry Guy also covers, and this is interesting to me. He also covers, you know, I don't want to say the name, but MGTOW. So we'll just say that instead of actually saying how we usually say it. Crashing the economy, um, you know, by not just engaging with women. And we already know this. And he said this also. Y'all have heard Z say this. You've heard Jason Black say this. We already know this, that men subsidize women, right? Men subsidize women, right? And because men subsidize women and more women think they're better than their male counterparts, well, what does that mean for her overall life expectancy? Or not so much when we say age. Maybe I should say this different. It's not life expectancy, it's her standard of living. There we go. There you go, Z. Her standard of living. What do we expect? Your daughters fundamentally think that they're better than your sons. Dear America, dear America, you have raised, I keep on saying this. I'm not just speaking about black women, for black people, for black men. I'm specifically talking about black women, but overall in America, you have raised a couple of generations of the most entitled, snarky, mean, condescending, rude brats the world has ever seen. And then you expect your sons to make wives out of these women. Ungrateful, mean, condescending, rude, entitled, materialistic, consumerist that see men as nothing but walking ATM machines and over-glorified guard dogs and the occasional vibrator. And you want your sons to make wives out of these, right? You want your sons to turn these women into mothers. Absolutely not. But we do enjoy practicing, though. We do enjoy practicing. Huh? So angry guy speaks, and he goes over, and we've seen collages and videos of women complaining about the current environment. I just checked out Samantha Cooker a little while ago, a video that she did, a think piece that she did about can who can tell black women anything. And I listened to the whole thing, and she pretty much said no one, no one. And she kind of focused in on the single baby mama thing, um and the women that have, like, 3 kids from, or 5 kids from 3 different men type thing. And so I think we speak about that a lot, rightfully so. But it's not just that. Black women are mean, condescending, and insufferable and hard-headed way before they have the children, way before they get into a situationship, right? Fundamentally, what we have are black women in negative liberty, right? So listening to Samantha Cooker, all you hear is her speaking, but she's not touching Samantha Cooker. It's a negative liberty. And by the way, I am going to link what I am describing in the description box. So for those of you that are like, Z, it's not in the description box, I'm going to link the videos I'm describing in the description box. So shout out to the replay gang, right? It's negative liberty. I say to Samantha Cooker, welcome to hell. Yeah, nobody could tell black women anything. Yes. Black women can't tell black women anything. You're right. Black men can't tell black women anything. You're right. White society that's not stepping on black men in front of black women can't tell black women anything. You're right. Right? You're absolutely right. No one can say anything. Welcome to hell. This is what happened when you blow smoke up black women's ass for a few decades and tell them that they are the moral compass of our society and they're morally superior to everyone, namely black men. Now you can't tell them anything. Read through your own comments for the video, Samantha Cooker, and you'll find a couple of black women. Once again, you can't tell them anything. right? And Trail says the materialism is insanity at this point. It's absolutely insane. And I somewhat understand it. I've played for y'all a few times. I think it's about that time that I do it again. I think the last time I covered it, it's going on a year now. If not a year, it's going on a year. When we spoke about um the materialism and the lifestyle branding that was directly directed right towards women and girls, namely little girls, and how that's now affected them in the way they see themselves, and the way they see things, and the way they see products, right? And the way they see men. So yeah, these little girls through the 80s and the 90s, in the early aughts, who are now grown women, were sold materialism and consumerism as a way of judging themselves and valuing themselves, and valuing and how to value others, right? So now that we're some decades out, the oldest of Gen Z are seeing the repercussions of that. Millennials are seeing the repercussions of that, and definitely the youngest of Xers have been seeing the repercussions of that, right? Huh. The materialism is insane, and it is. Welcome to hell, right? So listening to Angry Guy, you know, and this is why, this is where my leftist analysis always kicks in, because I think we speak about government intervention and how it's been a detriment to the black community. We speak about um, social programs that rip the black family apart. Um, we speak about politicians who have been caught saying some of the most unsavory things concerning the black community. But we rarely, if ever, speak about the people that back them, their funders, right? The lobbyists, the corporations, who have just as problematic CEOs, um, and CFOs, and these people who have been caught saying also some of the most heinous things about black people, and these people that push for situations that leave black people, shout out to Compassionate, asked out in the market. And I actually want to do a whole think piece, a whole live about that one comment that Compassion made a couple weeks ago when we were speaking to BGS about black people, black men, um, and just millennials writ large that were raised essentially being extremely vulnerable to the market. And that's where we are now, right? So yeah, I think we do a pretty good job at speaking about how government targeted black people, black men, and the outcomes of that, and the social welfare programs, um, and how that they have shredded the black community, shredded black men. But we don't often speak about, on the other side, the precarity that comes from being non-unionized, or low wages, or not having investment in neighborhoods and communities full of black people, and what that does to the family, right? Like, what does it mean to have certain towns and cities that are either run by black people and funded by, not funded by, white folks, or cities that are run by white folks, but that have large black population, and these cities and towns in America um, are the fiefdoms of white folks. Like, right, you saw this with when they did the investigation on Ferguson after the deletion of Michael Brown. You saw how much of that city was run by white folks who were taking as much money as humanly possible out of black people, right? Yeah, right. How much of the police department was being funded directly by ticketing the black constituents of Ferguson, right? The black citizens of Ferguson. And how much of that police department was white, right? So on the other side of a government that targeted black men is a corporate capitalist class that wants a reserve pool of labor and that wants people to be precarious, um, to not actually have a even ground floor to stand on. Um, and so these people work in tandem to leave people, namely black men, in the most precarious situation they can find themselves in. Right? Exactly. Neighbor says excessive fines. Trail says the police and the courts. Right? So to angry guy, I say yes, you are right about government, but it's not just government. Right? It's a toxic brew of wayward black women, government, and corporate sector that act as barriers to black men's success. And you will see more and more of that get in the way of working class white men. It's already gobbled up poor white men. They're done. Um, right? Working class white men and lower middle class white men. Right? So and Trail says secondary taxation via fines and service fees. Exactly. Right? So this will have long-term consequences on white folks, on white family formation, right? On childbearing, right? On child rearing, on thoughts of upward mobility, um, nihilism, fatalism, self-deletion rates, um, child out of wedlock, all of it. And to angry guys, say once again, welcome to hell. It was funny when it was happening to black men, right? All the little racist jokes when it was happening to black men. You know, one of my boys were in a group chat on Instagram, and he put something in the group chat, and it was this kind of middle age ish, um, darker skinned black woman who was on a four wheeler, and you could see she's not used to a four wheeler, and they look like they're on, and they're probably in the South, and they're in somebody's backyard, and she's slowly creeping with the four wheeler, and she accidentally really hit the gas, and the four wheeler flipped over, and she was pretty much the four wheeler flipped over on her, and she started squealing and yelling, and whoever was recording, it looked like it was another black woman that was recording, was very, very, very slow to stop recording and to go help her and save her, right? But so the lady looked like she damn near was drowning in the puddle. It obviously the feed cut off eventually, so you don't really know what happened at the end, but it looked like she was drowning because the four-wheeler is on her and you can't really see what happened. It's almost like she fell into like the abyss of the puddle. And it was like obviously a muddy puddle because the ground was wet and whatnot. And so the black woman was squealing and yelling and whatever. And in the comments of it were a bunch of monkey sounds and a bunch of memes of monkeys and a bunch of, and it's white dudes, just all the racist comments, but not stupid inward. They're not saying that, right? But it's very clear, like, that line right before, like that line where you like, huh, is this racist? Or am I reading too much into that? They like put their big toe right over the line. Like, I clearly know it's racist, right? And so I'm bringing that up to say white guys engaged in a whole lot of that. They still engage in it. And to those men, I say, welcome to hell. Because it was funny when it was happening to black men. It was because black men have low IQ and black people don't value family and black people don't know what family means. And this is the way they were in Africa, and they're dumb and they're inept and they're incapable. And, if we don't hold their hands and if we don't rule over them, then of course they'll descend into chaos. Yeah, all of that sounds nice. And yeah, what happens to the white family when we take the money and the jobs away? Uh-oh. Huh? What happens to white men when we take the prestige of white skin away? We leave you in your all white neighborhoods. We just take the money away. Huh? What does your white skin mean now? Uh-oh. Huh? Anybody want to talk about the Rust Belt? Oops. Huh? Yeah. So yeah, welcome to hell, white men. And is it any wonder why many black men, don't have much sympathy or empathy, but definitely sympathy for white men? Thank you, Trail. Appalachia, anyone? You know. And Neighbor says, Sarge Willie Pete has a few videos where he breaks down a lot of what you're talking about. Yeah, and I get it, and I applaud Sarge Willie Pete for it, and I have the ability to also do this, but I'm just not going to because I think it's a fool errand. And I see Sarge Willie Pete low key kind of reaching his hand out over the aisle for the sensible white dudes. I see him trying to appeal to white men's better nature, into their reason, into their logic. And to Sarge Willie Pete, I say, good luck on that, because they put their skin color over everything. They will go down with the ship. You think black women are the only ones going down with the ship? Watch this. If it's not for government help, your average white dude will go down with the ship. Lyndon Baines Johnson told y'all decades ago, yes, if you can point them to a black person to look down on, they'll empty their pockets. They will empty their pockets for you. He was 100% accurate. Lee Atwater and the Reaganites and Nixon knew what they were doing with their Southern strategy. They knew it. Right? Much of the fanfare behind Trump when it comes to white folks is because they love a boss hog white dude that, for them, quote unquote, tells it like it is. Keeps people of color in their place, keep women in their place, right? He is the epitome of a white American male. I don't got to be fit, I'm white. I don't got to be smart, I'm white. Oh, and he's rich? Oh boy. I bought my wife, and right? So I see what Sarge is engaging in. Shout out to him. Right? But yeah, no. Because at the end of the day, the white guys have made it very clear that white skin over everything. And if you let them talk long enough, they're going to go into low IQ land. They're going to imply monkey stuff, prime ape stuff. They're going to. They can't help it. They're the ones who say we have impulse control issues, a lack of impulse control. Let them talk long enough, and the insults are coming, right? And to those white men, I say, welcome to hell. You can insult black men all you want. Welcome to you're gonna walk into matriarchy, and then you're gonna walk into gynocracy unless you get government help, huh? Because you think it's really on you. Okay, yeah, that's it, huh? You look at all of, and this is why there's a black manosphere. And I want us to be careful. The warning I put out a few nights ago, I meant it. I see y'all in the comments for angry guy. Look, black men, look, black manosphere, look. Y'all don't gotta look desperate in front of the white guys finally understand what we're saying. Right? Then y'all mention Keisha and y'all mention, oh yeah, see what she did and da, da, da. First of all, stop running to the white guys to complain about Keisha. Stop it. You're looking just as desperate as the black women. Secondly, right? The white guys be piping Keisha anyway. They let Keisha talk all type of crap about you in their presence. They actually encourage her to do it. Huh? That's secondly. Thirdly, white men think this is the natural order of things. Dear Asian men, dear Latino men, dear black men, stop running to the white guys complaining about your women to the white dudes and how the white dudes could pull women of color off of the strength of him just being white. White men think that's the natural order of things anyway. That's the way it's supposed to be, right? Of course she wants to be with me because I'm white. I mean, I'm white. Duh, right? I'm white. Of course she wants to be with me because I'm white. God forbid I'm tall. God forbid I'm good looking. God forbid I'm charismatic. But I'll take it if she's off of the strength of. Why would I turn that down just because I'm white? And okay, right? I saw the brothers in the comments, and I'm like, oh come on, no, let's not do the desperate. Oh, you see the white guys get what we're saying? That's number one. Number two, black men. I said it. Be careful about the slow walk into you becoming alt right. I get it. The white guys align with us, and they're like, "Yeah, our women sound the same way too." And this is not. There is no race. There's only Tyrone and Chad, right? Chadron, yeah, that's the alpha man, and yeah, right. And I see the brothers, y'all want so bad to be in alignment and hold hands and kumbaya with the white dude, right? Y'all give Z 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back, right? But I get it. I get it, dear black men. I get it. But we want to be kumbaya with these white dudes and these Latino dudes and these Asian dudes, and they understand our struggle, and now they finally get to see, when the thumb is on the scales, excuse me, for the women, how the women react and how the women are going to act towards men, and white men finally get it, and Latino men see it, and Asian men see it, right? And yeah, I get it, right? I get it. But y'all be looking kind of desperate, dear black men. And I'm saying, do not let these people slow walk you into playing yourself out of position, right? Because I see the brothers. It's so tempting. I get it. I see the brothers. It's so tempting to spite black women and go full on alt right. I get it. Well, if the black women go left, we're gonna go right. If the black women go right, we're gonna go left. I get it. You're gonna find yourself in Auschwitz, right? How did we get here? Wait a minute, right? Huh? You let the white guys talk long enough, and it goes from Chad Roan to only Tyrone, and then you be like, wait a minute, what happened? Right? So, and this is and Mr. Z's not just telling y'all this online. I promise y'all I'll be having these conversations in real life. One of my best friends, he used to love watching Ben Shapiro check those little 19, 21-year olds and 20-year-olds in those college on those college campuses. And I would tell him, hey, bro, be careful. Right? Be careful. I get it. Dudes like that will sleepwalk you into some anti-blackness, and for the most, you'll be like, "Yeah, family values. Yeah, these women need to get in line. Yeah, and traditional values. Yeah," and you just slow walking, right? And then next thing you know, you wake up and wait a minute, how did we end up talking about IQ and Charles Murray stuff? Wait a minute, huh? Now we're talking about IQ, and now we're talking about okay. The problem is that we don't respect hierarchies, okay, and now we're speaking about hierarchies of race. Uh-oh, right? And now we're speaking about how Europeans are the ones who civilized the world. Oh, wait a minute, right? Hold up, how did we get here? And here's Mr. Z saying, yep, I knew it. I knew I was Borgin. My apologies, y'all. My apologies. My apologies. Hopefully, you guys can hear me now. And I really want to read this comment from Trell if I can find it. Is it even still here? Okay, there we go. And Trell said, in Shapiro's case, fast talk you into it, right? Fast talk you into Auschwitz, right? And there's some irony in there, right? Exactly, Indigo kicked off his own stream again, right? So I want us to be and Kendra says, um, sounds like immigrant talking. They mad white worshippers. Yes and no. There's some ADOS in the mix, but yeah, no, you're right. There is this like it's a lack of understanding. I would say I think ADOS might be better at picking up the cues of like, wait a minute, I did agree with you on that, but I see where we're gonna end up. I'm bailing out now. Now I'm out. I'm out. Right? Take the parachute, jump off the plane. Right? I think ADOS might be just a little bit better on picking up on those like social cues. I think non-ADOS black folks might be a little bit more like, nah, you reading too much into that. No, I don't think it's that. No, and then by the time they realize it, the plane is full on nosedived, right? Before and it might be too late to jump off, right? So I do think there are people that they miss the cues of like, wait a minute, that's what you're saying right now. It looks like we're going to end up in a very negative place if I continue to listen to you or agree with you about some of the issues that's hurting. Exactly. And compassion says detecting the slippery slope. Yeah. Right. The things that ail the black community, the things that ail relationships, the things that, right? Even when you listen to certain people talk about stay-at-home mothers and whatnot, and you're like, I don't know how much that applied to the black community, right? When you listen to them speak about, post World War II, we came back and all the men had jobs, and we're like, right? Susie Homemaker type thing, and you're like, I don't know if black women writ large were ever able to do that. Right? Huh. But to white men, I say welcome to hell anyway. And they still, and I say this to Sarge Willie Pete, Sarge, they're not dropping the racist crap, bro. They can't help it. They can't. What else would white men be if they're not white men? Understand what Mr. Z just said right there. What else would white men be if white men did not get to be white men in a racial hierarchy where they're on top? Right? This is something that I think that we need to grapple with. So to all the brothers, I see y'all, like, I get it. It the weight of the gynocracy and the weight of being marginalized and gaslit about being marginalized, the weight of the benign neglect and being gaslit about you being benign neglect. I understand the feeling of being like, okay, somebody actually, another group of people actually are experiencing some of this, and they kind of get it. I get it. The want of camaraderie, right? It's a human thing. But I caution us when it comes to the white dudes. There's a reason why there's a black manosphere. Because the white dudes will be on some kumbaya, we are the world thing until they're not, right? Until they minimize and play down what you're saying and tell you it's all in your head. And why are you bringing up race? And they're going to play this very interesting game with you. And you see some black conservative brothers play this game too, where to acknowledge the plight of black men because they're black men in an anti-black society, to acknowledge the plight of black men specifically is to be a PAB, right? Vagina, there's a word for that. Derriere, there's a word for that. B word, a PAB, right? To acknowledge and try to grapple with and reconcile with what it means to be a black man specifically. When we add the element of race into the mix of a increasingly feminized society that's marginalizing and insulting and demeaning men, particularly young men in this case, and telling them, no, 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 the problem is you, it's not the women. Just keep your head down, go back to work, go find one of these mean, condescending women, try to make a honest woman out of her, try to marry her, and be prepared for the divorce within 5 to 10 years, right? Huh. So when you add the race element to it, and then these people, because they can't help it, minimize it, now what? Right? And someone said it sounds like Myron. Where's that comment? Who said it? Wait a minute. Gives you a second because I want to highlight that. As a matter of fact, while we're doing that, and Vince says, and thank you for the super chat. Trauma bonding with racists is wild, bro. Right? And in Spain, man. There you go, Spain, man. Thank you for the comment. Thank you for the comment, and thank you for the super chat, Vince. Exactly, and that's what it is. And the thing with Myron, and you saw that with him, arguing with the brother from South Carolina. You saw that with him, Mr. Dixon. You saw that with him and Tariq Nasheed. Um, so Myron has to do this, right? Because they're like you meet these type of men, particularly men of color, right? And this is not exclusive to black men, although we're black, so black manosphere, right? But men of color do this thing where like I can't acknowledge the rigged game against and like because you've heard Myron say racism is a real thing, but then he starts doing the whole it's not that serious thing, but he has to do that. He doesn't want to lose his white subscribers base and his followers, right? He doesn't want to lose them, number one. And number two, there's a part of us as men that you're not gonna be no victim, right? And so many of us don't claim when we're actually a victim of a particular situation, right? I'm not talking about the people that play perpetual victim of everything, right? I'm not talking about those type of men. And there's a lane for those dudes. We don't even acknowledge those guys, right? I'm saying when there is clearly a thing that's in the way, or clearly a thing that is standing on your head, standing on your shoulders, that is a detriment to what you are trying to do or accomplish, right? The Myrons of the world will minimize that. They will play it down. They will tell you it's a figment of your imagination. Huh? You saw it when Myron speaking to Mr. Dixon. What did he do? He started bringing up the Nigerians. Race is not a real thing because the Nigerians are successful. They don't make excuses. Nigeria is a poor country. Nigeria is a poor country. So the Nigerians that might occupy the more upper middle class, maybe solid middle, but upper middle class or rich or elite that move to Europe or move to America, namely the UK, maybe Canada, and they do well. You're speaking about a select group of people. So even okay, fine, it's not just the elite. The handful of poor Nigerians that find their way to America and that do well, you're still selecting a certain person, right? Nigeria has what 200 and some odd million people. So shout out to my Nigerians. I'm not picking on you in this conversation. I'm bringing Nigerians up because Myron brought up Nigerians, right? So that's why. Shout out to all my Nigerians, right? And that's my point, Saint Cyr. They use outliers as their example. Exactly. That's my point, right? And shout out to the immigrants and children of black immigrants that run into the wall of an increasingly matriarchal society. Welcome to hell. Huh? Welcome to hell. Huh? To all of you that thought you could accomplish your way out of an increasingly matriarchal society, welcome to hell. For all of you that thought you could skirt around the society deciding, you know what, we're gonna pick your sister over you. Welcome to hell. So you have Dr. Richard Reeves saying this is not a zero-sum game, but low key, and if you listen to his tone, yeah, okay, it's not supposed to be a zero-sum game, but he realizes the women see it as zero-sum. Uh-oh. Welcome to hell when the women see it as zero-sum and they marshal and lobby the US government and whatever corporations they could get a hold of to put as much resources behind them as humanly possible. Huh? Welcome to hell. Right? So I see all the white dudes. I see the brothers. I get you. I understand. I understand. Right? And to the women, oh boy, welcome to hell. So another video, and I'm gonna link it in the description after the stream. So once again, shout out to the replay gang. The women complaining about the environment and about the struggle and about the dating scene and about men not opening doors anymore and the lack of gentlemanly treatment that they're getting and all of this. And yeah, welcome to hell. First of all, did you not know what equality came with? And I'm gonna mention Dr. Richard Reeves also again. Dr. Richard Reeves is now speaking like, there's these things that we don't necessarily need anymore, but they're just good social cues. And he's speaking about men opening doors for women and all of these like gentlemanly things that we used to do and that are not being done as much anymore because of equality and um feminism and how it's kind of awkward because women don't know if they should accept this gesture and men don't know if they should engage in this gesture, and all it is just a gesture now. And I say no and welcome to hell. Right? Welcome to hell. Right? And KW Don says, and thank you for the super chat, Donovan Sharp had to learn the hard way with 21 Studios when he refused to appear on some conference with Stefan Molyneux, a confirmed white national. Oh yeah, no, I know who Stefan Molyneux is out of Canada. I know who he is. Right? And I could peep from the jump. I listened to Stefan Molyneux a few times when I was younger. And by the way, it didn't take me until he went to whatever country in Europe and he started kind of insinuating, right? I went over there and there was no black people, and guess what? There was no problems. I jumped off that train way before that. Once I started smelling, wait a minute, something about this bald, pedo-looking ass white dude. Something ain't right. Something ain't right. Something ain't right. You watch another video, you're like, something ain't right. Something's not right. I'm not even gonna, you know what? Let me say it the way it need to be said. Not something's not right. Nope. Something ain't right. Something ain't right. Something ain't right. And I just jumped off. I jumped off that train early. I think I was 3-4 videos in. Something ain't right. I'm off. And it was years later that you hear about he was trying to put out a book, or was it his PhD program? And it was just things wasn't getting approved by him, and then he started talking about, he's being censored, and then he went to Europe and whatever country he went to in Europe, and like there wasn't no black people, so there wasn't these type of people, so I didn't have them type of issues, and we didn't have to worry about being called racist and this and this and that. Man, take your weird pedo looking ass, bro. You look like you prey on kids, bro. Ain't nobody trying to hear from you, pseudo intellectual. You look like you're hiding kids in the basement, player. Huh? All these supposedly smart-ass white dudes. Right? Hiding behind a large vocabulary and that they read a few books. Okay, yeah, that's it. Right? Weirdos. You feel me, Trail? And Trail is looking at like a PDF file. And he looks so much like a PDF. There's a reason why Simon Whistler grew out his beard, everyone. Shout out to Simon Whistler. I never heard anything weird about him or whatever. Y'all ever seen Simon without the beard? Huh? Mr. Molyneux, you might want to grow out a beard. At least last time I saw him, he didn't have no facial hair. Weirdo. Huh? All these supposedly smart white dudes, you let them talk long enough, and of course you're going to end up in racist land. And we all know why. You want to know why? Because you're that smart, right? And you're that resourceful, and you're that knowledgeable, and some brother that don't got two nickels to rub together. He hasn't been to the gym in 3-5 years. He's a loser, and he's still charismatic enough and good looking enough to bring your lady to Pound Town. Oh, don't that just chaps your ass? Oh, it hurts. It burns, it burns, it burns. Oh, it burns. Huh? If we're gonna get right to it, and white dudes hate it. They're always talking about their member, and they're always talking about their. Yeah, because we know what it boils down to at the end of the day. That's why. Welcome to hell. Huh? Once again, I want to say this to women. The insult is not the side dude. The insult is the husband or boyfriend. Women got this weirdo thing. Well, I only had sex with him, but I'm in love with you. You're the one I married. No, the insult is not the lame that you married. The insult is the dude that got to get the vagina for free. The insult is that your husband had to pay for it and had to sign a 30-year mortgage to secure the vagina. The insult is that he has to do all of the heavy lifting in the relationship to secure the vagina. That's the insult. The insult is not the dude that got the vagina for some wing stop and a couple of dime bags. Right? I'm bringing that up for those of you that are like, Z, what does that have to do with anything? The white guys know that it's insulting that their wife, their white wife, their Asian wife, they had to marry her and walk her down the aisle and spend 30, 40 grand on a wedding and $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 house, $1 million home. And yet Tyrone was hitting that when she was 23, and Tyrone was still living with his mom and didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. Huh? Yeah. So if you want to know where the Stefan Molyneux come in, Stefan Molyneux can't take and can't handle that. I'm gonna say it straight up: white men conquered the world and subjected the world to them, and yet I really want to say it the way it need to be said. Their chick still be sneaking over to the slave quarters to get this 7, 8, 9, 10-inch member shoved in her. That's why. That's what drives them absolutely crazy. Huh? That's why you get the Stefan Molyneux, and that's why you get even though it wasn't, well, his manifesto and name of who I'm about to mention, Breivik. That's where you get the Breiviks from. Huh? That's where you get the Molyneux from. Loser. Huh? Even I heard the song from the Argentinian team. I heard it. I heard the song from the Argentinian fans. I heard it. Huh? Y'all wiped out a whole country of black folks, and y'all still talking about Negroes. Goddamn. Your country damn near all white. The Nazis felt comfortable coming to your country. And y'all still talking about the Negroes. Bro, y'all just won. Y'all just won. Like, why are we talking about the Negroes? Y'all just won. Wait a minute. Why? Wait a minute. Right? Loser. Y'all won and y'all still lost. What? Better you said. Better you said. Say it right. She wanted the Mandingo pogo sticking down her throat. You see me? Down her esophagus. We're gonna say it the right way. Right? Thank you, Jake. And Jake says the ghost of Jermaine's BBC. Bro, y'all done wiped out a whole. And which Argentine leader said it? We don't have that type of problem over here. The Brazilians do something along those lines, right? And the Argentinian economy looks like what now? When was the Argentinian economy ever worth a damn? Y'all got backhanded by Britain when Britain was nothing over islands off of your coast. Shut the hell up. Ah, you should have still had black people. Maybe you would have won. Maybe the US would have thought twice about backing the British. Oh, you still got Negroes on your mind, and y'all got backhanded by a not even declining. Not even declining. It was already declined. A declined empire who had to travel all the way across the Atlantic to handle your ass, and the islands are off of your coast. Pathetic. Thank you. And Namus is the Falkland Islands back in 1982, right? And Jake says inflation been kicking their ass since forever. I did studies there. I studied their economy. Right? They are broke. I'm saying pathetic. Right? So to the Argentinians, I say, enjoy your victory. Welcome to hell. That's all y'all got is the goddamn soccer team. What, anyone, like, this is a serious question. And if you're Argentinian and you think I'm taking snipes at you, that's kind of because I am. And that's okay. Haiti, poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. True, true indeed. Right? And this is a really good question. Outside of the football team, what else is Argentina known for? I'll wait. Huh? That's a serious question. While y'all over here talking about the blacks in Brazil, people know about Brazil for multiple things. Their football team, Anton Senna, right? We don't even many young people don't even know that there's a Portugal. When they think Portuguese, they think about Brazil. They don't think about Portugal. Huh? Yeah. Country full of white people. I'm saying. Kobe says Nazis. For real though. Michael Ross is Nazis. KMS is, I hear they have good steakhouses, question mark. Right? Pathetic. And let me go back to this comment that KW Don said about Donovan Sharp. Did Donovan Sharp really learn his lesson though? When it comes to being blackballed by the white dudes or being insulted by the white dudes, did Donovan Sharp really learn his lesson though? Right? Like, at least he kind of stood up for some type of blackness by not being, not wanting to be in this speaking with Stefan Molyneux, but did he really learn his lesson? Right? Yeah. Thank you. And Nema says MMA, like the Brazilians are known for a whole lot. Black Brazilians on top of that. Argentina is known, okay, KMS, I'll give you that. Their steakhouses, and their football team. Known as Soccer in America, their football team. What else? I'm just saying. And this is why there's a Stefan Molyneux, everyone. There's a Stefan Molyneux because there's a Z. Right? They're tired of these uppity Negroes talking back. Right? Huh. Eric says their wine. Okay, they're also known for their wine. right? So yeah, no, I don't know if Donovan learned his lesson. I don't think Myron's going to budge. Um, I don't necessarily see the same thing from Fresh. I think he, I do think he's still a tap dancer too, though. I do think he's a tap dancer, but I think it's different for him. I don't think he has the same resentment towards black people that he has that Myron has, right? I think Fresh, because Fresh is, let's call a dude a thing a thing. Dude is an unattractive dude. Let's just call a thing a thing. Dude is an unattractive dude. I get it. So I think he walks into this because of maybe his resentment at black women for not accepting him a certain way, right? So I think that's how he walks into the anti-blackness and aligning with certain white folks and regurgitating certain anti-black talking points. I don't think that's what Myron issue is. Myron issue is that he's never been the cool dude, right? Myron has the height. Now he has the tape line, right? Bro, you can't say nothing about black women and they weave, bro. You bought your goddamn tape line, bro. You better don't say nothing about no black women and they fake hair no more, right? So no, I think Myron's anti-blackness is far more deep-seated, and so that's why you can get a Myron to be perfectly okay doing the wearing the KKK robes and all this other stuff, and the salute to the mustache man and all of that stuff, and continuing to do it. Because last time, if I recall correctly, Fresh did it the first time also when they were in studio, right? He was wearing it also. But all of that extra, just keep on digging and digging and digging and digging. Yeah, I would argue Myron's, yeah, it's far more deep seated for him, right? Better you says not a Timu tape line hysterical. Toya says not esophagus deep. I'm saying, right? Huh? And now I see why you said it, Toya. And Black Uru says, I think Sharp learned. He seems to direct his criticism of black people and culture more on black females. Myron is esophagus deep in white supremacy. No, it really is. It's a deep seated, and I would love to, like, you wish you could get into a time machine and you'd be like, oh, that's why. Okay, it stems back from elementary school. Them cool Negroes made fun of your nose, or they said something, or they continued to say something, and that's why. Or you just weren't the cool dude and you resent it, right? Or a sister turned you down and she nuclear rejected you in middle school or something like that, right? And you thought you was better than her anyway, and so you just went down this dark path, right? Yeah. Huh. And Eric says Myron's Negro wake up call is going to be epic. I don't know if brothers like that. I don't. I don't think they're ever going to have a serious enough wake up call, right? I think there's certain people you have to let go. I'm not saying that we ever held on to Myron in the first place, but they're so far gone and they're so stubborn that there aren't any life lessons that will get them away from that. And even if they know they're on the wrong path, just to spite you and not to give you the satisfaction of them saying, you know what, damn, I was messing up. Now, even though that would be best for their life, just not to give you, and this is going on in their minds, right? Just not to give you the satisfaction of them saying, you know what, damn, I was messing up. They'll continue going down the wrong road. And like, that's a human thing, right? You see this with women, you see this with white folks, you see this with some brothers, you see it with Asians, Latinos, it doesn't matter. There are people that it's like next level cut your nose to spite your face. Cut off your nose to spite your face. It's next level that, right? Yeah. And I heard they got kicked off of IG also. Now they're not even on Instagram, apparently. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, right? And Black Uru says the funny part is I think Myron did or still does have a thing for Keisha, which is why some hate is so strong. Hey, I, to Myron, I say, bro, go. You live in Miami, bro. Go take your ass to Wynwood or the South Beach or downtown Miami. Go to Bayside. Go find you one of them dark skinned, cute, slim sisters. And hey, with the I don't know whatever these how this weave be called the long ass weave with the claw nails. You know, low key, you like it. It's okay, bro. We all have guilty pleasures, bro. Go ahead. I'm not even going to tell you not to be seen with her in public. Maybe that's your issue. You didn't talk yourself into a corner because you want to be seen with her in public. Go ahead, bro. Right? It's okay to, bro. Some of these slim, dark skinned sisters be fine as hell. It's okay. Go ahead and get you a slim, dark, fine ass sister with the super long weave and the claw nails. Okay, it's all right. Yeah, no, but no septum piercings. Don't do that. Don't do that. You, she gonna mess your life up. She probably gonna mess your life up without the septum ring anyway. But the ones with the septum rings is definitely gonna mess your life up. Thank you, Chief Rocky. You see what I'm saying? Plenty of Keishas in Carroll City or and in Miramar. Come up to Broward County and find you, you know, a patois speaking Keisha, a Jamaican Keisha, a Bahamian Keisha. All right. Well, actually, if you're in Miami, that's probably more where the Bahamians are be than Broward. All right. It's okay, Myron. Just own it. Right. It's all right. Right. He want him one of them. Uh, you want your Keisha that look like Lauren Smith Fields, huh? Lauren Smith Fields a cute little chocolate sister. Too bad she got deleted by the white dude. You should have never been over there, right? It's okay, Myron. It's okay. It's all right. Try again. Yeah. As a matter of fact, messing around with black women, you're gonna have to try a few times. You're gonna get nuclear rejected a few more times, even with the money. It's all right. You know what? And Biro says Myron wants to be accepted. He's pleading in secret. Oh boy. Right? L says Myron dabbles in the dark. Man, go ahead. Go. Hey, man, whatever secret dark skin sister you got in on the low, man, go ahead and bring her out. Ain't nobody gonna judge. Well, the white dudes might judge, but black men are not gonna judge. And Will AR says, wake up calls are overplayed. Yeah, brown skin will be insulted by white people, but that's not going to make them do a 180-degree change. I'm saying, you know, I just don't, you know. And to Myron, I won't even say welcome to hell with that. For Myron, what I would say welcome to hell with is, bro, apparently y'all got kicked off of Instagram also. Bruh, like how deep does your anti-blackness go? Right? Let people need to let go of some of these childhood traumas, man, or whatever resentment they have because whoever didn't accept them when they were 12 years old. Let that ish go. Let it go. Right, man. Oh, is this true for real, or are you just saying this? And Tony says he used to mess around with a black woman who was a recurring guest on the pod. Married man, just go ahead and get you one of them cute, slim, you know. Bro, you live in Dade County. There's like a zillion black women that you could choose from. ADOS women, Haitian women, Jamaican women, Bahamian women, right? Some Nigerian sisters, right? Different women from across the continent, actually. Dark skin, caramel, light skin, natural hair, weavy wonders, slim, thick, right? Get you one of them Amara La Negra type sisters. And she lost weight. Get you one of those. Right? Afro Latinas galore. Trell says Z he wants Brad. Oh, you think it's some repressed rainbow stuff going on? Oh man. Better use says bet 20 he dating Leslie Jones. Hysterical. Trell, I ain't even gonna read that one. You said Z he wants Brad. I'm not gonna read the one you put above. That's hysterical. But pun intended, right? Man. L's Active says this is true, and L Active says fresh is a great case of divesting gone wrong. Right. And a split Jim says, and thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And a split Jim says, I get it, Z. Don't be like black women with feminism. And that's my point. I want black men to be careful with this, right? Because yes, white men are going to go through it with their own women. And much of what white men are going to go through is because white elite men rigged the game against them. But white elite men rigged the game against black men from the jump. And I didn't hear white men saying nothing. Moynihan, and that's about it. Right? Huh? Every once in a while, you'll get Richard Reeves to admit something. That's about it. So, yeah, white men are going to go through it with white women. And a lot of that is class. But because rich white men are kind of going through it also, but not like their working class and poor and lower middle class brethren. So I want black men to be careful with aligning with white men. Right? And to the white men, I say, welcome to hell. Once again, welcome to hell, the theme. Huh? Welcome to hell. And this is a good comment. And Jake says they need to fight the Dave Ramseys of the world and stop and stop disassociating about the am I reading this right? Yeah, right. Disassociating about BBC. Yeah. But yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying though. There, yeah, but and it's a hyper focus on the BBC. I get it. I get it. Right. But once again, this game right now is rigged in the favor of the women. The goal is to make quiet, obedient, pliable taxpayers for the system. Right? I get it. And so white men, not all are feeling the pinch of that. And so some of them are playing the, well, black men told us this a long time ago. Yeah, that sounds nice, but how far are you willing to go with this? See, Angry Guy did not mention the sabotage from white elite men. Huh? He didn't go into detail about how everyday white men were mocking black men. Were saying real racist things about black family formation and the lack thereof. Because they thought they were safe because they were white. And to those men, I say, welcome to hell. They thought they had an innate family understanding, and their women had an innate understanding of family formation, and it's because they're white and their IQ and their cultural values, etc., etc. Yawn, huh? And to them, I say, welcome to hell. All that sound nice until you're in hell. As I said before, what happens when I strip your everyday white man of resources and I leave him in white society in the Rust Belt where that white skin don't add up that much because you're not around black people, you're not around too many Latinos, right? It's just your bum ass and a whole lot of other bum ass white dudes and white women. Now what? Huh? My point exactly. And Big Kev says they thought being white would protect them from female effery. And that's what a lot of white dudes think, right? And like if you're amongst if you're amongst only white women, nope. Now, once you start living around other women of color, then maybe your white skin mean a bit more because the status of white skin for Latina women and black women and um maybe like first generation immigrant poor ass Asian woman, but you better hope she don't get an education because it's over for your ass, right? Better hope she don't got two nickels to rub together, right? But if you're a bum ass white dude around a bunch of other bum ass white folks, oh yeah, that nope, right? And welcome to hell. Welcome to hell, huh? And Black Guru says the white male Ronald Reagan, um, Democrats who voted for anything Republican that promised to ish on black men and boys. Look, still to this day, Black Uru, when you speak to your average, definitely white American, because I've had these conversations with white coworkers. I've had these conversations with middle-aged white men. They don't really appreciate how much Reagan screwed them and their children. They really don't appreciate how much Reagan screwed them and their children. They don't get it. Huh? They don't. Huh? And that they, and how he moved the Overton window and Bill Clinton had to chase it. That's how you get the third wave. That's Bill Clinton saying, I'm Republican light. Right? Miller Lite, Coors Light, I'm Republican light. Huh? Wasn't it Margaret Thatcher that said one of the ways she was successful is by Tony Blair? Same thing with Reagan and Clinton. And for those of you that don't get what that means, Margaret Thatcher pretty much saying Tony Blair is a lightweight version of her, even though he's from the opposing party. Huh? And that's UK politics, by the way, you guys. Right? And Chief Rocket says, I'm sure JD Vance would co-sign this portion of your stream, Z. Right? We'll see. Right? Because apparently because he has somewhat populist leanings, which is another reason why Trump probably picked him. And we'll see what that looks like and how he will be able to influence Trump if and when Trump gets elected. Right. So yeah, we'll see. Huh. L says Blairism was the final nail in UK politics. Well, right. And Chief Ruckus says Reagan's "Make America Great" was taking it back to the 1950s. Hashtag be like Ike. Right, Eisenhower. Yep. Trail, you always make me laugh with this. And Trail says, "Good old Ronnie Reagan." Right. And Dr. D says, human beings are tribal. There's not a way to get rid of it. This is why I agree with Malcolm X, who said there should be a race first agenda for black people. However, such a position isn't liberal. I agree with that. This is my issue, right? Because I think the way black people play it is very how am I saying this? It's frightening sometimes because I think sometimes we lean too far in one extreme. So right now, our politics are being led by black women in the black community, and that's why you get the always the handout, always the appeal to the state to remedy situations. Um, that's why you have this representation politics, because this is about black women's ego, right? Um, and seeing black people in high places, and like you get a sense of accomplishment from that. And it's obviously not us, and but so black politics are being led by black women, right? It's about representation politics. It's about um high high faces in high places, right? Or black faces in high places, better yet. There you go, Z. Um and that's why our politics are very hollow, right? It's the theater of it all. I think if you were to put more black men, assertive black men in these positions, you would get a different type of politics. And I think the other extreme of what we're saying is the I don't need no government, the white man's government, other side extreme that you see certain brothers engage in. That's not good either, because nobody in America is actually successful without government, right? Like this pull yourself up by your bootstraps, hyper individuality stuff is not a real thing. Everybody had their thing. There's a reason why your average, what is it, your average Indian family has the wealth of what, $150,000 or something like that, or is an income that's $150,000. One of those two. There's a reason for that. Where do you really see Indian families? What are they engaging in? Is it not STEM? Is it not tech? Right? Are they not doctors? And there's a reason. There's a carve out for them. Right? The Chinese that's in America, especially post Chinese ban, right? The Chinese Exclusion Act. That's the one I was trying to mention. There's a carve out for them, right? So I think there's two extremes, and we like walk in between. Obviously, the black women are winning on the extremes because they have government assistance. But the other extreme, like I was saying, is the we don't need no government, the white man government, right? Just pull yourself up by your bootstraps. If they would just get out of our way, right? Like for me, the goal is to marshal resources in a way that benefit black people, not harm them. Benefit black men, not harm them, right? Now that's far more difficult to do, especially when black women are attempting to sabotage you and getting in the way, right? And not even attempting, actually sabotaging you and getting in the way, right? But yeah, huh. And Chief Rocket says they also have gas stations and liquor stores and hotels, talking about the Indians, right? And Black Guru says, rewatch the original Wall Street movie. We saw the damage Reaganomics did to white men in what played out between the father-son character played by real father-son Martin and Charlie Sheen, right? Man. And Trell says, in America, those who become wealthy has always be the result of government picking sides. Bro, it really is. And it like I can't remember what I was watching. This was a few weeks ago. And it was just like so like you always know it and you could verbalize it, but it was made so acutely like blatant and in your face when I was watching something, we're speaking about one of the times they went after Bill Gates and Microsoft. And this is before the whole thing that happened a few days ago. This is something I watched like maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. And how they pretty much said, all right, all right, all right, Bill, we'll do you a solid. You could keep your borderline monopoly, but you're gonna have to make a little bit of space and like open up for those of you tech guys, I'm not like open up your operating system so that people can modify it or something like that, they were saying. So yeah, right. And like that lets you know, like they know, the issue here, and they still were like, yeah, yeah, we'll let you slide a little bit. We'll turn a blind eye to this and that, but you got to work with us here. It's like what, so yeah, and you see this like government contract all over the place. Jeff Bezos got a government contract. Elon Musk has government contract. Like all of these people, right? Obviously, Bill Gates has government contract, huh? Yeah, yep. And Hitflix was it the internet browser Netscape? I want to say it was that. I want to say it was that, right? And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat. Actually, KMS, give me 1 second. Gotta roll through this real quick. But yeah, so when you, I think when you come to the realization of that, sometimes the brothers that speak about self-reliance, and here's the thing, and I think me and Black Rule are in line on this. I really want to. We really have to have a conversation, a real, like a community-wide conversation about Black people spending, earning, savings, right? Because it's so difficult to move forward when we don't have a really good grasp on what are Black people actually earning yearly. What is our disposable income? What type of money do we spend on the necessities, right? Because like if we're a 1.5 trillion dollar community, and yet 1 3 of it, 1.2 of it is going to the necessities of life. Yeah, you're working with about 200-300 billion dollars. Yeah, possibly, right? You could maybe make something shake once a year, but like, what about if we're a 1.7 trillion dollar community and and you're spending like 1.65 of the trillion on like the necessities of life, right? Like these are things that I think we're not factoring in, where we don't really speak about. We just, you know, and the brothers that are speaking that we don't need no government type talk, I get it. I truly get it. But you know, and KMS says, I think I can finally read this now. In my 20s, I was in a project, a difficult project. I said in, sorry. In my 20s, I was on a project, a difficult project. The project led white men after getting ripped to shreds by the owner, exacerbated Mr. Z rated exasperated told me, oh, the owner exasperated told me, okay, there you go, Mr. Z. They talked to me like I was a inward. I never forget that. I have no sympathy. Let me say that again. After getting ripped to shreds by the owner, exasperated told me, and I think that's why I was a little lost. Exasperated told me they talked to me like I was an inward. And I get what you're saying. I will never forget that. I have no sympathy. So yeah, no, they understand how Black people are spoken to. That's what you're saying. They understand how black people are spoken to, and their mum's the word when someone, a black woman, often when someone speaks to us, being demeaning, being condescending, being generally rude or mean. No one says anything. They turn the blind eye to it because either we're deserving of it or they don't want to spend their energy, quote unquote, defending us. Right? Understood. But when they're spoken to like that, they say it like, you're talking to me like I'm an N-word. You're treating me like I'm an N-word, right? Yeah. Yep. I don't even know what to say to that one, KMS. Yeah. And I agree with you about the lack of sympathy because everybody sees what this is. Y'all have heard Mr. Z say this. Everyone understands the racial hierarchy in America. Everybody gets it. Everybody's pretending like they don't get it. Especially if you're not fresh off the boat immigrant. If you're fresh off the boat immigrant, maybe I will give, and I'm not saying that we should. I'm saying maybe Z will give you a bit of grace. But if you've been here for 5, 10 years, yeah, you get it too, right? Everyone's pretending like they don't understand. People get it. They're acting like they don't, right? People understand race in America. They understand class in America. They understand gender in America. Everybody gets it. Everyone's pretending like they don't. Everyone's pretending like they don't. And you could tell that people understand it because look at their daughters. Huh? Train tracks, train tracks, train tracks. Look at their daughters, everyone. Put the microphone in front of their daughters, their 23-year-old daughters, whether she be Asian, Latina, black, right? Working class, white, indigenous. Put the microphone in front of their daughters and start speaking about relationships and men and who they find attractive and who they think is giving and who they think is gentlemanly, and it's going to turn real ugly real fast. Huh? Everybody pretend like they don't get it until we put the microphone in front of your daughter. Huh? Until we put the microphone in front of your daughter and she starts to speak about her resentment towards black men, black women, right? Or Latinos, men's machismo, Latinas, or how Asian men act like they own Asian women, Asian women. Once we put the microphone in front of your daughters, it's gonna get real ugly. So stop talking to us about how you don't get it, and this is an American thing, and yawn, huh? And y'all gives you 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. But yeah, so oh yeah, and Lithium says JD Vance's wife is Indian. Yeah, we know, right? And apparently there was a big hoopla about it, a big hoopla about it, right? Huh? That's crazy, KMS. Like I said, everybody knows what this really is. They pretend like they don't, right? And Spain Man says, and thank you for the super chat. And once again, KMS, thank you for the super chat. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Um, Reckless Stream, prepaid plus trail tax. Right. Yeah. Um, Shout out to Trail for real. Um, Probably the funniest person in my comments. Right. Y'all gives you 1 second. Let me see. And Black Uru said, I have seen recent videos of growing white men worship among Indian American women, and I guess that is going to spike in with the possibility of a white man, Indian woman in the White House. Yes. Yeah. Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. Because that's like the wait a minute, what's this about? Okay, yeah. Um, well, that's like the pairing, right? Successful, um, educated, highly educated, intelligent white man with the Indian wife. Like this is Mindy Kaling's wet dream right here, right? Like this is the way it's supposed to be, and I think that it's not just going to be um Kentanji with her husband or Kamala with her husband. No, what I think America is going to be pushing is these people of color with a white person pairings. It might be a bit weird for black men because of the fear of obviously, right, of the big black obelisk. But when it comes to Latinas, Asians, both South and East Asian and Southeast Asian, indigenous women, black women, um, somewhat for the men also. I think the way outside of black men, of course, the way you show your Americanness is by having that white spouse, right? Is by having that white spouse because people can't think of a fully Indian family in the White House. They can't see outside of Barack a fully black family in the White House if Michelle was president, huh? So it's something that I kind of was getting to speaking to Rogish once, which is white people are the infrastructure of white supremacy, right? It's not just a infrastructure; their very bodies and beings are the infrastructure, right? So now it's using your spouse as the passport, right? It's the same thing with Nikki Haley and the white husband, right? Especially for the women. The women, when you have a white husband, you're saying you got down with who you needed to get down with, right? Huh? You know, come on. Okay, there we go. All right. And once again, Spain Man, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And KMS says, as society transitions, reverse, to feudalism um and the elite. Okay, to feudalism and the elite start to down the major male demographic. I'm going to laugh. I'm going to laugh. You chastise me for not having bootstraps. I now mock you for not having gills. Oh boy. Yeah, no, they can. Can they swim? Can white men swim? Right? Can white men swim? And we're not saying literally swim, right? Can white men swim through this? Can white men work through not having white society or a white infrastructure, even though their bodies act as the infrastructure? That's a whole different conversation, right? Can some white men do it? The super talented ones, the educated ones, the ones with the wherewithal and drive, and yes, yes, they're still human beings. Can your average white man? Ooh, now that's a different conversation, huh? Can your average white man? Huh? I don't know about that one. No, it's not. And Black Uru says neither the first black-ish president and VP have ADOS blood. Coincidence? Question mark. I think not. Yeah, no, no, I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Right. Oh boy. Cam, it says the boat you built is sinking. Can you swim? You force black men to build gills. Yeah, and that's the question. And what we're finding is that no, they cannot. No, they cannot. Right? You're seeing it with young white men. You're seeing it with white boys. You're seeing with middle-aged white men. No, they cannot. Right? They're floating off of the fumes of what white supremacy has given them, and the status of their white skin in this society and on this planet right now. That's what they're floating on. Right? How many of them are talented enough? How many of them have the drive and the motivation? It's a different conversation. Right? And to them, I say, welcome to hell. Welcome to hell. Right? This is a place that black men have been forced into for decades, centuries, decades, right? So let's see if it works for you. The gigification of the economy, an increasingly, right, misandrous world, an increasing matriarchal world, right? Let's see if it works for you. Huh? And you have no one else to blame for this except for, well, other white men. You can't blame um, black men. You yourself say black men are inept and incapable and have low IQ and shouldn't be ruling over anything. So for the most part, they haven't. So you can't blame black men. We already know you've had a couple of senators throughout U.S. history, right? A relative few senators, one black-ish president, a few black Congress members, and that's about it. Huh? So you can't blame black people. So what is left? Oh yeah, I forgot. Y'all go down the small hat territory. Yeah, but the small hats racially are what? Ooh, uh-oh. Huh? Ain't nobody trying to hear nothing about y'all small hat conspiracy theory. Huh? Huh. Oh, I didn't know that. In Detroit says, Z, have you heard Country Wayne Cass got arrested by the feds 2 days ago? No, I did not hear that. I did not hear that. Right? Dr. D says Western decline is sadly inevitable because there were and are a lot of faulty assumptions made during the the Enlightenment, especially about human beings. Yeah, they assume things about their intelligence um, that are clearly false about their own humanity. Um, yeah, and that they were what civilizing, right? The white man's burden, civilizing the rest of the world while they were stealing resources, right? Imagine having museums in Europe and in the U.S. actually full of things you stole or things the people in your nation stole from other places around the world, far, far away. Ancient artifacts from Australia, ancient artifacts from Egypt and all across the continent of Africa, ancient artifacts from Mesopotamia, ancient artifacts from the days of ancient Sumer and you know the when the Persian Empire started rising, ancient artifacts from the Aztecs and the Incas and the Mayas. Just imagine having artifacts and you know just different things from across the world in museums in Europe and America. And it's not like these people don't care. They're asking you for their stuff back and you're giving them the middle finger. Right? Huh. Oh, I didn't know that. So yeah, no, I know who Country Wayne is. Yeah, and Detroit says Z Country Wayne cast are based in Atlanta. Oh, yeah, I knew that. And but this new upcoming star is Jamaican dude got arrested by the feds for scamming paychecks or scammed paychecks. Oh boy, right? And went viral. Also, I'm gonna check it out. I'm gonna check it out. Michael Ross says, "You mean the Vatican basement there too?" Well, the Vatican is in Italy, and Italy is in Europe. So I did say Europe, right? But yeah, the basement too, in the museums and in the basements, right? Bro, this is one of my favorite quotes. I love this quote. I love this quote. It's so egregious, but I love this quote. And B Rain says, "We stole it fair and square." Exactly. I love that quote. Right? Thank you. And Black Rose says, "Rating properties that had been where they were for thousands of years." Where was it? Wasn't it Sudan, where they were looking for gold or they were looking for something in the pyramids of Sudan, not the ones in Egypt, but the ones in Sudan. And they started blowing the damn tops off of the damn pyramids. And this is like way back, right? This is like European, this is when they were going around the world investigating different things and this is what 17 something, maybe 18 something, right? Yeah. Huh. So, yeah. All right, you guys. So I'm going to put this is a regular stream, so y'all already know how this goes. But I'm gonna put the link in the chat, right? For anybody that want to come up, give Z 1 second, and there we go. But yeah, welcome to hell, white guys and women and everybody who's not black men, right? All of you that are fearful, all you LGBTQ folks who are fearful that some of your rights to marry or whatever the hell are gonna get repealed. Um, yeah, welcome to hell. Welcome to hell. Right? Oh, that I didn't know. And Onasi says Napoleon blew the nose off the Sphinx, I believe, with a cannon. Yeah, that's so I heard that was a rumor, but then I heard it was real, right? So I don't know how true it is either way. But yeah, I definitely heard that before, right? And Dr. D says Ethiopia has ton of artifacts. You know those Egyptologists. There we go. Egyptologists were mad when the source of the Nile was in Uganda. The Egyptians said they came from the Nile. Uh oh. Thank you. And Black Uru says desecrating the faces of the statues because of their obvious black facial features. Right. And Paul Wilson says there is a old Felix the Cat cartoon where Rock Bottom is blowing up the pyramids. It's ridiculous. Absolutely. I'm not surprised by that. Ridiculous though. Right. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay, give me a second. What's going on, Better You? What's going on, Nemo?
What's happening, brother?
What's going on with you?
Hey,
What's going on? What y'all
I'll
think
be right
about the
back.
Welcome to Hell?
Yeah, well, first of all, just let the record be known. I'll be right back in a minute, but I just want the record to be known. I'm about to sue Mr. Z. He's going to hear from my lawyers because he did not clear with me about the whole welcome to hell because I do own that
I've
catchphrase.
been saying that.
Bullshit.
I didn't even know that you said that. I saw when you said it in the comments. I was like, "What is Neighbor talking about?"
I'm going to sue your ass. That's what it is, nigga.
Hysterical.
I'm coming for the Z. I'm sorry. I'm coming for
have
that
fun
Z.
catching me. Catch me if you can't, like the gingerbread man.
Oh, I will find you. I will find you. But by the way,
Bro,
as
I'm
far as the
gonna send
novel,
Myron at your ass. That's what.
oh no, send him to me. Send him to me. He's gonna tuck tail and run because Sudanese know one thing: they cannot fight Eritreans and Ethiopians. We whooped their asses more than multiple times. We've been to war with these cats many times.
Oh man.
What the hell are you talking about, man? Who are you
I'm
trying to fool?
I'm gonna send Myron at you. That's what I'm gonna do.
Motherfucker, why didn't you send me in the first? Why'd you
I'm
send
gonna
me
send
in the
Abba
first
at you.
place?
That's what
That's
I'm
where
gonna do.
you
I'm gonna
fucked
send
up.
Abba at you. I'm gonna send Abba.
No, Abba's gonna look at me like, I ain't fucking with him. He knows not to.
Hysterical.
He's half Eritrean, half Ethiopian. He's not gonna go there with me. You don't know
But
us
yeah,
like that.
yeah.
But anyway,
But
I'll be right back.
Okay. What's going on, Better You? Big Kev, Black Uru.
Doing well, man.
What's up with you? Is it bedside ministries right now, or you've been up?
I've slept 4 hours in the last 3 days.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I know the struggle, bro. I know the struggle. Ooh, I know
Yeah,
the struggle, bro. Yeah.
I feel
What's up
like
with
this.
you?
I missed like the last 10 minutes before you dropped the link, but
Hmm.
I agree with a lot of your premise, and even with the whole that desire for camaraderie. I feel like a lot of times the pitfall of that desire is that, you know, when you feel like you're alone in the struggle, sometimes it feels like you're, what's the metaphor, screaming into the void
Yeah.
and nobody's hearing you.
Hmm.
And when you see other folks, it's kind of seems like they're amenable to your position. Sometimes it's like, okay, all right, now I got a brother in arms, and you find out like,
Hmm.
oh, these motherfuckers over here goose stepping. They oh, yeah, I got ropes and burning crosses and shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
man.
I
How did
didn't
I end
sign
up
up
here?
for this
Wait
shit.
a minute.
I
Wait a
think it just
minute. I
really
didn't.
highlights it. Oh my man.
Are we on Epstein's Island? What the hell? How did we end up? What is this big ass owl? What are we? What the hell? Where are we?
Shout out to
Right,
Alex Jones.
right there, exactly. How the hell did we end up here? Wait a minute. And why is this kid saying he's small mustache man's great grandson? What the hell?
Boy, it's one of those
Man.
things where we have to be. People have said this in terms of politics. It's important to form allies and relationships on your terms. And
Mm-hmm.
there's a quote from Sun Tzu in The Art of War that I'm probably about to butcher a little bit, but basically the gist of it is alliances can't be formed without knowing the end goals of your neighbors.
I feel like I saw you write this before. I think you said that in the comments before, something like that, or you have it on your channel or something like that, or you said it before.
I, I don't know if I said it before or anything like that, but it's something to that effect. And I think that's something that we have to all keep in mind as Black people, because as society shifts, there's going to be a lot of people like Stefan Molyneux, for instance. I found one of his videos, and he wasn't going hard in the paint or anything. He didn't sound really crazy. And I was like, oh, okay. 3-4 videos in, it's like, did this motherfucker just scientific racism?
Bro, I'm telling you that's stuff. Stefan Molyneux's lane is doing that, and then he'll bring in, and this is what I hate, man. He'll read some random comment from a Black woman or a child of immigrant Black person and be like, see, this person says, yeah, I moved to America and like I was surprised by the culture shock and like these people and they don't take this seriously. And like it's always the random Black person that you could pick out of a crowd and be like, look, I'm not racist because this one Black person out of 100 or out of 200-300 people, he agrees with me, she agrees with me, and it's like, bro, stop. Yeah. That's Stefan Molyneux's lane, bro. That pseudo scientific racism is what they do. Go ahead, Black.
You know who's more dangerous than Molyneux? Jordan Peterson.
I agree.
There is an undercurrent of white supremacy in what Jordan Peterson does. And because he's a brilliant man and a charismatic man and a very, like, a genuinely experienced intellectual, not like Molyneux. Molyneux is an intellectual dilettante. Because Peterson has the real bona fides, he has the Ivy League stuff and all that stuff. He is more dangerous than Molyneux, in my opinion, because he's smart enough not to say the shit that Molyneux says, but when you really look at it and listen to it, there's an undercurrent of white supremacy under it, for sure. So those are the guys you got to really watch out for.
Okay. And for me, it's about watching out for them. But I think for people like me, like it's not even like a watch out. What frightens me is all the brothers I know that are gonna wake up in Auschwitz. Like they're slow walking with Peterson, right, with their eyes closed. And they're like, yeah, no, I agree with that. And yeah, these women, and yeah, lifestyle, and yeah, I gotta clean up my room. You're right. I gotta stop, begging, and I gotta do the right thing, and da 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 da. And they wake up in Auschwitz like, what the hell? How did I end up here? It's like, bro, you was always walking in that direction. You just aligned with all the other fluffy stuff that he was saying to you. You agree with it. It sounded empowering, and then you woke up in Auschwitz. But you were always waking. You were always walking that way. Go ahead.
What always confuses me. Anyone who wants to consider ingratiating themselves with white people, especially white men, although white women are basically just, the female version of their shit, is I'm just too rehearsed in the history, in European history. I've seen too much, I've read too much about Europeans to ever develop any sort of, to be fooled or deluded into believing that they're the good and special ones over the last 2,000 or whatever odd years. They've just done too much, in my opinion, too much predatory shit. Honestly, to me, there's a real argument as to whether or not the European is a natural human being.
I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that. I knew you were going to say that.
I'm not saying that because I am racist, because they are white, and you can get it all into the melanin content. No, I'm talking about their unique behavior. They have perpetuated a level of depravity, of mercenary, venal behavior. You were talking about for example, the stealing of of these great uh, artifacts and putting them in
Mm-hmm.
museums, that shit is unique to them. Nobody else does that.
That's
Who
a fact.
else does that?
No, no one else. No one else.
That's a unique kind of predatory behavior, right? And so that's why I'm like, no, I'm never going to get in too deep with a group of white people. You know, whether I have some particular relationship with a white person, that's going to be a highly vetted situation where you have definitely proven some level of fidelity. You probably have done more shit for me than I've done for you, because I'm not going to be predisposed to do most shit for you as a white person, frankly. So unless under that, outside of those terms, no, I'm
Mm-hmm.
never going to listen too much or get too deep into some shit with some white dude, because I've seen too much of them to know how shit is going to end up.
You know it. I'll give you a prime example. Like, Logic, who is like as white passing as you can. White Logic is white, but Logic is a black rapper, and he's as white passing as you possibly can get. Right, man, dude looks as white as possible. He told you when his mom used to get mad at him when he was younger, she would call him all type of N words. Right,
Of
like,
course.
bro, you didn't push this man out of your pee hole, and like you call
Yeah.
him all type of N words when you mad at him. White mom. Call him all type of N words, and this is a white ass. This Logic look white as hell, right? It's crazy. It's so like, and that's just something more, a bit more personal. But even when as you're speaking, the question, I think that was a genius question, Black Uru. Everybody else, when you go to their museums, it's stuff from their history from ancient times. The most
Yeah.
you'll ever see is maybe a traveling museum where you'll get some ancient Chinese art in somewhere in Africa or vice versa, right? Some ancient stuff from Nigeria that was before the British colonized, or some ancient stuff from South Africa or whatever. But as you were saying, that's traveling around the world, but literally at the Louvre or at whatever museum, or yeah, no, like what the Europeans or Americans have done over the past couple centuries, just I mean, like, look at
They have turned other human beings into trophies,
yes, I was
into
gonna mention what's her name.
spoils of,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah, what's her name? Y'all know who I'm talking about.
Hottentot Venus.
Thank you. I wanted to say hot and top, but I can't remember what her actual name was. It was slipping me. But yeah, they literally was like parading this lady around because she had a fat ass. Like, literally.
And for generations, the tribe that they begged and pleaded for generations for them to return to surrender the remains of that woman.
Oh, that I
And they
didn't know.
refused to.
I
They
did not know
Yes,
basically
that.
mummified her.
for many generations, they begged and
Wow.
pleaded, and they refused it, and they continued to display her as if she was a damn woolly mammoth or something in the museum.
Wow.
That's what those people do. So you can't tell me,
Yeah.
about being friendly with white people. I've seen them as a group just do too much shit that I don't see other human beings do.
Thank you, Paul Wilson. Thank you, Wilson. Paul Wilson gave us the name. Thank you, brother. And it's Sarah Bartman. I kept. I was like, it's right there. It's right there, and I couldn't get it. I couldn't get it. And thank you, Better You, because Better You knew who I was talking about. But yeah, yeah.
So,
Go ahead, go ahead, Better You, and Big Kev and Vince. Y'all can jump in whenever y'all want.
and
But go
just
ahead.
kind of to add a little bit to Mr. Uru's experiences, because
Mhm.
my dad, from the sound of it, Mr. Uru, my dad's a little bit older than you are,
Mhm.
but some of the things that he shared with me coming up, like, I remember he said my grandfather used to forbid my grandmother from going to church, not because he was anti-religion or anything, but because the only way to get to church was through a white neighborhood. And dudes hated them
Mm.
so much, they used to defecate into bottles and bags and throw it at my grandma. And my dad knew
Wow.
what could happen. And he basically said, like, nah, if something's gonna happen to her, like, I'm gonna make sure I'm there, and I'm gonna try to do everything I can to make sure mama come back. And it's a lot of things that at the end of the day shows the unheralded capacity for cruelty. Like, even just think about all the devices for torture.
I was born in a hospital in Cleveland, Mississippi, and I did not get circumcised when I was born. And the reason why I did not get circumcised was my mother said, "No way in hell I'm going to let a white man cut on my black son's penis." In 1961. I mean, those are the kind of things you have to really think about in the Mississippi Delta in 1961.
And that, I think there's a certain level of naivete. I think there's a certain level of familiarity. I couldn't get the word out. That black people have grown with white folks, where it's almost like, yeah, no, that ain't, yeah, he ain't like that, or they're not like that, or you're exaggerating, or it's not that serious. Like, it's almost like if a white person isn't cartoonishly like drooling at the mouth, inward Tourette's, then we just don't. It just misses us, and that's why I agree with you so much on the Jordan Peterson, because I could smell it. I could smell it on Ben Shapiro. I could, and like, for me, y'all have heard me say this, and I need to start saying this more. Respectability, and by the way, if y'all met Z, y'all be like, oh, that's, if y'all see the way I dress, the way I speak, if y'all met my lady, like, right, respectable. But respectability, politics, for me, is the gateway drug into some anti-black stuff. Now, I've said that about other black people.
When you talk about culture and hierarchy coming from a white man, that's all race.
Yep, exactly.
100%
exactly.
So whenever you hear Shapiro and them talk about culture and all that, then you might as well hear the word nigger. Train yourself to hear the word nigger when they're using that terminology. And they're using hierarchy and order and crime and punishment and police and all that. All that's N-word.
And that's also, for me, I've said it about black people too. Like, whenever we start talking about that respectability stuff, I know y'all Negroes gonna start to. I know where we going, right? But if I say that about us as black folks, it's even worse. Like, just like what Black Rose said, I'm so vigilant with white folks, whether it's white people that I know personally or that I work with or whatever, or just even online content or whatever. When I'm watching this, the second, as Black Rose said, we start talking about family values, once we start talking about IQ, once we start talking about the way people dress, the right things to do, order of things, hierarchy, I'm like, I know where we are now, right? And the same, I think, because it's just not, especially with Jordan Peterson and a lot of these white conservative, white, and sometimes white liberal, but white liberals move a little different with their racism. But once we start doing that, I know where we going. White liberals' racism is more paternalistic, right? But for white conservatives, once they start going there, and I'm looking at brothers, I'm like, y'all don't see what this is? Like my homeboy I was telling y'all about, I was like, bro, you don't see Ben Shapiro for who he is? You don't see what he is, right? And he's like, no, man, like, because he got off on watching Ben Shapiro go at the purple hair feminist, person, young white kid, 20-year-old white kid who think they know what they talking about, the smart ass. And like, okay, I get it. You like seeing Ben Shapiro kind of bring that person down to size, but do you understand who Ben Shapiro is, though? Do you understand his politics? Do you understand where his politics eventually gets you, and how easily you can make a hypocrite out of Ben Shapiro? And he just didn't get it. I'm like, okay, I get it. All right, you don't get it. I get it that you don't get it. Go ahead.
Word for, my family's Gullah, like, we're from the coast of South Carolina. And my dad and my great grandma had a word for those type of people like Bishop Perry. We used to call them Buckra. And it was to delineate that these people, beyond just the normal fucked up shit that white people generally have a propensity to do, is like, these people in particular, these are the ones that really want to try to run that particular game on you. They have the most pernicious of intentions, and they know how to say nigga without saying nigga. Being honest.
Yeah. And so that's not, so I have an issue with that clearly. What frightens me is the black people that can't hear the N word. Just like what Black Guru was saying, they can't hear it. So Ben Shapiro is saying that to you, right? He's calling you that. Peterson is calling you that. Who else can I say that's like kind of on that kind of low key? Oh man, he just slipped my mind.
Bill Maher is starting to take things in that
Yes,
direction.
yeah, definitely.
Big
The
time.
frustration, right? So these people are saying that to you, but I don't. It's like we've trained ourselves, and when I say we, I mean that loosely, not to hear it though, because we don't want to come out on the other side and have jumped the gun. It's like, bro, that's what they're saying. That's what they're calling you. How do you not hear it? How do you not see it? Right? But yeah, go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
Well, one of the mistakes we made, sometimes when you focus so much on like the obsession with the use of the N word, right? And so when you focus so much on a word, then when that word is not used, rather than focusing on the result of what people are doing, right? Because see, there's a result of people saying culture, 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 and using it in a certain context, and then having who's the black guy? Old black guy, everybody like to suck off, the economist.
Oh, not Glenn Lowry. Oh, the other one. What's his name? I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Goddamn, his face is right there too. Goddamn, overgrown. Carlton Banks.
Yeah, but anyway.
Yeah. I know who you're talking about.
So they don't ever have to say nigga. But when you put together the phrasing that they do use with their actions, then to me, that's what you focus on. You don't focus on the fact that some toothless white guy call you a nigga. But too often we focus on the latter to our detriment. And so then when
it's more visceral, that's why I would argue.
Right. But when they don't use that offensive language, then we get kind of lulled.
Thomas Sowell, that's the name we were trying to say, Black Guru. Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell, yo.
Yeah. Because he'll sanction certain language, black rednecks and all that kind of shit. And then, white people are glom onto it or support it, et cetera, or whatever. And ain't nobody saying the word nigga. Ain't nobody calling nobody a jigaboo or a coon, darky or whatever. They're not using that terminology, but they really are effectively using that terminology.
So whenever you start hearing stuff about welfare, whenever you start hearing stuff about, like I said, IQ, but whenever you start hearing stuff about welfare, those people, all of that type of terminology is like we were saying, that's all inward. That's all inward. That's inward all day, every day.
I'll tell you another inward term, which we know is largely a misnomer per the real social science, fatherlessness. That's an inward.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. And I think so. That's why I'm bringing this up for us in the Black Manosphere in specific, because we're the most susceptible to that, because we understand how much this has decimated the Black community. But why you have an issue with fatherlessness, and when you mention it, it's completely different than the white folks, the white dude that's saying it to you, and you think it's a sense of camaraderie. He ain't saying it the reason why you're saying it, right? He's insulting you with that. You're taking that as no, you see, he sees the issue and he sees that Keisha's the problem. No, that's not the reason why he's saying it. And by the way, Keisha just finished sucking him off, so he ain't saying it for the reason you saying it. Right? Go ahead, yo.
I mean, even beyond that, like the biggest problem I have with folks like Soul, who try to perpetuate and push a narrative that Black folks in America have no culture. And like even like the whole black redneck thing, like I saw one of his videos once with somebody sent me where he talked about how African American vernacular comes from Irish. I was like, man, get the fuck out of here. Like all that shit comes from where we came from, melding with the language here. I like if an Irishman walked up to this woman and said, "Hey girl, give me some bunkie," you wouldn't know what the fuck he talking about. And it's a lot of shit like that where I feel like we get sucked up into that shit with them sometimes in order to try to get on an accord and get an ally, that we end up cutting off our nose and spite our face. And folks like Soul, I
Well, there's a
I
reason
don't
why
see
we
any
call
good
it
in
dual
that.
consciousness, right? There's a reason why we call it dual consciousness. What frightens me is that brothers stop doing, and brothers and sisters, oh, clearly the women, oh my God, but clearly the women, but the dual consciousness, you're not supposed to continue acting. These niggas stay in acting mode, and then it's not an act anymore. And that's scary to me. That's scary as fuck to me. Like that. There's a reason why we call it
But
dual consciousness. Go ahead. Go ahead.
one of the many casualties of the breakup of black community, and its particular effect on black men is, look, when you had a culture of black people, more cohesive culture, family of black people, then it's much easier to manage that dual. What phrase you use again? I
Dual
forget.
consciousness.
Dual consciousness, because you know when I'm in this environment, I'm doing this in this environment, work environment, school environment, whatever. But when I go back home, I'm with my brothers. I'm with my both, blood brothers as well as my uh, fidelity brothers, and I got my woman, I got my children. So this is a different world than that world. It's much easier to maintain that separation when your real world is so deep and so valued and so replenishing to your spirit that you can easily compartmentalize white people bullshit. But when you don't have the depth and breadth with black people, then yeah, it's easy for you to fall for the Molyneux and all that kind of bullshit where at some point you goose stepping in the back of the white people, in
Exactly.
the back of
Right.
the white people, you
Hmm.
know?
And that's so like there's so I didn't grow up around Better You, right? I didn't grow up around AB, but there's certain terms and words that I will use and they will get it. And we're literally from all different parts of the country, right? And it goes back to somewhat of the video that I put up of the young lady speaking about going to these white schools and whatnot. But okay, she's reeling from some stuff from high school and her youth. But when you're an adult in your 30s, 40s, 50s, right, and you still kind of have this missing piece, because you just weren't around black folks, or you kind of took to some of this language of certain white folks, and you didn't get it until it was too late, right? You woke up one day in prison because your white friend set you up. You woke up in one day on the wrong side of a interracial divorce. You woke up one day on the like, and it's just you woke up one day on the wrong side of being called an N-word, and it killed you inside. Like, yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Stop talking
You
about that.
woke up paying a white, elbow to a white man.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, can I?
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me
Go ahead.
get.
Hey, so can I come in and say something right
Hold
quick?
on. Wait a
All
minute.
right. So, and going back to your point about the followers and whatnot, right?
Hello?
So again,
We can hear
when
you,
I'm
compassionate,
in,
but
Oh,
let's
yeah,
do
yeah.
Big Kev, AB, and then compassionate. Go ahead, y'all.
yeah, but in regards to that, again, what I would basically say is that again, it's like, you know, if you could basically say it, looking at the sociology, I'm like, there is no epidemic of quote unquote black fatherlessness. There is no epidemic of fatherless homes. What happens is that, um, you white racist simps, you pro black simps, and these misandrous black females, y'all have totally destroyed any semblance of honor or integrity associated with being a family man. All right. So, and then in regards to a larger issue, it's like the reason why y'all keep creating this whole fatherless narrative is simply because um, the radical leftists and the neoliberal conservatives, y'all try to replace fathers with child support, alimony, welfare, and even stepdads. Um, it failed because, of course, it's because it was dumb. So instead of simply accepting the fact that your social experiment was a failure, you created the whole deadbeat dad myth to explain away your failed policies.
Mm.
So that's just how I kind of look at that. I'm like, all it is just the same thing goes when it comes to the whole pull yourself up by the bootstrap narratives, which by the way it's a figurative language describing literally doing the impossible. So just think about that. So yeah, when they talk about that stuff, it's literally all it is just deflecting accountability. That's all it is. deflecting accountability away from themselves. It's basically a roundabout way of saying even though I'm in power, these things that happen are not my fault. So,
I shouldn't be
so
held accountable for my actions that screwed over
right,
everyone, including myself.
Yeah.
exactly. It's literally just I shouldn't be held
Serious.
accountable for what I did. So,
No,
and then in
seriously.
regards to yeah, and then in regards to the whole so-called black people getting together again, the issue within the community is that number one, it's these delusions of grandeur. As one guy pointed out on Twitter, is that it's these delusions of grandeur where people who are narcissistic keep trying to preach to people who are gullible. All right, where they keep trying to expect this grandiose, you know, utopian race unity narrative, as opposed to just people giving out like helpful advice and kind of like working towards the same goal. It's either that or what you have on the other end is you have people who they bitch and whine about quote unquote us not being powerful or quote unquote they bitch and whine about black men
Yeah.
not being quote unquote good leaders, but these are the same people who undermine good leaders and who are shitty followers. So you say you want
Don't
strong
talk
male
about the
leadership, but
Pandora
then
Africans
when
like
you
that.
get competent strong male leadership, you undermine the shit. So you don't
No,
want
what
that
they
shit.
really
So
mean is competent
right,
cleanup men, a competent
exactly.
community that cleans
Competent
up
Captain
when
Save a
I do.
hose.
Yeah, exactly. And when we
Competent
say save
Captain
a hole,
Save a
I'm not
hose.
even just only talking about the women. I'm talking about anybody that buys into this idea that I should be able to do what I want and then call on community when the shit fails. When I didn't stick to the script, I
Yeah.
didn't play my position or my role, and I fucking crashed this Ferrari off the edge of the cliff, and
Exactly.
somebody come save me, take this shit up, fix it, clean it, and then give me back the keys.
This is basically what we see within the in group or what we like to call the black community is like basically what we're actually seeing is like the byproducts of a deterioration of the in group itself, and it's basically a bunch of talking point-ism. So the whole within the black community, all we operate on is talking points, like you were just saying, like pull yourself up, and we need leaders. It's no depth to it because it's not an actual functional in group. We're not actually
Well,
functioning
it's
together.
Compassion, I
because
gotta cut you. I gotta cut y'all off. I'm sorry. I got it because compassionate just triggered this thought. Goddamn you, compassionate. Ain't nothing that annoy me more. Oh, I'm lying. There's a lot of stuff that annoy me more. But this is one of the things that annoy is when you're watching exactly what you're saying, compassionate. When you're watching a clip and the brothers and the sisters start waxing poetic with all the corny,
Yeah.
dumb, annoying, said a zillion times already ass
Yep.
lines. You know what
Yep.
the problem is that we don't value this and we be
Yeah.
spending our money on that
That's
and
all
we
we
don't want to
have at
live
this
amongst
point.
each other. Oh
Yeah.
my God, ain't nothing
Basically,
annoy me more. Jesus Christ. Go
when
ahead.
you hear
yeah,
black folks
because
talking intra-group
Mhm.
sorry, bro. When you hear
Mhm.
black folks talking, all it is talking points. Like you said, that's basically what this space goes under the talking points and starts to try to unpack. Okay, what do we mean by leaders? Okay, what do we mean by family? What do we mean by support? What do we mean by community? And then that's when you start the kicking and flailing starts, because it's not really. We're at the point where we're operating strictly on talking points, and
Yeah.
if your simp chip or your culture, your enculturation doesn't activate when somebody says you need to be a leader, then you're off code, and then we descend further into division,
Isn't that an
essentially.
exaggerated version of what we're witnessing in America as you watch neoliberalism strip
Yes.
everything of its actual meaning? It's
Yes.
just the only thing left is the shell.
Yeah.
It's the words,
Yep.
but it's not the actual meaning behind it
And
or under it. Go ahead. Go ahead.
what it brought to, like Uru said it. He said, like you said, when you have like when we talked about it last panel, like when we're operating with like almost without a foundation, and like Uru just said, like it used to be if you had more of a in group or a group you could actually orientate yourself by, then when you go out into the out group, like essentially what like a lot of what I hear when we talk in this conversation about how we engage with the white manosphere or white men kind of starting to see the same pattern that the gynocracy has. It's the question I have is like how are black men supposed to engage? What would be the proper, because you've been laying out this whole stream, essentially what's the improper way of engaging with, essentially, just to keep it simple, we're out group males engaging with and in Congress with, and then now at this point kind of discussing politically issues with the in group, which is the white, I guess the white status group, I guess you would call it. They're not, you can go into a different story about what their whiteness means, but how are we supposed to engage? Should we just recenter the conversation like, nah, bro, this shit is about race. It's always been about race. But we already know that they don't want to go down that road because that kind of invalidates their whole
Then you
purpose.
mocking. I got it. So for me, it's first you have to remember that you're the out group. I think way too many brothers don't realize that they're out group. Way too many brothers do not realize that you are part of the out group, and that is how you will remain probably throughout American history. Right. That doesn't mean you can't achieve. That doesn't mean you can't do. That doesn't mean that that you can't get for yours and yourself. Right. But it does mean you're part of the out group. So that's number one. Number two, I am about, and this is what a court gesture comes in. I'm about making fun of. I'm about mocking. I'm about reminding. I'm about saying, I told you so. All those people that laugh, the white dudes that laugh, that think it's funny, or they ignore us, or y'all weak asses, and what I was trying to say earlier was pussy ass bitch, right? So these motherfuckers act like we some pussy ass bitches when we talk about this race shit. Cool, nothing. Okay, fine, cool. When white dudes run head first into the fucking growing white matriarchy, right? When they went head first into the few of them the women that's even more advanced on that shit, and they gynocratic, you bring that shit up. You make think pieces about that shit. You remind them, and if we have that shit saved, you play the audio of the people that said, "Oh yeah, no, that's not real. These white guys are making. I mean, black guys are making this up." And da-da-da. You bring that up, and then you show what happened, and you're like, "Yeah, we're making it up, right?" That's what you do. That is the beauty of our space right here, is that we can remind them, and just like Angry Guy did, which is apparently white dude. You remind them, oh yeah, y'all thought it was a joke until it started happening to you.
Oh yes.
And you can't escape this with your whiteness. Yeah, go ahead.
You got him with the Dave Chappelle joke when he was talking about Nancy Reagan and the opiates. Just say no. How about that?
Right, like that, and that's but and just for me, this is important because what we're doing here, if you want to advance black boys and men, and you're watching the Richard Reeds get millions of dollars. You're watching this shit that like they're like, yo, we have to bring the boys back online because we can't go any further without them.
But that's the catch. That's the catch, though. We're talking to the out group. We're relative to us. We're out group. They're in group. And as much as we might be right, and like what you've been laying out, much of white identity is built on not acknowledging that racial component. So it really, I don't see how we can even really, it's not even so much building a bridge. It's so much, like you said, we be right by staying on point and like you said, pulling that Chappelle joke out and constantly reiterating. But at a certain level, they're out group, or we're out group relative to them. So it boils down to, okay, if they accept our premise that nah, nigga, y'all just been on some racist shit and it's all collapsed and backfired and now it's fucking y'all. I don't see white men at large accepting that and then saying, all right, black guys, black out group guys, we now understand where you're coming from, and we're gonna attenuate the hierarchy and try to compete fairly.
What is the most human, or not even human, what is the most animalistic nature that we have? Self-interest.
Exactly.
So you always remind them, nigga, no matter what you do, Timmy is tied to my ankle, nigga. You can't throw me overboard without little Timmy falling off overboard too. You can't fling me over. You tried it already. That's the whole point.
Right. That's the Negro problem.
Go ahead.
Don't talk about the opioid addiction.
This is my point. Exactly. That's my. You tried throwing us overboard. You throw yourself overboard too. Go ahead.
We know let
me get in because
let AB go. Go.
No, seriously though, they threw crack at our neighborhoods. Now look at the opioid epidemic. They're losing. They're losing dudes by the thousands.
Yes, worse actually.
It's worse than that shit. I've seen the methadone things. They're undercounting them numbers, and those people have to go get that.
And you're in the Midwest. I know you see that shit.
It looked. I thought I was at a party. It was out the door around the corner. I was like, "Is this a club or something?" and those people have to get that shot every day, even on Sunday. Every day they have to go get that shot
Shit's
every day
crazy.
just to stay normal. That's what happens when those drugs hit in your bodies. It's not as easy as people think that you can just quit cold turkey one day. Your body's like, what the hell's wrong with you? Where's the drug? And the
Yeah,
body,
the
your body will
withdrawal
start
symptoms.
working,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and your body will start fucking with you.
But see,
So,
my issue is past performance has dictated that when
And
they
after this, we'll
confronted,
let Vincent go ahead.
yeah,
go.
my bad, I don't want to
Mhm.
overdo it. But
No, go and then
when
we'll get Vincent.
confronted, when white males are confronted with the Negro problem, like you're saying that we're inextricably linked to the outcomes of basically the nation. Their solution was to exterminate us basically every time. All right, cool. If y'all are inextricably linked, send their ass to Libya or send their ass to Africa, or slowly but surely exterminate them. Because if that's the case, their answer isn't ever, okay, if that's the case, let's level the playing field to save our own sons, and by default we'll end up saving the outgroup sons. That ain't gonna be their answer. I guess that's what the tree that I'm beating around.
And I think then I'm about putting it in their face. But, well, good sacrificing your sons then.
Right.
I'm about putting it in their face. Okay, fine. Well, if you want to sacrifice your sons, then so be it. Right? Because not only are we inextricably linked, you can't exterminate us out of this shit now. Like you can, but you can't. Right? Because number one, you're talking about like 40 some odd million people. When you count the Africans too, which you're gonna send them home, the ones that are 2 and 3 generations deep now. Number one, number two. America's position on the planet has a lot to do with black people. I'm not even just talking about our inventors and thinkers and Martin Luther King and whatnot. I'm talking about everything from the mass media consumption around the world to the standing of America to America could claim any type of America could not claim any moral anything if it wasn't for black people. Not a single anything. Right? So everything that America has some link to black people. So throwing Tyrone overboard will throw Timmy overboard. Period. And you're in the era of already a population decline. Let's say black people black people disappeared from America. All damn near almost 50 million. That's a chunk of 50 million. There's a reason why you just bought in all these damn immigrants. What are you going to do now? Empty all of South America of immigrants? Go ahead.
Real quick, you do know why Jim Crow started, right? The real reason why Jim Crow started. It turns out that slavery was about 60 to 70% of the U.S.'s GDP. Translation: these lazy motherfuckers couldn't make that up, so they had to come up with a system to put us back on the plantation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's the word sharecropping.
Yeah.
But AB, that's to my point. So to answer Z, to reply to what you just said, okay, the case that you can't really exterminate is cool. They figured that out a minute ago, to AB's point. So we'll just render you niggas useless and at the bottom of the total barrel perpetually. If we can't get rid of you, we'll just render you. And just some of those tactics have leaked out and starting to render some of their
that's what I was
boys.
going to. Yep.
And the question, them useless.
But the question is, is that an acceptable casualty of war?
For them, yes, until it bites too far up. They're willing to sacrifice the poor, and that's why I kept on bringing up the Rust Belt. They're willing to sacrifice those sons. They're willing to even sacrifice a couple of middle class sons. But once you start biting into their operative class, the upper middle class and above, once too many of them feel the pinch, once too many of the judges' sons and nephews get caught up by a resentful ex-wife or baby mama, once that start happening, that's when they're like, okay, now we got to do something about this. And I'm about linking them all the way to it. I'm about Keisha marrying them and destroying their little white sons. I'm okay. I'm okay. Oh yeah, Keisha gonna Keisha eventually, Brad. And we already know. Oftentimes, Brad deletes her. We know, but not all the time, huh?
Yeah.
I'm okay with Keisha divorcing you and trying to take half, so you can see what this feel like, huh?
And I think that's I agree. I think the best route, the messaging we could take into those spaces when we find ourselves in.
If they want more Hillary Clintons to run around, who am I to stop them?
Exactly, but bro, I'm okay. I am okay with Yeah, because and there you see them, and a lot of it is hinged on racism. I'm not even going to pretend like it's not, but you see the way they're looking at Kamala, like I don't know, she qualified. I don't think she's not even presidential. Welcome to our world. We've been having to sit behind black girls and women that we ran circles around,
Dumb,
but somehow she
dumb,
got a degree and I don't.
dumb as a
Mm.
block of
Huh? So
no,
let's
I
let
take
Vince go real quick, and then AB
Yes,
finish up. Go ahead.
thank you for saving me some of the pinata. I
All
need to
right,
hit on this one.
that's funny. Go.
All right, so first of all, because I had a point and then something else came up. I don't think that the Eurocentric mind understand nature and understand people and how things work. They don't understand the ecosystem. I think they discount the fact that we're humans and things happen to us, things reverberate. So if things start
Mm.
with us and it catches, like a fart. Once in a while, like you forget you're setting someone up and not knowing that like little Timmy is connected to this like Marquise.
Vince, let me give you something to think about. Let me give you something to think about. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Consider this. It's not that they don't understand it or they don't appreciate it. It's that they're so arrogant they think they can avoid it. They think they can fly
Oh, it's
over
part
it.
of that
They
too.
think it won't affect them.
Right,
Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry
right,
about that.
right, right. That's
Mhm.
all up in there about understanding. 'Cause you're so arrogant, like nah. Carry
Right?
the
Yeah,
goods,
yeah,
divide the nigga.
y'all
They
stop talking about Hillary.
yeah. That's funny. That's
Facts
so
though.
funny. For real.
Y'all stop
yeah.
talking about Hillary
So
Clinton like that.
Mhm.
hey man, she called us super predators, man. I feel some type of way. She,
Hey, bro.
I
That's
mean,
why I ain't
look,
vote for her
my
lame
my
ass. Go ahead.
my second point, my main point, what I wanted to say is shout out to Carla G. Woodson because we was talking about double consciousness, right? Shout out to Carla G. Woodson. I wonder, I need to go see what he would have thought about feminism and what it turned in today, because it's something peculiar when I start looking at like I'm real big on culture. I try to remain what we cultivated from the 80s and 90s and bring it with me into the world and reality. All the things I learned how to survive and maintain. So when I look at feminists, and I look at our sisters, our cousins, the ones who went to the PWIs and needed a way to find their identity, and also the women who look like us, who share space and time with us, who found their blackness in college and stuff. I see a bit when I look at like their graphics and the way they speak their dialect, their slang, the way they talk. It is neutered of black culture. You
Hmm.
know, they're black by appearance, but not black by culture. So again,
This
that's
nigga
stuff.
just said half these sisters are cultural appropriating black culture.
Yeah, that's what they're
Basically.
doing.
That's facts.
And
Should
the
it
shit
come
is
as a surprise? Should it come
yeah.
as a surprise?
Hysterical. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And
Finish
the
up,
shit
Vince.
is lame. I'm not gonna lie. Like if it was cool, I think I'll appeal to it more. But it's kind of low key corny. That's just me. Their graphics and stuff is a little bit, but I
No,
think that go ahead.
no. Go ahead and finish up. Go ahead.
I'm gonna finish up. I think that again, it goes back. The whole is this arrogance that between the Eurocentric thing, like it's all Eurocentric thing, the way that the American white man is looking at things, and the way that feminists, which is Eurocentric thinking, is looking at things, and they're not looking at the whole of things. That's why they're myopic. They're not looking at the other side of things. They're so immediate. They're not looking at the scope of things. They're not looking at how things play out. And I'm going
Stop
to.
talking about the
I mean,
neocons like that.
Mhm.
miraculously, niggas know how to swim because you get thrown off of boats long enough, you start seeing how people,
Hmm.
fail. Not learning how to swim. I don't think little Timmy know what it's like to, be, without a paddle. I think a lot of niggas do, and I think that's where we are, how things are. You also said it yesterday that
Mhm.
it's going to be ironic where the unlikely hero is going to be, Marquise. He's going to be the
Yeah.
shining example of what
You want me to say it
America.
again for you, Vince? I'll say it. I've been saying it. It's going to be black men that drag this country, kicking and screaming, into what it is on paper.
Facts.
I
But
It
believe
see,
ain't
it
gonna be
was
nobody else.
yeah.
I believe it was
Everybody,
Seneca.
Mhm.
Okay.
Real quick. Real quick. Let me read this, and then we'll let
everybody
Vince finish.
looked at.
No, go ahead, Vince. Finish up, and then I'll read this. Go ahead.
Oh,
Hello?
I'm finished. Okay.
Yeah.
Everybody who looks at the black man as an outgroup of all the things that we've, you know, all the things that we've endured and developed and against all odds and everything. Everybody who looked down at us, everybody going to be like, "All right, man, damn," and then we're going to fix it and be like, it's going to be a collective. Oh, damn, like you know what I mean? All right, shit, go do it, and then that's just going to be, what it is. And we're going to just once again make history. That's just what we do. How the hell are we going to have civilization and leave the people who actually cultivated civilization out of the whole mix of things?
Arrogance.
Hey Z,
Yeah.
Z, real quick, do you know what we need to tell these people? And I know some people are gonna hate this reference, but you know it's the truth. Until you do right by me,
Yeah, I said it. I'm right.
everything you think about gonna crumble.
Everything you going to do is going to crumble, mother.
No, but it's true. No, but I mean, like that is so. So
But she was right to say
that's
that.
so 100% on point. It's so 100% on point.
She was right to say that in the context of that story, but not only just apply to black women and black men, that could go the other way around. I'm just saying.
No, it really is that. Real quick, better you. And Congru says, I really want to actually have y'all speak on this in a minute. Congru says, I have literally experienced white people assemble like Voltron to box out a ninja, and then get back to hating each other. Yeah, no, definitely.
That's the eighth wonder of the world to watch white people do that shit. If you ain't watched that shit as a black man, it's a magic trick.
It's a magic trick. I've been on the wrong side of that. Not because I was kissing ass and unaware. It's exactly because I wasn't. I've been on the wrong side of that shit.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If I can get a chance to say anything.
Go ahead, Never.
Okay, thank you. Oh, by the way, before I say, I gotta put shameless plug on Hulu. There's gonna be a revamp of South Beach Toe, and you're gonna see me towing Mr. ZZ and him chasing my black ass.
I don't know if you can. I mean, like, yeah, you could get the Z on the tow truck. It gotta be a flatbed. It gotta be a flatbed. You can't mess up the Z.
I'll fuck it up.
It's mad.
Don't worry, I will. I'll be extra careful. I'll be extra careful. Of course, he was crying like a bitch about it. Anyway, I think a lot of people forget like how what's his face said about what Congruous said about boxing dudes out. There's you see it in the media how they're trying to how they look down upon us. I mean, how many Planet of the Apes movies are there out there? First of all, you know what the sign is about that. Can I get a hysterical, please?
Hysterical.
Can I get a hysterical? Thank you. Thank you, Compassion. I mean, secondly, the King Kong movie that came out recently with Godzilla, that just shows what they think of Asians and blacks. But there's a French movie that comes to mind when you talk about boxing dudes out and shit. It's called the English title is called Series of Bad Weddings. It's a series of movies. The first movie talks about a French couple, upper middle class French couple in an upper part of France, and they have 4 daughters, liberal-minded, centralist, whatnot. But here's the problem: all the first 3 daughters are married to non-white French nationals. The first one was married to an Asian. Yeah, no, hold on. The first one was married to an Asian dude. The second, and he's a restaurateur. The second one marries a lawyer. But here's the problem: he's North African and Muslim. The third one marries an entrepreneur, but he's not. He's a small hat. The final one, she gets to marry. She tells her parents, "I'm marrying a young man. His name is Charles, which is French for Charles, and he's Catholic. Oh, I got to meet him." Much to their shock, he's black. Now the three husbands, they've been shitting on each other, take shots at each other like they want, because the French culture, and but they're cool, but they all try to be nice with the father-in-law. But when they find out the youngest sister-in-law is going to marry a black dude, all hell breaks loose, and they are like, "Oh, we can't have that. We can't have that." And you see the battle between the brother who's Senegalese, by the way, Senegalese French, and his father with his bride-to-be's father, and it's just interesting how race and everything comes into pass, especially in the sequel when the youngest daughter, she gives birth to their first child, and the baby comes out black, and the French parents are like, we didn't think he'd be born black, but the black parents, especially the father, he was just boasting about it, That is the strength of African power right there.
Right.
But you see from films like that. I mean, hell, there's another movie I can think of. It's called in French, Il est âgé, which means he haven't had your eyes. Story of a black couple adopting a white baby. It's a French movie. Really funny ass shit. The sequel that comes to it. But it shows you what they think of us. They think of y'all. But let's not forget also where they also need black people. And that is in athletic endeavors. I mean, Eddie Griffin said this. All right, you get rid of all the black people. You know what that also means, black folks? You know what that means, white folks? No more gold medals, no more winning track and field events in the IAAF and whatnot. No more dream team when it comes to basketball.
But I think white people be willing to trade that.
Yeah, they'll sacrifice that. They'll sacrifice that.
Not really, because you see a lot of them bringing all our black asses to their national team.
No.
This is a question I got. Just real quick, Z, for the whole panel. Namer, this is to you, but to the whole panel. Can you reconcile out-group status through open, honest discourse with the in-group?
No.
Only you gotta be some spook that sat by the door type shit. I think when we have this, wait,
before you go into that, what were you gonna say to that?
The only thing that makes those type of societal changes is how to put it, either blood or treasure. If you get what I'm saying.
You said blood or what? I didn't catch the last part.
Treasure.
Either blood or treasure.
Right. So basically, we saying like an uninformed look at the civil rights movement, you would think it was just open, honest, honorable black men taking milkshakes and smacks to the face without retaliating. That actually what passed that legislation and would actually change society. But when you really take a closer look, you see it was a lot of it was some subterfuge, even on our part, on Martin's part at least. There was some. He was thinking bigger than just, we just got to show these white people how evil they are, and then they'll see their ways.
Yep.
So we got to remember that as we go forward. I don't think we can address like even this to the whole topic of the show is like how we reconcile these white boys starting to understand getting a little taste of what it feels like to be an out-group.
But they're experiencing the class element of being out-grouped, not the racial element and the class element of being out-grouped. And they don't even know how to reconcile with the class element.
They kind of are experienced because all the white boys think everybody hates white men.
I don't think they really believe that. I think that's some bullshit that they say. So they know when we say it, we mean it, and right. Go ahead.
Bullshit. Like
right.
Bullshit.
So like, they know that's that bullshit, right? So no, they know that when we say it, we mean it, and they know we mean it. When they say it, it's the and they're pulling their women shit, right? It's the woe is me. I'm not getting what I want. I don't get to run around overtly being a terror to the planet anymore. Not as overtly. It's, you know what it is? It's a travesty that I got to be covert with my bullshit now. My granddad used to be able to walk around here, fuck hoes, kill this nigga, kill that fucking Indian person, go rape this fucking Latino family, and then go back home, come back to America or Europe, and live a good, peaceful life afterward. It's not fair that I got to be covert about the shit and hide the shit, right? And apparently the world hates me as a white dude because I can't go around and do what you, right? Exactly. Yeah. It ain't fair.
Lion said it too. Again, their issue is entitlement. They want to be born in the end zone. They don't want to have to drive in on like the 15-10 yard line going in. They want to be able to just be born in the end zone. They want to be born scoring a touchdown.
Well, honestly, we in a sense, in a perfect world, if Black Manosphere got their way, our sons would be born without having to be in the negative.
Yes,
we'll be born.
But notice what you said. Born not having to be in the negative. That's not what Big Kev is saying. Big Kev is saying they want to be on the other side. Yeah, exactly.
First and 10 and first and 20 is a big difference.
Right.
Exactly. Like they want to just be able to basically whip the dick out and say, hey, one of you hoes come and suck it. You know what I mean? Like that type of shit.
And I get what you're saying.
Big Kev, you still doing to it. For the ones that want to be on some gorilla pimping joint, yeah, they want to have to say it and say it aggressively, right? They get off on that. But the other ones don't even want to have to say it. They want her to offer.
Exactly.
So they want life to offer them shit, not that they have to work. Forget just working for it, or when you want it, you point to it. No, they want life to offer them shit.
But see, Z, this is what we got to reconcile. We're different men in that sense, and a lot of times, I think this might be Achilles' heel of ours. We actually think it's honor and virtue in actually earning what we get. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Vince.
Well, it's not even so much that, but it's just like,
hold on, you stepping on him.
When you don't
wait, Big Kev, let Vince go and then Big Kev, go ahead. Oh, you're breaking. Oh, Vince, you're breaking up. That's why. Yeah. Okay, say that again.
Okay, all right, am I back?
Yeah, you're right.
But wouldn't that make them delusional?
Yes. They created an entire ecosystem over the past few centuries. Of course, they're delusional.
They be delusional relative to out-group males, but in the society they built, that they, like to y'all point, they built a society where white males of a certain class were born Super Bowl champs already. Yeah, they didn't have to earn it, and then they're frustrated they can't keep that system going. Cool, that's the system they wanted. I get that, and as out-group males, we don't operate by that same schema. We operate by the, you get what you earn, you get what you deserve, and you need to be prepared to work for what you get. We got to reconcile.
You're talking about we need to actually reconcile with reality.
No, you're right.
No, I like the way he said it.
You're right. Black men have to actually confront reality, not some artificial system or environment that's just molding it in your favor. Right. Nothing. That's the natural state. My point is, when interacting and engaging with the culture of men that don't operate by that, it's not going to work by appealing to them by saying, "Bro, you just got to recognize you just got to earn your wealth now." You got to earn. You can't pillage and steal. You got to use through your talent, through your cultivated skill. That ain't going to work with a group of men who terraform the world to tilt everything towards them. So my point is, we can't be just like I said with the civil rights. We can't, like Z, you said earlier, your strategy is to basically hold reality up to their face. That nah, nigga, this is the reality of it. We'll accept it or not. They're not going to accept this shit. They rather die or kill whoever they have to kill, get rid of, do whatever they have to do to slant this bitch towards them. They're not going to say
their systems will crash, and that's what you're seeing now. So they're trying to they're trying to prop up the white boys and the white men now. That's what this is. When our sons were sinking, when they went and they not forget just witness, they sabotage our sons along with white women and white and black women, and they watched our sons sinking, and they thought that their sons were safe, and then they saw the Cheney yanking their son into the water, and now their son's nose is damn near under the water, and they're like, oh shit. Right, exactly. So yeah, so they can't probably real quick, Nemo. So that's why they're fucking in emergency mode, because the outcomes of men is linked to the women, and what the propaganda is now is that these lonely men and these men are lonely, and they might start deleting themselves more and more, and it might be they might take some people out when they do delete themselves, and this is a social issue. And so we don't want to actually talk about how many of our daughters are actually deleting themselves. Also, how many of our daughters are actually complaining in our ear? How many of our daughters are being a bigger tax burden than they would have been normally because they never got married? Yes, antidepressants. How many of our daughters are now starting to consider not going to college because what's the point? Ain't no boys there, ain't no men there, right?
Yep.
So
and the rising costs.
Right, so like this is the thing that it's we don't want to say that we kind of messed up, so we'll hyper focus on how the men and the boys are going to be an issue for the society if they don't get into school, and if they don't get married, and if they don't have children. What we won't say, because this will be tacitly admitting that we might have done this the wrong way and the wrong thing, is how this is affecting the girls and how that's affecting the taxes and childbearing and child rearing and the U.S. economy.
I got a much simpler solution to all of that.
How can we get men to embrace their familial duties without offering any type of incentives? How do we
Exactly.
get these men to serve the society without providing any incentives?
Oh,
That's
Big
all
Kev,
it
you ain't
comes
hear me
down
say
to.
it? Wait, yo,
Yeah,
wait, yo,
all it is.
wait, yo. Richard Reeves already told us it's a man's job to overproduce.
Yeah, no, fuck that shit.
Right, exactly.
Right.
That's my response. So Richard Reeves sees us saying, "All right, fine, I'll just be indifferent and apathetic to the plight of your daughters." And so, and it's not just him.
Yeah.
He's speaking for, the elite men, and the very educated men, right? The technocrats also, which is not it's your job to overproduce. And like you're saying, for who?
Well,
Hold on. The issue is not whether men should overproduce, because males, in proportion to females, have always overproduced it. You don't survive as a species of mammals, much less primates, if the males are not essentially doing more.
Yeah,
To
surplus,
protect,
basically.
to
Yeah.
preserve, to build. So that's not the question. The response to Reeves should be, okay, what do you give to the men to incentivize them to continue to produce?
Exactly. What
Well,
Because
what
okay,
is
for
so
men, let me
Wait,
finish.
let Black Room.
Because historically, men received intangible things from society, from women, from being a father and having children, having a son with your name. You receive these intangible things to compensate for the greater tangible contribution that you make. So when you have that conversation, you have to ask them, what are the guys going to get? And you got to make them be real specific about what they're going to get. And then that's when you get back into what the women are supposed to do, which then make for some very interesting discussion.
You know what they're gonna have
okay,
to do? Hold on, wait.
Let me read this real quick, y'all. Let me read this real quick, and then we'll have Meech after this. And KMS says on four, and this is a good
I'll be after Meech.
well good, and KMS says on forming alliances, don't accept the black tax from black women, don't accept the black discount from white men. True. I'm not paying a penalty to be with you, black women. I'm not accepting a discount towards a common goal, white men. Hashtag know your worth. And I agree with this 100. I will say this to what Black Uru was saying real quick before Mish goes. So there's already somewhat of an answer to that. You have I think we're supposed to just go for, creating a legacy through getting wealthy and creating businesses or having your name stamped on a building or something like that. Because when you listen to Reeves speak about women's exit power through divorce, when you listen to, like we were saying earlier, the overproduction, and yeah, he's speaking overproduce, but what I'm reading from him saying overproduce, it's your job to overproduce for your society, for your nation, for your state, for your city, even if you will not ever have children, even if you will not ever get married, even if you don't, it's your duty. Right?
Then
hold on a moment.
you have to.
Okay,
then
so
you have to
wait, Mitch, we are elder privilege, so let Black we'll finish with that, and then we'll get you. Go ahead, go ahead.
I mean,
Black
then you have to ask them, at what point in human history have you expected the males to give everything, to give their life, and to get nothing? Show me when that has been a thing. Show me when where you've had an enduring, productive society where the men give and do everything, and don't get the status of being a man, don't get the status of being a leader, of being a husband, of having something ingratiated in law, in religion, that gives special disposition to men, special disposition to husbands, special. Show me where in human history that has occurred, Professor Reeves.
Chattel slavery.
Well, you know what? Well, see, here's the thing, right? But even chattel slavery, they didn't really consider you an American. See, we have to understand something.
Well, no, chattel slavery is a great response. So then my response to that is, so you expect men to accept enslavement. That is what you expect, Professor Reed.
And actually,
they expect you to accept being an American. And what they've done is,
make these white men feel like only if you're white in this country are you truly an American. I don't care what anybody says. Ask
not just white,
anybody,
but not just white, but rich
to
and
picture.
white.
Ask somebody to picture
Not
what an American is, and it's going to instantly be a photo of a white family. That's it. That is, they can say whatever it is that we want to say. They can tell you, look, we live in a country right now, and Black Uru can attest to this, where they have repeatedly said, there was a time when, followed by a white man could do this, and a white man would have to put his eyes down or cross the street or answer you with saying yes, sir, or some shit like that. They've been literally cultivated. These people have been homegrown to see themselves as the superior people, not just in this country, but on the entire planet. And that is owed to them. It's been told to them through education, through religion, through government, through social programs, through anything you can think of. So to them, they are this is their right. They have, and there's a term Mr. Z uses that I like: negative liberty. They are literally the right to. They have a God-given right to negative liberty, and anything that goes against that is against God and it is against nature. It's immoral for you to tread on their right for you to tread on their right to tread on other people's right.
I swear, Vince. It sound wait, real quick, Vince. It sounded like you wasn't gonna finish that statement, and I was gonna finish it for you, Meech, because when you were saying it's their God given right to tread on people, it's their God. You're getting in the way of their God given right to tread on others, and that is is essentially one of the issues that the elite, the average white dude, I think, want to engage in this also, right? But for elite, for the wealth builders of the world, um, or better, said that wrong. Wealth hoarders of the world. There you go, Z. That is really what it is. As a matter of fact, when Anand Girgidas interviewed Jamie Dimon about Jeff Bezos and people having to pee in bottles so that they can drop their packages off on time. There's a pun in there.
Yeah.
Right. Jamie Dimon said to him, like, man, but you know them people be lazy. This is a billionaire. Jamie Dimon said that shit to Anand Girgidas, a journalist he knew was writing a book about winner take all. Go ahead.
Let me say this before I get. Let me say this before I jump off of here.
Real quick, y'all. Let me wait. Meech is about to jump off, and then we're gonna let Black Uru go, and then I think that was Vince in the background. So Meech, go ahead because you're about to jump off, and then let's let Black Uru say what he's gonna say.
I've been saying this to y'all for years. I want you to picture, first of all, the environment we've come up in here in the United States, right, and in the West, right, being black men. We came up having to deal with shit that they haven't dealt with. Imagine them having to, all of a sudden, you're throwing somebody into boiling hot water right now, and then you're going to take them out and you're going to throw them into some icy cold water, and they haven't had to deal with that kind of shock that we've had to deal with. And then on top of that, now they have to compete. Not only are you taking away their ability to slow Mr. Z down in this race, but on top of that, you're having to make them start off at the same line that Mr. Z starts off at, knowing goddamn well they've bred Mr. Z to be faster than them, and their women are watching the whole damn time. Y'all take it easy.
Okay, and thank you for coming up, Meech. Go ahead, Black Uru.
Well, sometimes I wish you guys would let me respond because most time when I interject, I'm responding to the actual point that's being made. So, because I'm glad you mentioned Diamond. You know, there's a historical reference and response to Diamond that I think men, including white men, are going to have to consider, and is commonly referred to as the French Revolution. Now, there is going to come a point when a cleansing is going to, because I'm glad that the level of arrogance and haughtiness is rising amongst the plutocratic class. Because back in the day, the diamonds were smart enough to keep their fucking mouths shut publicly about that kind of thing. But as history has proven, the more the plutocrats have gotten power and dominion, the more frivolous they, let them eat cake shit starts to settle in.
Yep.
And I do think at some point, those people are going to have to be dealt with in a more biblical sort of way. Because when you look at how things are and where they're getting to, there's a level of impunity about which they're going about doing things that you're not going to be able to just bloodlessly resolve. And I'll end it there.
I'll add on to what Black Uru was saying by saying when whoever the hell they were trying to short that GameStop stock. There we go. And you know, average and a little bit above average men betted for it, right? They didn't try to bet against it and short the stock. And a lot of uber rich dudes lost some money. There was this white dude, chubby white dude, that was damn near crying and saying they can't do this type thing, right? So you know you're gambling when you're in the stock market. You know you're gambling your money. You know what can happen. Dude literally was crying because this is how entitled. I'm speaking to their entitlement, going to what Black Uru was saying. They're so entitled. They should be able to short GameStop stock and watch it go bankrupt and gain from that. And the fact that people a tier or 2 or 3 under them, right, caught them with their pants down, caused dude to say this is not fair. They shouldn't be able to do that. Think about the level of entitlement, and this goes to what Meech is saying. You can't tread on me for attempting to tread on them. And I'm not here to try to stand or protect GameStop in that respect. But it's just watching the level of entitlement that I should be able to break this company apart in everybody's face, right? And watch them go bankrupt in everyone's face, right? And you shouldn't stop me, you plebes, right? That's next level. Y'all go ahead.
Well, the only reason why do you think they focus?
Go ahead.
No, go finish that on Black Uru, and then we'll get Vince. Go ahead.
Why do you think they hate Madoff so much?
Yeah, he played.
They hate
He played
Madoff because he played rich and famous people.
Yeah.
He played some rich and famous small hat people.
Yep.
That's why they hate Madoff. Not because of what he did, but because of who the fuck he did it to.
Yes. Same thing with
See,
Amy
they're
Holmes.
supposed to steal from the rest of us, like what happened in 2007.
You're right, Liz Holmes.
They're supposed to steal from the rest of us, and Diamond was at the head of that shit. I mean, Diamond shouldn't even still be alive. And by the way, the Chinese deal with that shit the right way because they'll execute a billionaire. They'll do that.
No, but Black Ruby didn't say that the right way. They won't execute you. You will just be disappeared, and you might be sent to a re-education camp.
The thing is, the Chinese will the Chinese will make. They're supposed to execute some female billionaires.
Oh yeah. I heard about that. Yeah. I heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that.
It's Vietnam.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Vietnam.
It was in Vietnam. Yeah. It was
my bad. So no, there was a way in which the diamonds of the world were dealt with that we don't do over here, and part of the reason why you have what you have here is that those people have not, the renegade plutocrats, the people that were hanging out on that infamous island, they never paid their pensions. And so then they do even worse shit and worse things with impunity and get wealthier and wealthier and more powerful. And then we end up where we are.
No, that's true. It's true. I mean, I do agree with you about the level of arrogance of these people, and how they feel like they've insulated themselves to the point where they're literally building bunkers. And we know, like, this is the thing. like you should try to be hiding. Okay, hey, look, man, I'm trying to build this bunker because we done messed, we done screwed these people over, and they're gonna come for us eventually. But I don't want everybody to know that I'm building a however $1 million bunker, Mark Zuckerberg. Right? Like, so no, I agree with Black Uru on the level of arrogance that these people have currently. You're not supposed to necessarily know the financiers of whatever, right? You're not supposed to know the Koch brothers are moving in the background. You're not supposed to know what's the name, what's the one on the left that they keep on bringing up,
George Soros.
his Soros, yes, exactly, George Soros. You're not supposed to know these people's name. We know these people's name. Right? You know that Jeff Bezos threw a damn fit when Elon outbid him for the government contract and then went to his senator and then said, hey, get me in the deal. And then he got in the deal for real. Like, we're not supposed to know that, but they're that arrogant.
And these guys will sit at panels and on stages and like the diamonds, like the Soros, and wave their hand around. You think these guys think they're Zeus or Odin or somebody? Some of these guys act like they're gods.
I mean, in many ways, aren't they though, Black Uru? Aren't they lowercase g gods? I mean, if you can, one of the rappers that said I could make the weather change, and they really mean like I could jump on a private plane, private jet right now, and just fly somewhere else. Like, when you can make the weather change, when you can, I mean, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, whatever woman you want, when you can go, like Elon Musk, go to Twitter and be like, okay, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone, you're gone. Like, just fire entire teams. When you're literally worth 200 some odd billion dollars, $100 billion, and you have a few thousand employees, or you're like the Waltons and you're saying on about 2 million employees, right? Aren't you a lowercase g god? What makes you not a god?
I mean, look.
Right.
Greek mythology is very important because included in, and I'm saying this for a purpose, gentlemen. Please indulge me, because I'm saying this is old man wisdom. I'm saying this for a purpose, and I'm not even saying it necessarily for the purpose of black men. In fact, not really at all. Because really, what I'm trying to do is reacquaint some white men with their nature. Because their nature and their history has been to, at some point, get on top of a roof somewhere and settle some of these issues with these people. Because some of this stuff ain't gonna get fixed nicely, frankly. It's not. Historically, history tells you a lot of this shit don't get fixed nicely. And so we can talk about negotiating black men with white men. There's only so much you're gonna be able to negotiate with a white man when your dick is 3 inches longer than you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's only so much. It's only so much you're gonna be able to get him to understand, brothers. So that's gonna always be like, running up a hill, a greasy hill uphill. With white guys, you find the best leverage point you can in any relationship with them, and you vet and audit the shit out of it, because in the end there is going to be some betrayal at some point.
Yes.
And so the question is, do you get enough out of whatever relationship you have with them so that when the shit inevitably falls through, you gain more than you lost? Because you are going to sustain some loss at some point.
I agree with that.
That's just the way they are.
I agree with that, and I like I said, the level of arrogance, as Black Uru was saying, is it. Man, look, I've when people say I've forgotten more than you ever learned, like some of the quotes, I wish I could remember them. That this wealthy. We're not talking about like the robber baron era. We're talking about like over the past like 3 decades. I'm not even going to the 80s and whatnot. I'm talking about over the past 3 decades, the type of stuff that have come out of like these CEOs' mouths and stuff. It's like, what? I'm talking about the average person. It's crazy talk, but they mean it, by the way, right? And so we got BGS up here. Somebody was trying to speak, and then we'll get BGS in.
Yeah. I want to say, name you got noise in your line, so if you're not talking,
sorry.
Yeah. So if you're not talking, please mute. Yeah.
But yeah, was somebody trying to say something, and then we'll get Vince. Were you trying to? Oh,
I
go
was.
ahead, Vince, and then we'll
Yeah.
get BGS. Go ahead.
I'll make it brief. I think that the thing is the thing that makes them gods, the way I see it, right, is the capability, and I think that's why they
Mhm.
wanted black men to not be able to do much outside of labor because it's this capability that make
Mhm.
men gods. Secondly, it's like I'm just like, how long are we gonna be playing like make believe with these delusional, like these delusional, I don't know how to say it, but like we're playing imagination with delusionals, and it's like, do we really got to keep playing like delusion? We gotta keep going into the delulu stuff and like act like we're not
Vince, did
like
you ever watch The Matrix?
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
they made
What
six
was
of
the rule? What was the rule of The Matrix? If you died in The Matrix, what happened to you in real life?
You down in real life?
Don't you got to play the rules of The Matrix?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
I keep playing.
That
Okay.
how long do you got to play delusional with them? As long as they running shit.
Uh,
I'm saying.
well,
Yeah, I know, I know,
I'll
I
just,
know, I know. It's depressing. I know,
no,
I'll just,
but it is what it is.
you got to
Go ahead,
remember
BGS.
I'll
the
just.
theme of the. You got to remember the theme of the Matrix, basically, and that's
Mhm,
what Neo had to find out at the very end. Okay,
mhm,
you can destroy the Matrix, but the thing is, you're going to kill like 3 or 4 billion people in the process because the Matrix
mhm,
is what keeps people alive. Matrix is there for a reason.
mhm.
All right, so just let it do its so what
Uh, uh,
let it flip on the belly outside of the water and dry itself
What,
out.
what I'm saying is, it's not
Mhm.
flipping on the belly. Thing is, you don't know what the underworkings of the matrix actually is. So you think it's flipping on its
Right.
belly, okay? The thing is, if it wasn't there, you'd be back in the cave
Mhm.
Or in the jungle.
or in the jungle, yeah, or in the
Mhm.
jungle, okay? People don't. The thing is, people don't know. The thing is, you got to. That's why I understand blue pill, understand red pill, but things you got to understand black pill, how the matrix actually formed and why it does what it does, okay? And then
Mhm.
you try to make the matrix work for you. That's what you try to do.
Yo,
That goes
I
to
got
what Black Guru was saying.
BGS, I gotta get one thing on because I know you understand the astrology stuff, and I'm not the only one person who like. I gotta get this off, right?
Go ahead.
You understand how? So you understand the houses and stuff like that, right? So for
Hmm.
man, the archetype for the houses is Aries, correct?
For a man, is Aries.
Yeah, like
Talking
what
about,
represents man.
talking about masculine. It could be
Well, no,
Aries.
no, ma- the human man, like the male.
Mhm.
It could be. The actually the human
It,
man would be the original human man would be Leo.
so I, I can make that. We can make that a discussion. Because it's many things. Man's all 12 at one time, but like the quintessential man, the one who
Okay.
just like So just for I guess for concept, right? So
Hmm.
for man is Aries, because in the 12th house we have Pisces, which is sleep and drugs. That's what makes a man debilitated. If you don't work, he can't sleep. He can't sleep, he don't work. So the other
Hmm.
thing is for women, what represents woman is Cancer, and the 12th
Hmm.
house of Cancer is Gemini, which is what
Gemini is
they
actually
got there.
Gemini is
Huh?
actually masculine, and Gemini is actually
It
thought.
it,
Okay.
it is, but if you
Wait
use
a
the
minute.
house, if you
You're
use
gonna you're gonna have to put it together and kind of simplify it instead of trying to make it all
Mhm.
mystical. Okay.
okay, cool. I'm just give it to you, right? The self
Hmm.
undoing of women is their mouth. That's why they was like it's better if back in the day they was more thoughtful about what they said because words mean things, and when you just throw words out, it just the impact of words. So self undoing
Hmm.
is basically what we're seeing on social media, where they just getting on camera and just wilding out, speaking reckless and not understanding dudes are watching what is going on with what's being said. It's not just the pretty girls; it's a lot of them.
It's
They want you to watch actually.
it's because okay, it's because basically on social media you can drop your mask and say what you're
Mhm.
really thinking, and that's why come I love social media. That's why come I used to love the
Me too.
internet. Is because back in the day when it's nothing but text. Okay, why I would believe trolls because people can actually say what they really feel, say what they really think, and people have dropped the mask, and now people have gone that extra step. Now they're even showing their face while they're dropping the mask at the same time. So
So in person you
Right.
can get away with that because you have to interact with people. So and that's
Right.
your mask is your translation layer between you and the outside world. But thing is, what happens when all your outside world is a screen? Okay, so it's just you, so you don't have to pretend who you are. You can be who you are. You might not be
Exactly.
able to.
But
And what they
You might not be. Hold on a second. You might not be able to do it in the real world. Okay, but things on that screen, uh, on TikTok, on Twitter, on YouTube. Seeing there ain't nobody there to punch you in the face if you say something wrong, right? The screen doesn't hit back. All it does is receive, so you can say exactly what you feel and what you think. That's going to get people
but
spazzing out quick.
it
well
lags and time catches up.
No, no,
It's
no.
real
It's
quick.
not a. It's listen to what
I'm
I'm
listening.
saying, right? If you're gonna do this astrology, you got to think more than just lag time, right? Okay. What did I? If you follow
Okay.
me in astrology, you get especially with you got three parts of the psyche, right? You got your feelings,
Right.
you got your thoughts, and you got your mask is how you relate with the outside world, right? If you
Your
got
persona,
since you were a little
personality. Yeah.
since you were a little kid, your personality is a blend of all three, right? Okay. But the thing is, you out as a little kid, right? You say the fucking wrong thing, another little kid could punch you in the face or not like you or turn their back on you, right? Because there's real consequence in the real world. So your mask has to be able to relate to people, okay? Because that's real time, right? Okay.
Right.
When you're talking to a screen, okay, you're not relating to people. Your device, your camera, your phone, whatever doesn't talk back. All it does is receive. Okay, so there's no consequence. So what do? You can drop your mask. I can say exactly how I feel, exactly what I think, and I don't have to filter it because your mask is a filter. So what you're getting is unfiltered thought and unfiltered feeling. You get me?
Go ahead, Black Guru. You was
You
gonna
well
try to say
yeah.
something earlier?
I mean
You was
you have several other things, with respect to the mask in particular.
Mm-hmm.
um, because the mask is going to be a product, obviously, of upbringing,
Yes.
of who you're responsible to
Yeah.
and for,
Yeah.
who you're accountable to and
Yeah.
for. If
Mm-hmm.
you're from, for example, a very religious background,
Yes.
that's reinforced over
Y-
generations,
Your mask is
certain
in
things you ain't gonna publicly show or
it's
show a certain kind of way.
it's
Yeah,
your interface. It's your interface with the outside
yeah.
world, right? And it's trained by your environment, uh which is a mixture of your
so
personality.
that acts as filters. The
But
your
what happens when the infrastructure, the religion, the etiquette goes away?
And
Or
okay,
when that,
you
yeah.
still you still you okay, you still got to eat. You still got to deal with people. You still got to deal with nature. Okay, it never
But
goes away.
okay, on that point,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, because you still got to eat. But if I can still show myself, because one thing
Mm-hmm.
I'm observing in
Mm-hmm.
social media is,
Mm-hmm.
what's interesting is you have women revealing their herpes status,
Mm-hmm.
their HIV status.
Yeah.
I mean, they're the things that would have been like the most shameful
Yeah.
things for prior generations
Yeah.
to admit to.
Yeah.
They're freely and openly admitting to. So the mask itself is changing.
It does change, but the thing is, it's gotten to the point where there's very little difference between uh, what they feel and they think and their mask. Now, the same chick will get up on Facebook or get up on YouTube or get on TikTok, right, and say all that shit, and then go out in real world and start crying because now they have to face real world consequences. Okay,
yes.
Yeah.
because well, I was just feeling some kind of way, girl. I was just in my thoughts, blah blah blah, because they're so used to talking to a screen that doesn't give them the feedback,
It
and then
it it
they, they put it out there in the real world. Then they go, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. Okay, or I should have done that.
it's
Now I have to
it's
live with it.
somewhat
Go ahead.
it's so it's somewhat techno narcissism. Like I
Yeah,
don't
it is.
know how much of a difference is of what classic narcissism is, and then when you
Mm-hmm.
throw a hyper technological mirror in front of someone, and they're fooling themselves, and they're not even self aware enough to realize the I guess the limitations that they have before they fall in the water and drown.
It's all like really what's causing is like a mass psychosis. because a lot. And
Yeah.
what I'm noticing is especially a lot of these Z's. Okay, they're behind the screen saying all this shit and don't even go out in the real world and try to experience it because they're scared to.
Yeah. Okay, look, let me read this from Will AR, and Will AR, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And Will AR says Ben Shapiro works well at debating people with no life experiences, such as colleges, but Shapiro will never debate anyone that can easily match his wit, like Tim Wise. I saw it. I keep on saying it when he debated Ezra Klein. Ezra Klein got the up on him.
Yeah.
Ezra Klein backed him into admitting what his issue was. And got the upside, and they were, I would say, they pretty evenly matched in intelligence and wit, and you're literally watching small hat left versus small hat right. That's one of my favorite debates of like over the past decade, and yeah, and you watched Ezra Klein back him into finally admitting my issue is I don't like what they being taught, and I want the game rigged in our favor. But
Yeah.
did Ben Shapiro say it like that? Of course he didn't say it like that. But if you read between the tea leaves, you'd be like,
Yeah.
oh, there
Because
we go. Go ahead.
because Ezra Klein is an said you're me 20 years ago, and I know exactly what you're talking about, exactly what
Yeah.
you're thinking about, and exactly what you're hiding. So don't
hmm
try it with me, little boy.
Yeah, and it was a good little, it was a good little,
And he,
and it's crazy because I think Ezra Klein is, oh no, Ezra Klein is older than him.
yeah,
He's older than him. But yeah, it was a good back and forth. I love that debate. But no,
I I do it on YouTube. I do it on YouTube all the time, man.
I see it. I see it. But we're talking about the Welcome to Hell is the theme of this love, right? And we're speaking about other people, namely white boys and men, right now, experiencing the plight of black men, just a smidge,
Oh yeah.
right? And
Yeah.
and I'm saying, welcome to hell. We're watching women complain about not meeting men and men not walking up to them. So I'm saying, welcome to hell. So the theme of this is welcome to hell. Black men have been waiting for you,
Yeah. Oh
right?
yeah.
And
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
like, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Kenneth
Yeah.
Clark tried to warn him, like 60 years ago, man. Him and Moynihan tried to warn him. Okay, this is if you don't fix this, it's gonna it's gonna pathologize a whole culture. Now it's really pathologizing the whole globe
I
because
agree with that.
Yeah.
you didn't listen. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with
That
that.
mass psychosis
Right,
you was talking about.
right.
Let me,
Let's
yeah, go ahead.
go ahead, Black. I'm Black. Go ahead, BGS, and then we'll get Leon in. Go ahead.
It's not basically it's really
Mhm,
I mean we call it psychosis because it's not the normal way of doing things. But the thing
mhm,
is you have altered the environment so much that all people are doing is really responding to it because same thing that's going on here is going on in Kenya, that's going on in China, that's going on in Korea. Why is it happening? Right? Because you've altered an environment because you thought that it wasn't going to affect the whole population because you have those people that those lower G guys that think they can play
mhm,
God and think
mhm,
that they can
mhm,
force anything on the culture, and all of a sudden they interject stuff into the culture, into the population, and when it runs rampant, then they have to try to have a fix. It's like COVID, right? You know you shouldn't have invented that shit, but you put it out there into the wild and starts killing people or affecting people's lives, and now
mhm.
you have to find something to fix it because you should have
Yeah.
never been let out of the bottle in the first place.
Yeah, that arrogance is I so the part of me that really agrees with Black Uru, I agree with Black Uru because I think you have to be reminded of your mortality sometimes, and you have to be reminded of your limitation, and sometimes that being reminded of your mortality and your limitations might have to, it might you might have to find out the worst way and the the most right. And
Let me say
yeah, go ahead.
something that's particularly
Yeah.
egregious.
Go
And I'm
ahead.
gonna try to say it in a way.
Mhm.
What happened a couple of weeks ago is a good thing
Mm,
because it reveals that anybody can get got.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's 300 when Leonidas finally is able to throw the spear and cut Xerxes, right? It's yeah, I'm gonna die here, but look at you bleeding. Oh, look at you bleeding, right? So
And the
it's
reason why I talk about it is it don't take a whole lot of it. Just like Leonidas,
Mhm,
it, it don't take a whole lot to make Xerxes bleed. It don't take
mhm,
everybody to make Xerxes bleed. In that case, it was a 20-year-old kid.
Yeah, yeah, and that's and I think it.
Achilles just never heal.
Right. Well, yeah. Well, exactly. Look at Achilles. That's another good one. Look at what happened to Achilles by essentially a kid too with a goddamn bow and arrow. Right. So
that would be Paris of Troy.
Right. So like, I think these people need to be reminded, but particularly in the West. See, Russia handled their situation different. Like Black Uru was saying, China handled their situation a little different. Just because you got all this money don't mean. But hey, if you're over there, you better stay over there because the second you come back home, we got something for your ass. And even if you're over there, we might be able to touch you over there, right? So, but in America,
let me ask you this question:
go.
How is it literally trillions of dollars is lost from the American economy? Millions of people maybe lose their homes and their pensions. Nobody goes to federal penitentiary. Nobody. None of the principals that made the major decisions that created all that. None of them go to federal penitentiary.
Sanctioned gambling.
You definitely create a scenario in which what we're dealing with now continues and worsens.
And that's why it continues, is because you don't do it, because the Chinese stand for it.
Because over here the rule makers were part of the gamble. That's the difference. The rule makers were what I'm not saying that Xi is squeaky clean, but Xi will get you the hell up out of here. The people that was gambling, the people that lost the money, the government official that sanctioned everything, all of y'all the hell up out of here. Over here, because it might link to Nancy Pelosi, or because it might lead to John Boehner or name them, the president would be like, I don't know, I don't see it. Just keep it out of my face. I don't see it.
If Donald Trump had done January 6th in China, he would not be here.
Oh no. Yeah, he could go.
Yeah, no. We watch Xi get Hu Jintao the hell up out of here on camera. He had the man manhandled on camera and drug out of the assembly in everybody's face. That's crazy.
Again, you're giggling like a schoolgirl, brother.
Ooh, that's crazy. Go ahead, Nima.
I've seen worse. I mean,
Nima, your background is no. As a matter of fact, I'm sorry, Leon, and then Nima. And by the way, Nima, please mute up because your background is horrendous right now. And then we'll get you after Leon.
Yeah, mute up and then until you're ready.
So I'm on vacation right now, and I was going to go see family, and my flight got pushed to 10 from 5 in the morning to 10. To 10
Does it have anything to do with that Microsoft thing?
It does.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so I ended up not going on vacation. I'm looking at all these family pictures and shit, and people partying, and I'm pissed. But my grandmas are more pissed because they didn't get their grandson. But so when I came into space maybe 5 years ago, I told the black guys, I said, yo, you're talking to a lot of white guys that don't know their niggas yet. And most people disagree with me until I met BGS about 5 years ago when I first actually talked to him, because I used to watch his videos. And he was the first person that got what I was saying. I told him, I said, those circumstances that they have, we can survive under easy. We've been doing it. I don't feel like the pressure is good enough to start negotiating with white guys yet, because they're fucked anyway. And they just don't know it yet. So now that they're feeling it, it's like they're showing that they have they're bringing out more black Republicans. They have black social media people that push this shit. But at the end of the day, what are they offering? Nothing.
No, dude. You basically you have to give a counter offer. Okay, don't have to.
Yeah.
In other words, you want us. This is what it's going to cost.
Yeah.
Instead of waiting to see what they're going to offer, no, you put your offer on the table first. Okay, you want us?
Well, my question to the white guys is actually, to me, is fairly simple. Are you gonna get the fuck out of the way of us dealing with these black women? If we could just get them to stop fucking with us and stop artificially inflating black women over black men, most of our problems are solved.
I gotta interrupt everybody. I gotta interrupt everybody by saying this. I want to take it a step further, Black Uru. I'm this arrogant. Fuck just regulating black women. Move the fuck out the way.
Well, this is the thing.
Wait, everybody, wait. There's a reason why I said that.
All right.
Y'all watch Kevin Samuels on the phone check that white woman in front of all them white dudes. So I'm saying move the fuck out the way. We're obviously we're gonna primarily check black women, but move the hell out the way. Go ahead.
You missed the point, right?
Yeah.
How come you can't get the black one? Is because black women protecting Becky. Becky is who you need to check.
Yeah.
So when you
hold on, when Kevin checked Becky, everything changed.
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
So
the whole studio was quiet like a motherfucker.
It also put a target. It put a target on him because
So
it really did. Yeah.
And
when you see how this
like that, you're gonna get a target, okay?
Well, by the way, wait. I'm sorry, Leon. That circles right back to what Black Uru was saying. It put a target on his back because first, that's not supposed to happen. Secondly, oh shit, that's what they're doing over there in the Black Manosphere. That's what they're producing. Oh yeah, we gotta put the kibosh on that. So yeah, you're right.
What I remember from that event, I remember the look on the face of the white dudes.
Yep. Yes. Yep. Me too.
What's his name? The guy who everybody admired, who writes the book.
Rollo Tomasi.
I remember the look on their faces. I was
go back.
And Kevin was straight up styling while he was doing this too, and I was like, damn.
Go back.
And this was the best part. This was the coup de grace of that incident. The white bitch left and came back. Came back.
Yep.
Ooh. If you really want to hear it, check the videos the next week that Rollo was putting out because he was pissed. Okay.
Yeah, he was. He was jealous. He was jealous. He was jealous. Yeah. It was very clear.
All the writing he did, all the talking he did, and he's a great at what he does. And Kevin did his shit in 5 minutes. To a white woman, real time.
Because they were pissed. The white guys were pissed. That's come Donovan Sharp got hit, right? Because Donovan Sharp was associated with Kevin.
Yep.
He brought Kevin into their shit. That's what happened.
And basically, the white guys were pissed that you checked their woman in real time, and y'all couldn't say shit.
Yeah, wait. I'm sorry, BGS, because I gotta cut you off on this. Wait. I'm sorry, Leon. I gotta cut you off on this too. No, we checked your bitch because you couldn't. We called in to check your bitch. That's what I'm saying. Move the fuck out the way. This is what I'm saying. We're the more talented in this. It's clear we're the most talented. We're the more talented in this. We're the better one. Move the hell out the way and stop trying to sabotage us. Go ahead.
He doesn't want you checking his bitch, and his bitch is using your woman to check you. Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. No, I'm agreeing with you, BGS. That's what I'm telling you. Move it the hell out the way. That's what I'm saying.
Good luck.
You crashing all of us out. You're crashing all of us because you won't move the hell out the way.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
They read the whole boat to sink. Then you check his bitch. That's the problem.
The idea of checking a white lady and being black, that was an interesting moment. My mom saw it. I saw it. I was laughing. But this is the thing. If when you alter saying get out of black guys' way, you affect how this hierarchy works. They want a particular amount of white people to be poor so they can look at a particular group of black people and say they're too successful. So when you change how it operates, you change how the whole system operates. It's like when we were watching them talk about the interest rates with the banks, they're saying, yeah, the system already has that 3% more of black men will be unemployed than white guys. Like, so when you alter that, just that one system, and you say black guys will be unemployed at the same rate and be underemployed at the same rate as white guys, it automatically makes 2 more million black guys employed. And that's like what, 50 million more white guys that are unemployed? If they cut the percent to say?
No. Basically,
how many white guys are there?
It's not about the white. You see, the thing is, you look at white guys. Okay, stop looking at fucking white guys. Start looking at the white woman because nobody looks at her. Okay.
Yeah.
Where'd your jobs go? It didn't go to the white. It didn't come from the white guys. Okay. The white guys didn't get it. The white woman got it.
Black women, white women, and white men did the Faustian bargain to give white women the position,
exactly.
and white women fucked everybody.
Well,
Yeah, that's what happened.
I was just using an example of when they were talking about the rates and how many people were going employed. I'm just saying that's how it works.
What I'm saying is, what the thing is, and this is the thing is, you're quoting you're quoting a stat instead of seeing why the stat works a certain way. Okay.
Yeah, for white people and white women
No,
first.
that's why I keep pointing back to Pauli Murray in the 1964 Civil Rights Bill, right? Jane Crow, right? Why did women get put into the Civil Rights Bill, right? Is because white women didn't want black men to have rights
Yes.
that they didn't have, right? Same, it goes back to 1850 in Seneca Falls. How come they didn't want black men to get the vote? Okay, they want, because white women didn't have the vote. White women didn't want black men to have the privilege that they didn't have. Okay,
Yes.
and black men really didn't get the vote until white women got it in 1920.
Mm-hmm.
Because they stood in the way. These Negroes, you're not going to let these Negroes have rights that we don't have. And then black women side with that. Yeah, you can't have rights that you don't have because we don't want you over us. That's like I played the Richard Reeves thing, because I keep telling you that black women, black women want power. Okay, they've had power for 150 years. They don't want to get that shit up. Okay, they don't.
And then the question then, instead of having white guys keep on asking us, well, nigga, are you going to be over there with them bitches over there, the black women, or are you going to be over here with us men? We actually need to flip the question on them. Hey, you lame ass fucking no rhythm having ass loser, are you going to be over there with them white bitches running your shit, or are you going to be over here with the real men? We actually need to flip the question the other way to them.
And we have,
because they're the ones who keep on getting in the way and sabotaging us and letting they bitch sabotage us.
That's why they didn't like Kevin, right? Because Kevin put the mirror up. Okay, are you a high value man or not? How come you letting your bitch run you around? How come you letting her dictate who you are and what you are instead of being what you are, right? He flipped it over.
Why they keep thinking that we want to be like them anyway, and they're not even as cool as us?
It's not about being like them. It's about being a man, okay? And that's the whole thing, okay?
Essentially, they've defined manhood on planet Earth for a couple centuries, and they think that's the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
And guess who reinforces that? Your woman reinforces.
Yep.
Okay?
Yep.
But the problem is when you run faster than them, jump higher than them, and have bigger dicks, it's kind of hard to sell it.
That's why you got to rig the system. That's what the system's there for. Go. I'm sorry, BGS.
And white guys have known for centuries that black men do not want to be white men. Okay.
Yes.
But who tells you that, right? I mean, I just played Sabrina Springs, right? What does Sabrina Springs? What does she say?
The first thing out her mouth is goddamn light skinned and white women.
You're compliant, straight hair, white skin, right? Out of her mouth, right? And you sitting up there with locks in your hair, right? Teaching black studies, and that's what comes out of your mouth about your own men, okay? That you grew up with.
I just think everybody should be themselves.
The greatest drug in the black community isn't crack, y'all. It ain't heroin, right? It's that goddamn myth of white womanhood. Oh boy, these motherfuckers on that shit stronger than the motherfucker.
And that's what red pill Kevin when I put that video up. That's what red pilled him. He said, "Oh shit, this is in my goddamn family."
I think it's worse than that. I think it still goes back to when they said that matriarchy is inferior to patriarchy, and I just like I don't want to say her name here. They want to be equal to white men. They don't want to be equal to white women. They want to be.
Who are you talking about, Bowser or who?
I'm not saying the name here, man.
Diglett. No.
Diglett. They're all the same.
Better you unmuted just to say Diglett. Hysterical. Go ahead.
You don't understand. They want to be equal to white women. Okay.
Yeah.
They've said it through their literature. They've always said it, right? Paul Murray said it. What's her name? That wrote Ain't I a Woman?
Bell Hooks.
Bell Hooks said it. It's in her book. I mean,
I know.
I took the section out of the book and showed it to you. What did they say? Racism equals what? Especially black women say racism.
White men with black women.
White men not marrying and giving black women their name. Okay.
Yeah.
I really need to read her stuff, but I don't want to go through that suffering.
You don't need to read Bell Hooks.
No, he does need to read Bell Hooks.
No,
I can give you the audio. I can give you the audio.
I got one phrase for you. Suck it up, cupcake.
You know, hey, wait, real quick, because I want Better You to kind of get that off because I know why he said it. Better You go ahead and say it.
I had
Tell
to
him
read
about
it.
the torture.
I had to read it. You think I
BDF,
lied?
you're made of different material, sir. Stop being Jordan over here, please. Thank you. Jesus, Jordan always want to tell other people how they could shoot and play like him. God damn. Go ahead, BCS. Go ahead.
Jordan was in the gym shooting 1,000 shots too.
True. But I'm saying I'm talking about the talent.
There's
The
something.
talent, not the skills.
Mike said this. People say, I was mean, but Mike said I never asked my teammates to do anything that I didn't do myself.
Yep.
And that's the problem. Sometimes you got to acknowledge that you're more talented. Period.
No, okay, more talented, yes. But thing is, are you in the gym putting up 1,000 shots?
Okay, so that's a different question. That's a different question.
Are you working as hard at what you can do as I'm working at what I can do?
What's the difference between Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese?
My position, guy.
One practices shooting off the dribble, and the other one just gets to the rim.
In other words, look at I knew the difference between Caitlin Clark and
Angel
practice.
Reese.
It's called the workout. Go look at their workout videos, right? When they're actually training, right? One is like 4 times as intense as the other, and it shows up on the court.
Yeah.
So Vince, guess
natural
what?
Strength, but skill.
So let me say that to Vince real quick. Vince, you gotta read those.
One of them is Kobe and the other one is Melo. Is that what you're saying?
Oh man.
Yeah.
And let me finally read this. And which one is it? Oh yeah. And Kunguru says that Richard Reeve donation is a play to salvage white men's future, and the only person that can that could have made the donation was donation without being attacked by feminists is another
white man.
Another woman.
Another woman.
Huh.
Well, is a billionaire's white woman.
Yeah. And that's her name, and we don't know exactly who's all involved with this shit.
Oh well, it's probably all coming out of Bill's thing, where he's got his money and the other billionaire money and the other billionaire money. They got probably $1 trillion in that damn thing that they put together.
Oh yeah, you mean the money that they're leaving for I guess the world, the Gates Foundation, because they suck so much money out the goddamn room that they're gonna leave a bit of it for us after they die.
Are we gonna take over the whole damn planet as we die in fun? That's what I call it.
Yeah. That's the best way to say it.
Do it or die trying, right?
That's crazy that you have a handful of people that have influenced each other and that know each other that literally can bankrupt countries. And we're not even.
It's always been that way.
Yeah. It's just. What were you saying about that French Revolution again, Black Guru? I'm just saying.
At some point, what's that? Jefferson said the tree of liberty has got to be, refreshed with the blood of
refreshed. Patriots and tyrants. Yeah.
I think at some point that's what it's going to have to take. And like I say, the good thing about what happened a couple of weeks ago, it shows that some of that blood is out there.
Yeah.
Well, some people don't like chocolate cake.
Yeah. All right. I do. I think that the current environment is. I don't know if it's just me, but it does feel like we're like at any moment it could go up, right? For my more seasoned brothers in here, go up just me like at any time it could pop up. At any time, America could catch on fire. I don't know if it's just me. I don't know if it's some conspiracy theory crap that I'm watching, which I'm not, but I don't know. It just feels like at any moment we could just find ourselves on the wrong side of. It's
actually the other way. It's the other way instead of the latter. It'll collapse. It's not going to.
But wouldn't that bring about chaos too?
Yeah.
Either way, it'll bring about chaos. But the thing is, how did it start? Okay?
Yep. Yeah, because that it just it's bad. Go ahead.
Collapse is worse than revolution.
I agree.
It's the season. I I'm gonna just say that like the way I've been seeing things, it's part of the season. It's gonna have it's part of nature doing this wash and rinse, and we just kind of like
What is
helping
that? What is that? What
passengers
is that?
on it. And
What does that mean?
so what I'm into, I'm seeing things from the astrological point of view, where there's
Okay. Hmm.
it's like so just like how whenever the sun moves, just like I was about to move into Leo the other like in the next few days, we're going to be seeing changes in the season. Everything that we're around and in is part of nature and things like that. So there's other
It's a cycle.
planets and other yeah, it's a cycle, but it's one of we have like 10 cycles going on. And one of
BGS,
the
you knew
cycles
that's
that
what he really meant. You really
No,
shout out to
no.
BGS. BGS is like, I'm gonna
No.
have you talk
I,
this out, even though I know what you're trying to say. Go ahead, BGS.
yeah.
well, I want him to clarify it because the way he's saying it, people are not going to understand him. So I'm trying to get him to clarify it.
Okay. Yeah, and I do need that help because I think from a whole different point of view, and I want people to understand where
No,
I'm
no, no,
getting
no.
at.
You think for the same point of view, the things translating to other people is different. Okay,
Okay,
thinking
yeah,
is one way.
yeah.
We got to translate it. You got to like
Okay,
you say, your words have power. Okay, use your
yeah.
words properly so where people can
Okay,
explain it to your 10-year-old. Okay, to the 10-year-old
okay.
homie. All right.
Okay, so just
Hmm.
like when the sun moves and there's different seasons, there's
Mm-hmm.
9 different other things that's moving
Mm-hmm.
around that
Mm-hmm.
have seasons as well, but we don't see
Mm-hmm.
it the same way. It moves differently. Like, it just moves differently. And one of the things that's moving is the planet. It's a few things. It's Saturn moving,
Hmm.
and it's Jupiter moving, and then it's also
We got
um
breaking news, y'all. I'm sorry about that, Vince. So it's official. Apparently, Biden dropped out.
Okay. I
Oh,
figured.
Yeah, he
Apparently, it's
should
official.
have. Yeah.
Yeah.
So BJS, if you recall what I told you, my younger sister does and is into. So I kind of knew this. I just couldn't say it, but I kind of yeah. But yeah.
Yeah. It makes
So
sense.
yeah. So
So
let's see what
so
happens after that.
he, he,
I'm looking to make sure it's official.
yeah.
I'm trying to see if CNN or anybody or at least Fox or somebody of a bigger
You know
notable
you,
quote
you
unquote notable
You know what?
says something. But
You know what probably triggered it is that we kind of knew it is because Zelensky made a phone call to Trump. So it was kind of right on
mm,
the wall. So what are you fighting for now?
yeah.
Because everything you're trying to hold up is pretty much over. Okay.
I mean, that with Zelensky was clear because he doesn't give a fuck about anyone besides his people.
If he cared about his people, then he probably would have he'd sign he signed that deal with Russia, but right before the fighting really started.
No, what I
Shit.
mean with his people, I mean his specific sub ethnicity.
No,
Okay.
because
Well,
clearly his women don't give a fuck how much babies they're having in Texas right now. But
that is a whole separate issue. Okay.
yeah,
It's a whole separate issue. If they imported them to have babies that in Texas, that's because they need white babies in Texas. Okay.
yeah. We see this shit every day. Those actions. Are you from Germany? No, Ukraine.
Yeah.
Already got two
I mean,
babies.
if you were a Ukrainian female and had a chance to go to Texas, would you take it?
They're taking it.
No, I asked you a
Oh,
specific
me,
question.
I would have took it and had 5 babies.
Exactly? You're taking the deal. Okay.
and
But
I'm gonna
Yeah.
jump on.
yeah, I'm not surprised that Biden
Is that cool?
dropped out. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, there's these different cycles that is not obviously in front of our face all the time. The one that's always in our face is
Okay.
the sun. And
Okay. So in other words, and that's saying the explaining about all the different cycles. What cycle are we moving to, and what does that mean when you move into this different cycle? What's it?
okay,
How does it affect us?
okay, Neptune is moving from Pisces to Aries.
And that means what?
That means that
Hmm. Come on.
it,
You
Why
brought it up.
why you using that high bullshit
No.
German as a term?
Hey. Calm down. I'm trying to get him to clarify his thoughts. Okay, I'm trying to help him.
okay,
Right. Okay. What does that mean? It moved from one phase to the next. How does it affect people on the ground?
it affects.
Come on.
Shit.
Come on.
Um,
No. Come
let,
on.
let, let me get it out. Let me get it out. It affects. Gosh, it affects. In other words, it affects. It sounds. It affects light. affects shit. It affects
How does me with me on the corner holding my 40? How does this shit affect me?
you on the corner. How does you on the corner affect
The
you?
everyday person. How does it affect me? Okay.
It it
Get it off.
it
Come on, you say you want to get it
okay
off. Get it off. Come on now.
okay. It affects the ecosystem. It affects
Okay. How?
Okay, one way it affects us, and I'm trying to make because
Just say it, man. Stop trying
okay.
to parse it. Just say it. Come on.
All right, it affects us chemically. It affects us. It affects us like how flower. It affects us by
Hey, don't forget the butterflies.
Let's
yeah.
get it off.
Yeah.
Get out of it.
Okay. All right. Let's start here. We're affected by light. So these planets are giving off light and frequency, and when it moves from one area to the other, when the light changes, our
The energy
behavior
changes.
changes.
Okay.
It affects our behavior. It affects our behavior unconsciously.
So what were we acting like before, and how are we going to act like now?
Okay, where was acting like? Let's think future. Think drugs. Think
No.
overdose.
I need concrete. Okay,
Okay,
you're not giving us concrete.
Okay. It affects the overall collective where it talks about.
I need concrete.
Okay, concrete. How does it affect us?
In other words, what we
can we follow up with the brother with the 40? I really kind of want to know how it's
Okay. Now, listen to me, right? Because you're struggling. Okay, you're struggling. I'm trying to help you clarify it, right? Okay. In other words, what were people acting like concretely? Give me an example, and what will they act like now? What are they changing? What's going to change in their behavior?
Well, it's going to go from how everybody's so much on like the certain type of drugs they are, the opiates and the things that have them drowsy and falling asleep at night and stuff.
Okay. They're going to change to what? What kind of drug are they going to be on now?
What's it called? This is with caffeine, like caffeine stuff.
In other words, they go to an excited state. In other words, they're gonna get hyped up instead of laid back. That's right. What you're saying? Okay.
Pretty much.
Okay. Now that's concrete. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's concrete.
I'm just not trying to sound freaking.
What you're doing now is you're trying to sound esoteric, right? It's everything's kind of out there, and you're using words like chemically and stuff like that. Chemically doesn't mean shit unless you actually say what the chemical is, how it affects you and your body and your behavior, right? Now, what you said, going from a laid back, hold on, because I'm helping you, right? Going from a laid back mentality because you're taking drugs that will put you to sleep, calm you down, make you lethargic, to something like caffeine or something that was going to hype you up and make you run around and be excited, right? In a hyper state, right? People can understand that, right? Okay.
Right. Yeah. I'm just not trying to sound esoteric. I'm trying to make it plain.
The thing is, guess what you were doing?
Making it esoteric.
Yes. And you kept saying, let me get it off, let me get off. So when I stop and let you get off, because you going, because if you ever look at, there's a reason I draw that V about how you make things, how you bring ideas into the world, right? It starts etherically until you plant it into the ground and make it concrete. It doesn't mean anything, right? So you have so you taking this idea this way out here and in ether in the God realm, right? But for people to actually understand, you have to plant it into the ground and grow that plant. Oh, okay, the sunlight and the water, all this kind of shit. We plant this idea into the ground, and this is kind of plant that grows. And at the end of the day, you're gonna get this apple. Okay.
Right. In this particular season, because if you don't grow in another season, it's not going to happen.
And what you're going to get a different plant. I plant a different seed in different soil in different conditions. I'm going to get a different fruit. Right.
Right.
That's concrete. People can understand that. The thing is, if you're going to do this, okay, if you're going to do this kind of work, okay, and especially you're going to talk to everyday people, okay, if you want to go woo 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 woo, okay, that's fine, okay. You get a certain segment of people, but most people. I've been doing this shit for a long time. I've been Gnostic for 30 years, right? Okay. Why do you think people listen to me? Okay, it's not because I sound esoteric. I take esoteric, and I said,
Make it
okay.
plain.
And I said esoteric out here. I said you get blah 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 blah, and in other words, when you plan it, I said you're gonna act like this, 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 and this. When I do my charts, you see me do my charts, okay? This is the kind of woman you're gonna get. This is how you think. This is how your life is, and this is your actions that you probably do on a daily basis, right? It's concrete. I don't just say, okay, well, because you're basically you have Capricorn in the 5th house, okay? That you know.
That's what I'm not trying to sound like.
It's gonna give you. It's gonna give you this Ram energy or shit like that. No, I say okay. If you have Capricorn in the 5th house, that means the women that you like are business oriented. They're go getters. They don't have a whole lot of imagination. But the thing is that they're very regimented and organized. Okay, that's why you pick them. That's concrete, right?
Right. So,
okay.
So all that to say to make it relevant, Z, I don't think you're far off where you're like it just seemed like everything could go up because it probably can.
But the thing is, the reason things can actually go up is because we have been building this shit on a house of sticks for about the last 30 years, right? And basically, and you have been cutting the base of the pillar for a very long time, just like termites eating your foundation. Okay, what's going to happen to the house eventually?
Shit gonna start
collapsing. You're gonna collapse. They've been, who knows, man. Since really financially since 1999 when they got rid of the Glass-Steagall Act, right? This shit they have never fixed this shit. Okay.
Although
House of Cards.
I would argue the greatest damage was done by Reagan because Reagan created the culture of deregulation that has permeated everything, that has infused all the politics, that even perverted the politics of the Democratic Party as a response.
That's where Clinton comes in with the third way.
I would tell you there's a good book, and I suggested I actually did a video on him. It's called The Neoliberal Order. Okay, it goes all the way back to 1971 and the collapse of the gold system under Nixon. That's when the shit started.
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree. It started with Nixon, and Reagan was a apt acolyte to what Nixon and Kissinger and
the peak of it was according to him, the peak of it was not Reagan, it was not Bush, it was actually Clinton. More shit got deregulated under Clinton than anybody else.
Yep.
Because Clinton deregulated. Well, not only did he take on NAFTA and things that have been profited by the Republicans, but his destruction in particular to the telecom regulation. I mean, all we're seeing now in social media and all the change, all that came from Clinton. Yeah. All the media changes all came from the telecom.
Yes. I guess what else he did? He also cut the nuts off welfare, did he not?
He sure did.
All the neoliberals, the crime bill, welfare.
He helped it.
Affordable Care Act, all that came under Clinton. Go ahead.
Thank you, Aquatecchi, for the cash app. Thank you, Aquatecchi, for the cash app. So essentially, with compassion, go ahead.
Aquatecchi, did you fix that? Did you fix the bug? Or are you still working on it?
To what Compassionate said to you, BGS, Compassionate said this to you maybe last week or the week before when he was talking about millennials and saying, we're kind of asked out in the market. We kind of grew up, being asked out. So that's essentially what Bill Clinton helped to do, is like pretty much put us asked out to the market, like just shred any type of safety net and welfare and all of that. Just you go find your answers in the market.
All the millennials are living what the boomers lived through from 1971 to 1983. Okay, which is austerity.
That's 12 years, BTS. That's a long ass time.
Okay.
That's a long ass time. We felt that from the jump.
Are we here? So are you comfortable yet?
Absolutely not. I don't know if we're ever going to be comfortable.
Oh, okay.
No.
So, welcome to our life in the 1970s. So remember Farm Aid and getting Detroit falling apart and Cleveland falling apart.
No, we're just exhausted. We're just exhausted.
Y'all just getting started.
Yeah,
From what?
our exhaustion
Hey,
started
no,
in
hey, wait,
2000.
let me say this to BGS. Y'all can take all this shit back. Y'all can take the adulting. Mr. Z already done had the Z, the M. Y'all can take all this shit back. Look, we can rewind the clock tomorrow. Let Z say it.
we had the muscle cars and the Cadillacs and the Deuce and the Quarter, shit like that. All shit, that shit fell apart too. Okay, it is what it
Real
is.
pimping.
Yeah, the black exploitation. Okay.
Yeah.
Me and my younger sister say that shit to my mom all the time. Like, yo, you could take this adulting back. We done. This was fun. It was fun while it lasted. Could I return?
And that's the goddamn problem. I have the same problem with my children, right? This adulting shit is not fun. Can you please take me back and make me kid again?
Yeah, that is the reason why you're.
I joke with my mom about that all the time. Like, take this shit back. Go ahead, Snake Man. Go ahead.
Now that is the reason why you need constant ass whooping when you hit 13. So you know that your shit is live when you hit 18.
Nah, that shit ain't changing nothing.
Hey, Udo, you know what changed all these millennials? If we had put them on a farm picking cotton for like a year or so, all this shit would have.
Oh yeah, I've been through that actually.
Man, that ain't it.
I remember.
Wait, name him
the whole
real quick.
world.
I mean, it's hard to say that because when 2008 happened, 2007, I was working 3 jobs and I only could get 15 hours of peace at.
Hey, go. I tell you what, man. Go pick some cotton for like a couple days and come back and tell me about the 15-hour day work. Okay.
Yes, I did that. My grandfather made me do it to be funny.
You had to pick
my grandfather. Yeah, I told you. I told you about that one time I ran away, right? He woke me up the next morning. We went to the farm. I was cutting wood. We went to the slaughterhouse. We went to the market. We went to the field, and I was picking shit all fucking day.
What'd you pick?
After getting my ass beat, I picked cotton, watermelons, and carried them all the way to the fucking truck. Cut fucking wood. And no, but see, the thing was, you know, I was living with my aunties, and most of the girls stayed there. I used to run away to my great grandmother's house.
Okay, that's the story. In other words, how did it change you when you did that shit?
Oh, it showed me real labor, and it's better than being around the gynocracy. That's what I got out of shit. I enjoyed the shit.
In other words, basically, you found out what real work was. Okay.
Yeah, most definitely, and I enjoyed it.
And so, in other words, you didn't. So, adulting wasn't hard after you had to do some real work.
Yeah.
Imagine having to do that shit on a daily basis, year after year.
Yes, it burns you out. I see my dad feeling it, my mom. Everybody feels that shit because they're not actually doing what they would love to be doing when it comes to work. They're just making the money.
So in other words, if I had a chance, I would send all the millennials down to the farm to pick some cotton for about a year or so and come back. Okay, then the adulting shit, all that kid shit would be eliminated.
I think when it comes to the younger, I was saying that because you only have.
You hear what I said? Okay. What's wrong with
it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work for us. We say fuck that. We're gonna be picking this for capitalists, and you already raised us to be so hyper individual, and y'all want us to fucking pick fucking cotton.
You think that? In other words, you think you have a choice?
During that generation, we didn't have a choice because there was the boomers were still your ass was still young. You could slap us up or do whatever. You know what I'm saying? at your age. Plus the exes were young, and they were way more militant than us. We were spoiled.
Let me ask you a question, Lion. You know, as things tighten up and get more expensive, and get more difficult, what choices do you think you actually gonna have? I mean, I think at some point people are going to have to hunt. They're going to have to fish.
Yeah,
they're going to have to rebuild. They're going to have to rebuild their own roofs. And I mean, people are going to have to, you know. So whether it's picking cotton or watermelon, as you described, or doing their own catfishing, you know, or hell, eating some possum in some cases.
Oh yeah, as long as it's not in the city, I eat possum.
That's going to become more of a real reality for a lot of people.
And millennials still have the ability to actually say fuck that. Okay, what happens when that goes away?
they're gonna have to work with the
Paradise on earth.
environment. Like I'm comfortable with it, but I know a lot of people aren't comfortable with
I
that
know
shit.
we're
But
talking.
I'm with
We're not
it.
talking about you. I'm talking about the.
Yeah.
See, you're trying to make it personal. I'm talking about you as a group. Okay.
As a group, they're fucked. Because you're gonna
Yeah.
have people that think they're above doing that because that's how they were raised. They were
Until
raised by their status, but their status won't do nothing for them in that type of environment.
until the real world hits, right? And when the real world
Yep.
hits, they're gonna do what they got to do. Okay.
Yep. And
BGS, I
this
think
is
you have way more
literally
confidence in us than
No, no, no,
maybe
no,
you
no.
should.
That's human nature.
no. As a
That's human
group,
nature.
No.
as a
No. You
group,
said you're saying as a generation. I'm telling you that I think the men are hack it way more than the women. I think the women gonna be seppuku all over the place.
No, they would. The
No,
they'll
sir.
fall in
the
line.
bitches will get in line. Okay.
You
Look
really
at
don't.
The women are by nature, they are
gonna get in
mammalian
line.
females. There's nothing that survives more than a mammalian female. They will do what the hell they need to do to survive.
They will.
Yes. It's what you have to worry about is the people that want to try to pull shit that doesn't work in the environment. When you're in search of food and water, not all that other shit doesn't matter.
Okay.
Your PhD, your degree, your science degree, none of that shit matters.
What happens when they try to pull that shit in the environment? It doesn't work. What are their choices?
To fall the fucking line or suffer, either one.
Or die.
Or die. Yeah. Yeah, die is the next thing. Yeah.
And nature nature takes care of all that shit, man.
And the people that don't want to endure will off themselves.
They'll die.
Straight up. They'll get the fuck out of their way.
You can die fast, you can die slow, or you can die quick, or you can die painful. Doesn't matter. Nature says you will die.
Yep, and I'll be here entertained through it all. That's my whole idea, to be
You
entertained.
might be. That's why you think demographics is such an important problem, right? Okay. They thought one thing, and nature said, guess what? Don't work that way, homie.
Yep.
Man, shout out to South Korea.
United States. Why do you think all these migrants are coming into the United States, man? And when I explain that to people, their mouths just drop open. Oh, you thought this shit was gonna last forever, huh? It's fantasy, right? Okay.
No, because I'm a historian, and sometimes your civilization just die out.
Yeah.
And you don't know why. And South Korea is the best example, like real life documentary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, but Spain, man, you're in Germany. It's happening there.
Yeah, but I don't care.
Because he can go home.
Exactly. Yeah. Spain man said, "I'm a flight away, bro."
Yeah.
I don't gotta worry about it.
I mean, 60% of the next generation are not German, so I don't care.
Yeah, it's already happening. So they've already made their peace with it.
The browning of Europe, ladies and gentlemen.
If you want Europe to
y'all
survive,
y'all gives you a second. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah. Reckless. Anyway,
we're gonna go completely reckless.
The reason that namely all these people trying to present this stuff so that you guys will know why shit works. Okay. Now, what you do with it is up to you. But the thing is, why do things happen? Okay. And basically, and they do not like people like me telling you this shit. They trust and believe they don't.
What I find strange, because that means they're still saying, or they're saying that most of the population is dumb.
Most people are sheep.
Sheep and untrained.
Yeah, or willfully sheep, because you got a whole lot of trained people that look the other way.
Well, I mean, you need it to maintain any society. You need most of the people to be compliant. The question is, are you collectively productive in the compliance? And stable. Where we're heading is less productive and less stability in the compliance.
Mm-hmm. Of course, because you built an unstable structure, and that's the problem. You build unstable. They didn't know they were building an unstable structure until it happens. Because you got to remember, these people are not gods. Okay, they don't know everything, right? They taking their best.
I don't agree with you.
Things new
one at a time.
Only because some of the decisions that were made, particularly in the banking industry, do not assert that these people were doing any sort of real long-term consideration. especially when you consider the advent of derivatives, of the insurance, the pyramid schemes behind the insurance of the banking industry. That's not. Those are not actions that are being taken by people that expect to maintain an economy over the long term.
They thought they can control it. Go back and look at Credit Suisse first Boston versus Orange County. Okay. In '94, they knew what this shit was capable of doing. Right? They knew it back then. They thought they can actually control the nuclear reaction. They were like Doc Ock, right?
I think they were kicking the can down the road.
No.
I think they were. Let's do this now, and then we're gonna hopefully figure out some shit later. Because otherwise, it just don't make any sense.
Remember Doc Ock in Spider-Man 2?
Yeah.
Building that.
Don't say it to anybody. Don't say it. Because there's somebody that popped up in a bunch of people that subscribe to me's minds when you said Doc Ock, because there's a person that we call Doc Ock over here. Go ahead.
So is he just as delusional as the original Doc Ock?
It's not a he. It's not a he. But and she is very delusional.
That's even worse. Yeah, it's even worse. Okay.
Don't talk about it.
In other words, he thought he could actually build this sun, right? And there was going to be no repercussions. But guess what was going to happen? It's actually going to absorb the whole planet.
Yeah, but Doc Ock isn't. That's what I mean. It's like Uru pointed out. You had to know it that it will end when you are sane, or you just were insane and said, "Hey, let's fall down this cliff. Somehow we will survive."
And in other words,
when you're leveraging in the 1,000 and tens of thousand percentile fractionally, you are not seriously building and maintaining an economy. There's just no way.
And we know that now. Tell them, go back in 2004 and tell them that then. Okay, when it starts doing this shit. Okay, and then the shit. What happened with Doc Ock?
I think they knew, and I think it like any other pyramid scheme, because I'm at the top of the pyramid scheme, I'm going to take out more of the pyramid scheme than the folks below me. That's what I believe was happening.
No. They because I was reading this shit in real time. They thought they could actually control this shit. Okay, when they took away the Glass-Steagall, the markets would control this kind of.
We're not the same people from the 1920s. It didn't work then, but it works now.
I believe that's what they put on the historical record. So that if they were ever held to account, let me finish.
Okay.
If they were ever held to account and brought before a federal judge or whatever, that's the excuse they were going to make.
You have a profound belief that white folks know what the fuck they're doing. Okay.
Oh no, I don't. No, I don't. I think.
Wait. In general, wait. I gotta say this because let's just pause right there with BGS because that was fucking funny as shit, right? Go ahead. BGS and Black Guru after that, and then Stickman.
All the time, man. I've been studying this shit for 35 fucking years. You cannot believe the shit that they thought would work and shit didn't work. You just saw this shit with Ukraine, right? They thought that shit would work. Wholeheartedly believed this shit would work. Guess what happened? Blew up in their face. Worse than it's worse like kaboom. It's not no whack. That's wimpy, okay? That's what you're living with.
All right.
Come on. The great hopium of whiteness, we're white. It's supposed to work.
What is the major sin of white people? It's called hubris.
No, it's called insanity.
I was gonna say arrogance, but if you say hubris, I'll go with that. I'll take it.
It's delusional insanity, right?
Yep.
Evil genius. Thank you for the Cash App. Thank you for the Cash App. Yeah. Big old hundo.
Yeah. Y'all basically getting Patreon shit today. Y'all
look. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat.
Go ahead and pay the man, right? Because
we got both of the gray swords in here. That's what I call Black Guru and BGS.
I am
start new style.
I'm spitting for real, okay?
Hold on. White people being insane is something.
I think I agree and disagree with you
You
BTS
can
from this
disagree, but
perspective.
hey,
Let me make my point. I think most white people are idiots. I think most of them are shit. But I
The
think
race to
some of
be.
them, and I'm not even sure if they're entirely human. You know, frankly, I think some of them.
I wish they weren't, but they are. Yeah.
I think some of them know exactly what's going to happen, and they're setting up for their in-ground escape hatches. And,
When you said that, I thought of the movie where
bunkers and all that kind of shit. I think there's a percentage of those amongst them.
Yeah, there are.
We recently saw one of them reveal that.
They are, but the thing is, they can't convince the other ones to actually that this shit's not going to work. Elon Musk is one of them. This shit's not going to work. Why y'all doing this shit? But they do it anyway, right?
Let me say this, because BG, when Black Uru said, I don't think they're all human, and BGS said, I wish that were true. I heard the disappointment in BGS voice. Is like, no, they're human. Unfortunately, unfortunately,
yeah, they
right?
think that they're not. They are. Unfortunately, they are human.
Right, number
Despite
one,
the fact that they have 3 to 5%.
They do have that monkey DNA, though.
It's Neanderthal DNA, like Name was about to say. Yeah. Go
Why
ahead,
you gotta
Neiman.
take? First of all, I'm scratching the cars. Anyway, come to think of it, I'm told when this guy's getting his car towed, and I'll tell you something. Ain't nothing cool about whiteness, especially
reckless.
Yes, we're fucking reckless.
We're past reckless right now.
Y'all some reckless motherfuckers out here, man. Anyway.
Have you forgotten? I'm absolutely reckless. The recklessness of East African with the West African recklessness of my brother here, Snake Man. Although we do not hold snakes in high regard,
you East Africans are insane. Like, no, you East Africans are insane.
I hate him. You want to say insane?
Yeah, they
madness. I mean,
you might be arrogant in West Africa, but you guys are insane.
They are insane. Yeah.
You want to see insane? Look at Somalis. That's one good example of some crazy motherfuckers.
Somalis, Ethiopians,
Eritreans,
Sudanese,
South Sudanese.
Go ahead, Neiman, so I could get inspired after you. Go ahead.
No, you just want something to say. You want a catchphrase to steal from me. That's what you want, motherfucker. And
we'll put it out there, motherfucker, so we can steal it and get on with it.
What I wanted to say was like, first of all, you talked about like guys going to pick cotton and shit like that. I mean, we've been doing that in Eritrea and shit like that. And did it myself. All I got out of it was a severe allergies.
Okay.
Thanks for nothing.
But it got rid of your delusion, didn't it?
What delusions did I had? I was already knee deep in bullshit because we were already in military service at the time.
Name her. So you grew up in America as a black person?
No.
So how does that compare with what we're saying?
Fair enough.
No, I want to hear it. You trying to compare?
No. You're right. Hashtag BGS is right. I just stepped on a claymore and blew both my legs off right there.
There's a reason why I call him and Black Uru the Gray Swords. That's what you just ran into. Gray lightsaber. Go ahead.
I call BGS executioner.
I would never actually say that I know what it's like to be a black boy or in Eritrea, right? I would never say that. And why I'm the kind of person that I am because
I misunderstood.
I respect it. Because I wasn't talking to you. Okay, you got into a family conversation. I was not talking to you. Okay?
Do you know what I mean with insanity? East Africans are insane. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and a lot of it. But then again,
as long as you know me, I have never go into like Snake Man or you and say, "Hey, man, y'all should do this." Y'all had no reason to be that because I didn't grow up as you. I can't say that.
I'm holding the L right now, and yet he just still wants to kid me while I'm down.
You gonna get this work, okay?
Okay, hold on. Let me go get the switch then. You want to get? If I'm gonna get this work, let me go get the switch. Let me go get the bell. Let me get all the wooden spoon. Let me get my mom's sandals. Let me get this, that. Let me get the mace. This is gonna be BDS. No, let me also get whatever. You need a horse riding crop too. No, we got one for camels. Let me get that as well.
Let me let Inspired go. Go Inspired. Yellow.
Right. Yo.
I done interrupted Nama's role.
Well, what I mean, I don't mind people commenting on it, right? But the thing is,
Yeah.
you're trying to put your experience and your
Trying to-
context on black people,
You're
right? Y'all, you didn't grow up. Your folks didn't grow up as sharecroppers or slaves like mine did. All right, okay. My
No, we
mother,
just dealt with colonialism, but yeah, I hear
no,
what you're saying.
no. My mother dealt with Jim Crow for real, right? As a
Understood.
baby, okay.
Why are you not
For real.
spinning the truth, Vex? You could counter. You'd never doubt with your own people genociding each other, but still claiming to be one people.
I mean,
you could counter this, but saying colonialism.
I never get into it because I don't know why y'all do it or what the tribal thing is because I don't.
It's not even a tribal thing; it's a clan thing. It's reverse.
I mean,
it was tribal.
Wait. Before you get into that, let's read Buckeye's comment. And Buckeye says, Joy Reid just said black men equals white adjacent. So wait.
Joy Reid, African ass.
Wait. Let me get this comment off. Let me get this comment off before we switch up because I know everybody wanted to bite into that. So first, I want to check that. But secondly, so I always knew that, particularly the Joy Reid types, that they felt like this. That's what I keep on saying. Like they keep on speaking like black men are failed white men.
Yeah.
So if she said this for real, and clearly, like that's why you don't see me necessarily surprised or anything like that, because I already knew this is how they felt. Especially the Joy Reid types, the quote unquote progressive black women, definitely the liberals like a Joy Reid. Yeah, no, I already knew this is how they felt. Like once again, reading the comment,
what is
Joy
that
Reid.
about? Is
Cosplay.
that about our lukewarm support for Kamala and how that's going to impact whether or not?
No, our support for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, then it's probably both or indirectly both.
Yeah. But no, even if the comment is inspired by that, the thought is always present. It's ever present. The thought is always ever present. Go ahead.
It's a go-to. It's a go-to thing. It always scores points, and there's no punishment for making that statement.
And they believe
anyone
it.
else,
We don't
you make
women.
those kind of statements about, and you're going to suffer some blowback. But she can say that kind of thing all day long, and not have to suffer any kind of blowback.
Because black women as a whole believe that shit.
Yeah.
And racist society has deputized them to be able to say this, to regulate black men, to verbally regulate black men. And of course it's going to go unpunished because I actually want you to say that, right? So like who's the people that can actually punish them? MSNBC could actually make her apologize. MSNBC can actually tell her to, hey, you need to apologize, or you need to say or do something to fix this, but they're not, because they want her to say that. And you could tell that by when Joe Scarborough ran in defense of Gayle King, oh bum ass. This is what MSNBC is on. And y'all go ahead.
I mean, even with Tiffany Cross, it was a couple years ago with the governor's race down here in Georgia. She was like, "Yo, black men need to get in line behind black women." Like she always
train tracks. Let's give her a bit of grace. She said get in line with black women, but we know what she really meant.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah. No, better you're right. You're right. We know she meant behind, but she her literal words were get in line with black. And she said what she said. You Kevin Samuels quoting Tariq Nasheed loving or some crap like that.
Yeah.
Get in line with black women, but we all know she meant get in line behind black women.
Yeah.
I mean black women. And how did that turn out for her? Is she still at MSNBC again?
No.
I know that's a rhetorical question. That's a rhetorical question.
Because she made some flippant comment about white men.
Yep.
Don't y'all remember?
Yep. And this. Go.
I kind of asked the question because that's what I wanted to say about white people being insane. And I grew up in Germany. Basically, I only knew insanity until I saw the African Night.
That's funny. I'm pretty sure it's accurate too, but go ahead.
Yeah, because when you bring up those people, those black women who make those comments, right, at Jason, and then try to basically shame you into being in line, and that is where the insanity comes from. I call that the white boy coke speed force. A very strong, it's like crack if you tap into that shit.
Wait a minute. Did he refer to you as the white boy speed force? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
What I mean is, okay, when black men, just to understand the logic, when black men don't fall in line in obeying black women who follow white women and they follow white men, say a white men are chastened, is they don't follow, but the following is basically follows a white man. So that is like trying to square a circle. Can someone explain me that logic? Not what they say, and what they actually try to do.
You mean trying to fit a round peg in a square hole?
Yes. Because how are black men, white men are chasing when they don't follow the politics or do independent politics on white people as a whole? It can. It's like saying, "Hey,
it's
you
what
go
the
to school."
racist left wants to hear about black men.
When you cannot punish somebody, it's really this simple. When you cannot punish somebody and it's convenient for them to lie on you, when it's profitable for them to lie on you, guess what they're going to do, bro? They're going to lie on you.
Yeah.
It's really that simple.
Yeah, because like I said, I don't understand the logic.
Real quick, Snake Man, let me read this again. And we already know, but I gotta read it again because my younger sister called me. It was like, hey, did you? Yes, I already know. And Guru says, breaking news, Joe out of here. Yep, it's official, y'all.
Washington Post. I'm reading it right now.
Yep, it's official. It's official.
It got announced on Twitter from his official account.
Yeah, Kamala Harris.
Stop it.
We knew he was out of there when the media, right after the debate, said he was out of there. So basically, we wasted, or if I'm the Democrats, we wasted nearly a month.
Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah.
So, I mean, this is pretty much a done deal, but that's over. What I wanted to ask was actually, I wanted to ask Snake Man a question regarding his avatar. Actually,
go ahead.
Who is that? Who is that?
So that's a Somali actor, very famous Somali actor.
Barkhad Abdi from Captain Phillips, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Somali American. He's in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Okay.
Of course he's in Minnesota. That's why Somalis move when they're in the U.S.
Mostly it's Minnesota, also some and Wisconsin and shit. I'm like, yikes.
You get away from that heat, huh?
You know, I always found that the funniest thing for real, though, BGS. It's like, y'all go from damn near desert, no, actual desert, to the coldest place, goddamn, in North America, practically.
I mean, if it was the opposite, you do the opposite, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing I want to see.
Oh, no.
I mean, where I'm from, it's just mostly mountainous regions, so I'm like in low-lying areas right now. But but now it's cold as fuck. Yeah. But it's like mild summers.
Can I ask the question? About
Minnesota has a very generous welfare system. That's one of the reasons why they go up there.
Okay,
that too.
No, because about the insanity, because like the Joe Biden example of the decrepit old white man that everyone can see that he literally is rotting to death on stage, trying to use him as a face. But we know he will not endure it, and now he's like why plays a game? Who you trying to fool? This insanity of somehow we're gonna do it.
It looks like it's insanity. The thing is, Joe Biden was holding together a lot of different things that had to be unwound. Right when Zelensky actually came to Trump, that means that things got unwound. Okay, he couldn't do it all at once. He had to wait. That's probably what it was.
But that's what I mean is the insanity behind this. Like, why is there not?
I'm probably gonna board, so BGS take over the room until I get back.
Okay.
Okay.
What was
your mobile phone still?
Let me explain to you what happened, brother.
Okay.
What was supposed to happen was Trump was supposed to get locked up, so we weren't even supposed to really even have to see Biden until the election.
True.
No, what I mean, and that's what I mean with the insanity. It's not there's a plan to have. I know the plan is always convoluted and six-dimensional, brain rot level of IQ. I get it. What I mean is when that excellent plan fails, like mostly do, not always, but mostly do. Why does it never have a plan B It's always going to, oh, now we're gonna try to somehow salvage the burning house.
I think
Plan
we're
B.
seeing the plan B, but the question is the timing of the allocation of the plan. That's the question. Because I think they already had a candidate in mind. It's just a matter of how they're gonna go forward. But you got to work through the particulars of the fact that Joe Biden has been a fixture in Washington D.C. for over 50 years, and that comes with a lot of
hold on.
That comes with a lot of friends and power and connection and obligation and markers and all that kind of shit. And that's not going to easily be just kind of thrown away. But like I said, we knew when the media immediately started calling for him to drop out immediately after because that never happened. Not ever. I've been voting for over 40 years. I've never seen anything like that happen before. When that happened, we knew it was over. It was just about jockeying about how I'm going to get out of it, maybe try to save face, and how we're going to maneuver this thing in a way in which whoever can maintain some connection to what the expected power base will be going forward.
And I do believe that literally that bullet was the last shot at it.
No, the bullet did it. It was over at that point.
It was over at that point. Yeah. I'm not saying that they had anything to do with it, okay? Let's get that clear.
You know what? When you look at the details of that, man,
I know. Hey, we just can't say it here. That's all.
No, way too reckless. That's way too reckless.
Like I said, I grew up in Germany, so I know what it is that they always try to etch it out to the last fucking minute till everything is burnt. To I get it. And all of a sudden, Hail Mary.
Can you guys hear me, or am I borging?
No, you're good.
No, you're coming through.
Okay, I gotta read this one now. And KMS, because he's a goddamn comedian, says, "Heels up, Harris. Come on down. CUM on down."
Wait, hold on a second. I think we need Snowman for that because you remember he could do the Bob Barker impressions, accurately and shit.
The heels up. You get the heels up, okay?
Okay. Oh, okay. Wait. I'm sorry. I'm not paying attention.
We about to elect like a whole president. This is just incredible.
In other words, the Titanic is sinking, Kamala. You're now captain, okay?
Oh man, that reminds me like that kind of logic even.
Did anybody say anything about Willie Brown? Oops, go ahead, y'all.
That's what I mean.
Willie Brown is shaking his head right now.
Is that what I mean? For example, that predictable insanity of when everything is crumbling here, you get it. You are now in charge, black people. You can have it now. Have it now.
Wait. El's active says it's. Here we go. El's active says it's Jover.
That's why
Jover. Hysterical.
That's why when has a reparation debate, I say you will get reparations, black people, but probably when it has no meaning more for white people.
Of course, but you'll get it. What did Barack Obama's assistant say when they first got into the White House? She said this shit is all fucked up. He said we wouldn't be here if it wasn't.
Yeah, sometimes it is good to remind people the mess that Bush Jr. left for Obama.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes it is good to remind people what Obama walked in. I'm not the biggest Obama fan, but yeah, no. People.
You're Borgen for a minute.
Why do you think they gave him the Nobel Peace Prize? He saved the banking system from collapse. That's why they gave it to him.
Ooh. Yeah. Oh, by the way, BGS. If the results come out like we hope it doesn't come out, I'm gonna have to say, ladies and gentlemen, the first whole president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
If this chick can pull this off and win the election against Donald Trump, I'll bow down to her. Okay. I didn't think you had it in you.
BGS, don't jinx it. He says probably what will happen is Trump died in a flight accident.
Well, it could happen. What I'm saying is she pulls this off, okay, and that's a big if. Okay, she pulls. I'll bow down to her. I don't care how she does it. Okay,
Don't give the other side's
no,
ideas.
It don't matter how she does it.
Wait. Snake Man, you wouldn't want to see a JD Vance Kamala Harris debate. So yeah. So even if Trump was to miraculously get harmed or something, you wouldn't want to see JD Vance versus Kamala Harris.
No, what I
It
mean,
ain't gonna be pretty.
don't give desperate white people hope, because when they have hopes, they will pull out all the weapons.
If you have Kamala Harris run for president, you pretty much giving up hope. Okay.
Yes.
Nah. Right now, white people are depressed. They're not backbroken. They're not backbroken right now.
No.
I know what backbroken white people look like.
They were depressed a month ago. Okay. They're resigned right now. Okay. It is what it is.
Literally,
all I'm saying, it is what it is right now.
I mean,
they gave their cards. They gave their cards, and everybody begged Michelle Obama to. Even white women said, "Please, Michelle." And when she said no, it was over.
It was over.
And they didn't look to Susan Rice or Condoleezza Rice, which I don't think she can right now because she owns the Broncos on the sneak. But
that can be handled. Okay.
She can sell that stock.
I need the open declaration. I need the open declaration of the head of the Democrat Party. Yeah, we lost. We lost. Like straight up, we lost. If I don't hear that shit,
I agree with Leon. Once Michelle said no, it was a done deal.
Because white women begged her. White women in News 8, Fox, CNN, MSN, they were all saying it. Nope.
No, like
Michelle Obama is Queen Black Woman of America. Like I'm joking, but I'm not joking.
Yeah.
There's still some residue.
Everybody would have voted for her.
There's still some residue of insanity. Like I said, I didn't say they are not losing. I just say if they don't make it official, like an official CNN, the Democratic Party give up. Trump here's your election, you're president. We don't even try. I don't believe it. I still believe there's scheming in the background.
There's always scheming in the background. What do you mean?
It's called politics.
Yes.
You're talking about the progressives wouldn't mind getting Joe out of here. Republicans, some of them like Joe. Well, I say 50% of them like Joe, but the right wing, they want Trump. That's just what it is.
What does that mean? Explain that.
I'm saying progressives don't like Joe Biden at all. They love to get his ass out of here. But the rest of the people, the center, what is the center now? Even though that's more left, and social conservatives. A lot of them like Joe Biden because they can work with him.
If they could find a different Democrat than Joe Biden, they would have. Okay,
they would have
at the time.
They couldn't. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We never have my plan B.
In other words, even my brother doesn't like Joe Biden. The thing is, he beats the alternative in his mind. Yeah.
Basically, what are the choices you have?
One time.
Maybe they can get Jesse Smollett.
Jess watched a bit of an interview with his sister. She's pretty.
She is pretty.
Journey. You're talking about Journey.
Yeah.
Sorry, I mispronounced his name. Jack-Off Smollett.
Justice Mouillet. Well, then again, you're German. You don't like French.
What we need is The Rock. The Rock, you know.
Wait. Hold on a second. Leon.
Don't laugh. I've said it. The Rock as a Democrat. I've said it before. Yes.
They called him before. They called him already and asked him. Well, no, they were asking him. They were asking to be a Democrat, and they were putting it out there. It was 3 years ago.
Hold on. The Rock and Kanye West. So The Rock and Kanye West as vice president.
Oh, well, when you think about it, I would use The Rock to talk to Donald Trump crazy, and that would smoke the whole show. But then just have everybody that's great working around The Rock, but that went ice cold pretty fast.
Y'all don't give Donald Trump enough credit, man.
Oh, I give him. He smoked it.
Oh, we give him enough credit, but just understanding what he is and what he's about, you just realize.
Do you really want two narcissistic famous people into nominee, like straight up, like Trump?
How narcissistic do you think you have to be to run for the head of the most powerful nation on the face of the planet? It's all narcissism.
I mean, you can be a little bit altruistic.
Go back and look at Joe Biden when he was young, not when he's old. When he's young.
Oh no, he was an a-hole.
He's an a-hole.
He was.
You mean when he still have color in his hair? You mean was this young, or do you mean when he had full hair? How young do we call him?
when he had
He
the
hasn't
full
had
moon
a full
bald
hair
spot.
since he was a teenager.
When did he start receding? When did he start losing his hair, by the way?
I've never seen
90s,
that
the
motherfucker
He's
90s.
with full head till he got
he
old.
was always receiving. He was
Yeah,
Oh,
always
he's always receding. He was
I
always
watched
receding. Okay.
interview of young Biden on
Hey,
MSN. I said, "Damn, his hairline is still fucked up. How the fuck is it
I
possible?"
just want to back up something that BGS. We're going way off topic right now. I just want to back up something that BGS said a couple years ago. Yeah. So now that the struggle is really real, these young women are being extremely nice. I'm just saying. Okay, that's all I'm gonna just say. I'm gonna just put that on the table for y'all. Y'all figure out what I mean. But I'm getting smiles. I'm getting all type
Yeah.
of flirty looks. What the fuck?
Hey,
Mrs. D,
Bighead, how you
Mrs. D,
doing?
you can literally gauge that off Yanni and how their content is changing.
No,
You know what I'm
black
saying?
man, black American brothers who must stay strong. That hand must be iron fisted.
Right. Hey, I'm agreeing with Snake Man. Hey, don't fall for it. I'm saying because it wasn't gradual. This is like right. Go ahead.
This is what black men need to do, in my opinion. Give these bitches some work to do for y'all.
Hey, my
Give them some
woman's
work.
working right now. She
No,
out there with my
No.
son. Y'all can hear me in the
I
background.
agree with what Black Uru is saying on a macro sense. I agree with you. Go ahead, Black Uru. Go ahead.
I'm saying change your relationship with these women. And I ain't just talking about the ones you fuck. I'm talking about all these bitches, including even your own family members. You know, lay the pimp hand down. Now is the time. Now is the time to terraform the environment with black women. If you scared, if she's really scared that all of a sudden she's acting friendlier, give her ass something to do for you. And you ain't got to be fucking her to have her do something for you.
Yeah.
Black Hoover is making a whole lot of sense when he says that. In fact, go ahead, BJS.
Don't let her hold Georgia, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and all of a sudden, when Black Hoover was breaking it down like he just did, I just remember something. It was the Pimp's Prayer by a pimp named Slickback. All of a sudden, that's what I just thought of just now. Dear Lord, please make my hand be strong.
Let Black Uru go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I mean, I want him to get off his prayer. Get off your prayer, bro.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
I'll have to improvise about it because I'm Orthodox, but
I'm calling that as Black Uru co-signing the prayer. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, that too. Dear Lord, we ask you, dear Father, to bless this pan strong and let it stay strong and firm and keep these hoes in check like they need to be checked at all times. Amen. Amen. Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Can I get an amen?
Amen.
Oh wait. Told the Howard shows earlier.
I'm glad you.
Hey, when you do that, you gotta slow down your speech pattern. You gotta get some more.
Sorry.
Wait. But let Black Uru finish what he was saying. Go ahead, Black Uru.
The tone of your voice was good, but I agree with mine. Yeah, you gotta slow it down because you gotta kind of ease into it. You gotta seduce the listener.
You're right. Because
let Black Uru get that off.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I'm glad you said that prayer because I believe that. I believe that you.
I told you he co-signed it.
Start to adopt a pimp kind of attitude with these bitches out here.
Yeah.
And you give them something to do. You give them something to do. Great and small. If you got some bitches that work, that work for you, and she talk about how good of a cook she is, switch up on that bitch cooking a pie or something for you. Put them in the pattern of doing stuff for you.
Yeah. By the way,
put them in the pattern and re-educate black women to say, man, we really have to earn black men. And I can't just show up with my ass out and then have them think something about me. I got to really do something for these brothers. I got to really make them think that I really want to be with them. And the way they do that is to do something for you.
Let me rephrase it. Well, let me sum it up what Black Uru was saying. As Eddie Murphy once eloquently said back in '87 in Raw. Well, let me remix it, excuse me. Bitch, what the fuck have you done for me lately?
I mean, yeah.
Am I
Like
wrong? Am I
no,
wrong?
that's no, but that's I think that's the era that we have to. I mean, if these people want to be transactional, and I don't suggest it, I don't actually. I think it's gonna get real ugly, but less so for the men than the women. But if they want to go transactional, then let them see what transactional really look like. That's what I'm on. I don't suggest it for black women's health, but if they want to go, if all of their favorite celebrities and their favorite content creators and all of these thing pieces, if they want to go transactional, then we could go transactional. It's gonna look real ugly for black women. Here's the kicker: it's gonna benefit them though. It's gonna look, oh, it's gonna hurt. Oh, it's gonna hurt, but it's gonna benefit them. Go ahead.
If they want you in your lives and your presence and your protection and your resources and your favor and your male gaze and all that stuff, which we know is valuable to them, then you really need to audit your life with them and see how they gonna really help you with some shit. They need to a woman, you Bible guys talk about helping me, but yet somehow none of y'all ever actually have any shit for these women to do for y'all. That's always surprising to me.
Yeah.
They supposed to have all kinds of shit. All these women supposed to be assigned to be doing something for some man. They daddies, they brothers, they of course they husband or men or boyfriend, their male cousins. They should be doing something for a man. They should be obligated to feel like daddy, uncle. What am I doing for you? Shit is tightening up. You gonna be coming at me for some, want some help from me with this or all other shit I done done for you in the past? What the hell use are you? What good are you for me?
They have to evolve from us. Remember, right now we're still human doings.
Yep.
So here's the thing I need to.
I say this: if we are nothing but walking wallets do something very specific. They open up and buy things.
Otherwise, they buy close
things.
up.
What are you doing to be bought?
Be a man. Be a man, Logic. Be a man.
And but here's the thing I want to also mention here, just to add a little something, a different perspective is we can't take things just by what Black Guru just said. He just reminded me of something. Brifo's law here. First of all, we got to remember that, especially the 3 addendums to it. One is past. One of those addendums says past performance does not guarantee future relationships with a woman. So you can do whatever you did in the past for her. It means nothing because that's in the past to her. Because remember, you're dealing with a creature that operates on moment to moment basis. You know what I'm saying? So we have to also be self-aware of who we are and remember not to take this shit for granted, because at any time things could change and it could go back to the way things were prior to shit hitting the fan. But then again,
it may not work in a natural mammalian system where an open wild kingdom scenario. When you're talking about building and maintaining a human society, you got to put some regulation on that shit. You can't have these bitches just operating purely naturalistically out here and then expect to maintain and build a functioning human society.
Yeah.
And so what that means is when she try to play the Brifo's law shit on her ass, there's got to be some consequences and repercussions behind that shit.
If nature won't do it, something else has to.
Yes.
Yeah. And what we've had over the past few decades is 1 foot in and 1 foot out of what best suits a particular woman or women at any given moment. And that's I would argue that's what's made this very difficult to navigate around. It's because they get to be duplicitous, and there's been elite rich white men. There's been a system that has allowed for that, and now that the system looks like it has to loosen its grip, or just the environment or whatever it is. To me, this is the time to kind of set some boundaries and some new rules and regulations, as like Uru was saying.
Look, everything that you can do, every talent you have, every resource you have, every skill has a market value that some females can benefit from the exchange from. You got to leverage that. You got to figure out how. And again, I'm not talking about just with women y'all fucking or trying to fuck. It's got to change with all the women. It's got to change with your own mama. Because part of the problem, the gynocracy leads from the top down, and the top is your mama. You got to change your relationships with all these women so they all become acculturated to realizing that, yeah, I do got to submit to some men. I do have to be more supple and more pliant for men. So you got to educate or re-educate all of it. My relationships with my daughters is they look for shit to do for me, to give for me, to cook for me. They do. I spent the other day, yesterday with my daughter, she was driving me around, taking me out for coffee and shit like that. You have to train these women, these females, to realize this is a man. I'm supposed to do something for this man, especially a man who's done something for me or is capable of doing something for me. And we, as Black men in particular, have lost sight of that. BGS, you're old enough to recall there was definitely an expectation where a brother knew, sister, whoever was going to be doing something for a man.
Yeah.
He knew to expect that. It wasn't no misunderstanding or whatever.
No.
When he sat down at the kitchen table, we know he knew what was going to happen when he sat down at the kitchen table. When I was going in grabbing some plates.
Yeah, when I was young, all my girlfriends tried to demonstrate that they could actually cook and clean. All of them. Yeah. Without even being told. That
picking up dry cleaning, shit like that.
Hey, cleaning out your refrigerator, right?
Cleaning out your fridge, cleaning out your cabinets.
Yep.
Shit like that.
Shit like that. Yeah.
Just dusting a little bit, and a lot of times it wasn't hardcore. Like she coming in and being like a Mexican maid or anything like that. But it was just a demonstration of I'm going to be being an asset for you.
I'm competent.
Yeah. I'm going to make your life a little bit easier and more convenient.
Yeah. I have a duty,
Yeah.
This is part of my duty.
And now is the time. Because as they become more desperate, you see them getting on social media crying and shit. Hey, if the bitch is crying, that means she needs some work to do.
Yep.
Hey, it's crazy, Black Uru. It's video after because it's funny to me watching on one end, the I'm not gonna let them see me cry women that's still pretending like they straight, right? And that's even for the ones that are financially well, they still try to hold on to the ego, right? The pride. And then there's the other ones that they can't do it no more. They can't pretend no more. They're in their parents' car crying. They're in their own car crying. They're in their rooms complaining. They're in the kitchen complaining.
Because they've exhausted all options.
Yeah.
And the brothers that they used to could flash a little ass to and get them to do something for,
they ain't got no money.
Ain't doing it, or they ain't even around no more.
They can't do it.
Yeah. Or they can't do it. Right. Yeah. So they go into social media and they crying and all that. To me,
which by the way,
what they say when there's blood on the street, buy land.
Right.
Now's the time. Now's the time to get over, fellas.
And by the way, I'm starting to become very callous to the idea of a woman turning on her phone, going to the right app, crying, pressing record, crying, complaining, then turning it off and uploading a video of her complaining and crying and boo-hooing about whatever is going on in her life, right? That especially concerning men. I'm getting so tired of that, like that. I could listen to Nazi divestors all day, but the crying, recording yourself crying, Jesus Christ.
Why does it bother you?
I don't know. It's just so fake and rehearsed. To me, it's so fake. It's so fake that the idea that you record yourself crying. Ugh.
You've gotten jaded to it, which is good. Doesn't work.
I don't know. It never worked. I think I'm annoyed by it now. Before it was just like, okay, another woman crying on camera, right? But now it's like, come on, get
now
on
the
camera.
next stage is good. You're growing a callus to their bullshit. That's a good thing. That's a valuable thing. Now it's time for you to exploit the shit.
I'm past that. The new rules. We got new rules now. We got new rules. The hell with paying for hoes. Dudes was fine with paying for hoes when they were getting something out of it. Nah, the new motto is this dick ain't free.
Yeah, no free dick.
That's the new motto. You have ran
you mean like
you have ran out the free dick credit card. Nah,
that's free dick credit card.
You maxed it out.
You long ago, and the bills due.
So now we're talking payment plans.
And let me read this real quick. And shout out to Lion for coming up. And a split gem says, "Do y'all think Biden holding off the L to Harris is them trying to get handing? Oh, I'm sorry, handing. I'm sorry. Do y'all think Biden handing off the L to Harris is them trying to gain favor with minorities?
No. They're trying to protect down ballot seats right now.
I don't know how well that's going to go either.
They have no. What other choice do they have?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying what they're doing is wrong, but I don't know how effective it's going to be.
The dilemma they have is the money is tied up in the ticket of both. So you got hundreds of millions of dollars, probably close to $1 billion. Basically tied to that to Kamala now. So the dilemma is, and you don't have enough time to maybe they might think it's worth getting another candidate to and even try to somehow see. I don't even getting the money together. It's a logistical issue with that. What the Democrats have done is so enormously fucked up that they're going to be teaching classes about this one electoral cycle in universities throughout the world. Because what they've done here, like I said, in over 40 years, I've never seen anything like that.
They bid it all.
The worst thing that happened during a presidential campaign.
They bid it all on Harvey, and the Joker took him down.
Yeah. Sure did.
Like I said, big gamble, big loss. They gambled big. They gambled big, really big.
Really big. Yeah. They bet the farm.
But
seriously,
part of the gamble was they were supposed to take out Trump, and it didn't happen.
Amongst other things. None of that shit that they did worked. They gambled big, but hey.
And ironically, I do think Gorilla Grip pussy factored into this thing. I think Gorilla Grip. I think if that thing goes down differently in Georgia,
perhaps
you got a whole different scenario.
Perhaps. I still want to try it though.
BGS, I can't front when a brother is putting that shit on paper. That pussy, that pussy gripping.
There are definitely
by all means. BGS, by all means, you go first.
Yeah, no, there are definitely women that when you look at them, you're like, yo, that like there's a woman that I think I can't stand the look of this chick face. She's not even ugly like that. I can't stand her voice, the look on her face, the way she acts, none of that. But you know that shit fire. Who am I talking about, y'all? Anybody know who I'm talking? I mentioned it before. Who am I talking about? Nobody. No, hell no. Keita Rose. Keita Rose off of tonight's conversation. I think that thing's super fire. I think that shit probably super fire. But she looked like an ass. I can't do it, man. I took that. Anyway, yeah.
It's the opposite. It's the chicks with the most bravado have the worst trash ass pussy. The ones that always beat their chest, nah.
No, I'm not even saying I'm not even saying she talks about her, prowess and whatever. I'm not even saying that. I'm just saying it looked like it's probably super fire. That's what I'm saying.
She looked like she run from it. She looked like she run from it.
She looks like she pays.
Going to what BGS just said. I seen that ex-husband, light skin, damn near Jesse Williams' brother looking type. I seen that ex-husband.
Oh, you talking about if you're dealing with a chick that pays, there's nothing that you can do, bro. You would have to throw concubine dick in her 24/7 just to get her.
That ain't a problem.
Here's who probably is a freak. I would put my money on who is a freak. I'm still not doing it though. Stefco.
Oh yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, I agree. And I think because I think she peaked late, right? She peaked late, so I think and she used to mess with white dudes. Yeah, probably. Yeah,
you said.
Yeah, I mean, as long as
Stefco.
you don't mind swapping DNA with Brad and them.
Stefco's a freak. I really don't.
You don't?
Man, I wouldn't swap my D. You know how my kids would look with Stefco, bro? Stop it.
Yeah.
You know what?
I don't get that vibe.
Think about it. Think about if I have daughters and with Stefco, and they look like Stefco. Come on, man. I'm gonna tell you,
don't do that. Don't do that. Look,
Stefco. You said it. So I'm on.
No,
the very first video she showed up in.
I gotta Google it now.
Stefco gotta pay.
So you never see no Stefco? Sure. So whatever.
Stop it, Mr. Z. Stop it.
You don't want to pay.
Like, how are you a 5 when you at your
Wait. BGS, say that again, please.
Hey, you're right.
Look, and that is really the situation, ain't it? You got to come out the pocket when you got to come out the pocket.
You got to come out the.
She crying because she got to pay. That's what.
And she, when one of the videos, she probably deleted it, but it was a while ago, and she was like, "Yo, She says she knows she's being delusional with it, but she wants a gorgeous man, and she wants a gorgeous man that only has eyes for her.
Yeah.
And you are going to have to be like Jesse Williams' ex-wife, and you're gonna have to pay.
Mrs. Z, does she have the she a YouTuber, but does she have the money to pay?
No, I don't think so. For a particular look.
She don't have that
got the bag
because she thinks she deserves it.
Well,
that's the problem.
She thinks she's supposed to get it off rip, and that's the problem. But that's the crux of the pretty privilege argument, because that is the entire crux of the pretty privilege argument.
Yeah.
Those chicks really just mad they got to pay.
They got to pay. Yeah.
So
I mean,
they got to pay.
Stefco thinking she supposed to have pretty privilege.
Yeah.
Is like me thinking I was supposed to be like an NBA. All NBA with Michael Jordan. I mean, come on, what the fuck?
If I recall her pretty, and I so am beating myself up for never downloading it. That was my bad. I messed up. From my understanding, what she was saying is being on the opposite end of that. What it's like, and what I always appreciated is her being a beacon to all the other women who felt the same way and was waiting for somebody to say it. Because remember, pre-Stefco, there was a whole lot of chest pounding Chrissies, and it's really you black men this and colorism and all that other stuff. And Stefco was the one that crossed the line and said, actually, it's just because we're not bad. We're not bad. We're not baddies. And once she crossed the line and said it, then when you read through her comments, when you saw all the views, and it resonated with so many black women, namely, but other women, that you were like, okay, finally somebody saying the issue is I don't got pretty privilege. Right. So yeah, that's why I appreciated what she did with that, because of not so much her in the confession, but all the other black women that also confessed that this is their issue. It's not necessarily black men are being mean to them or any of that. It's just like they feel invisible in relation to either white women, Latinas, exoticals, whatever you want to call other women, but they just felt invisible. They felt I didn't get the look. Stefco mentioned that I didn't get the look my homegirl got. It was my birthday. I walked in the bar first. Nobody looked. My homegirl walked in the bar after me, and all the men heads broke. And
she said she didn't have on makeup.
I think one day
she said she didn't have on makeup.
Put a video on this shit about bitches and read them, man. Just off the rip, man. Just instead of just going back and forth, just like Stefco, bitch, you got to pay. Stop it.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're cheating.
Essentially, yeah. But my thing is with pretty privilege. My response to it, well, you know how you fight that? The squat rack.
No.
Nah, this,
Yeah, no,
no,
but
no.
and that gets you that might get you to another half a point, maybe if you're lucky a point, but that's not gonna get you
Stepco,
what you
no.
what they want is Lori Harvey. What they want is that's really what they want. Bria Miles. They want that's the way they want it, right? So
Let me explain it real
mean,
short. I'm
that's
explaining it
like
real short, guys. Stepco has genetics that we're trying to permanently delete. Okay, so
Leon, I hate when Leon does this. I hate when Leon does it.
No, she
Go
doesn't.
go. No, she doesn't. Go ahead, BGS. You were gonna say something. Go ahead. Look, goddamn, Leon. Leon always take it to over the line. Go ahead.
I do, yeah.
The reason you have to have Steph Coles is because nature says those are the next actually survive better. That's why you have a Steph Cole.
Yeah, they're more reasonable.
No. Actually,
Average, normal, regular.
normal.
They're more hardy.
Yeah, more hardy.
They're more hardy. Stefco is more genetically diverse than some pretty white bitch.
Lori Harvey will die in nature. Okay.
Yeah. She would die. She would die. She would be pillaged temporarily by a few men, and then she would expire because she's not robust enough to survive the experience.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's.
I agree with this. I agree with that.
I mean, let's face it. You know, Lawrence Taylor is more likely to come out of Stefco's snatch than Lori Harvey.
Oh yeah.
Wait, let me see if I'm talking about the right girl. Spell her name real quick.
Old Stefco.
OHSTE what? FCO. Yeah.
I got you.
Which begs the question to me. I'm thinking, if I'm an NBA player, why ain't I running through the WNBA?
Because it's about the look.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Optics.
Well, first of all, all of them aren't. Well, come on, let's be real.
No, some of them are all right. Some of them are all right. I've seen some of them. Some of them are right.
Most gay women are right dude a dick away. Come on, so let's be real.
I agree with that.
They will
I agree.
have a baby.
I don't know anybody that want to fuck Brick the Grinder though.
Yeah.
No, but lately it's some stars in the WNBA. Lately,
Fair enough. Listen, no.
See, this the thing.
Go ahead. Let's let KMS go in real quick because he just go ahead, KMS.
I mean, I kind of understand what you're alluding to, Black Guru, but I have to respectfully disagree.
We got Bam Adebayo who's dating Asia. Who's dating Asia. That's a super kid. That's a super kid.
I completely understand, and I know we're tickling around the plate as far as eugenics goes, but I respectfully disagree.
No, we are.
If I'm 6'9",
well, Leon started
a $9.
Hold on, let me get on.
Go ahead,
I mean, if I'm 6'9" and I just signed a nine-figure contract, and I got like an 8-foot dick, I'm not going to the WNBA to see like what they do.
Yeah.
Why would I?
I'm picking the tallest.
I'm picking a volleyball player. I'm going to the Olympics.
There's a chick. What's her name? Rakia Jackson.
I understand that, but that's called.
I'm going through the WNBA like
I'm going through the Panama volleyball team
with the sword of justice.
Yeah, I'm historical.
I'm bringing the short girl around the tall women, so because they always do more anyway.
You can get Angel Reese. You can get Angel Reese. She all right.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get a track. I'm gonna get a
track. Yeah, but I'm not picking through the bargain bin of some dykes. I'm going to a volleyball team. Man, I am a millionaire. I am 6'10". I got a 3-foot dick.
Half the chicks y'all having sex out here on the
Wait a minute, y'all. Wait a minute. Black Uru, look. You're right. First, let's establish that. Look, we doing hypotheticals. Why you got to bring the real into it? We already know that half of these chicks is out here munching.
Yeah.
We know they munches. You ain't got to remind us.
Worse than that. Worse than that. They eating ass.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Jesus Christ.
I mean, I understand. I'm just saying I'm going to a bigger pool. It's almost like what we're talking about here right now. Literally, passport bros on on steroids with a cocaine chaser. If I make that much money, I'm going to the Pan American Games. I'm going to the Olympics. I'm looking at the female volleyball teams, and I'm picking my tall, pretty bitch from there. I'm not going to rummage through some overt bull dykes to find some bi chick who does bounce passes and layups for a living.
What you want is a kid, ain't about the bitch. It's about the kid.
No, yes.
What do you want out of the kid?
I'm gonna get a tall.
That's why he's saying volleyball. That's why he's saying volleyball. Yeah, I get you.
I'm gonna give me a Leah Boyd. I'm making a Shaq. Okay.
First of all, they probably just doing as much dyking in the volleyball league as they are in the WNBA.
I know.
Because let's be real. Female sports in general have a much higher propensity of that kind of activity across the board.
We agree. But the point we're making is the volleyball
the
girls
numbers game. I'm not dedicating myself to roughly 300 chicks tops, so I can be dealing with 100,000 tall chicks to play volleyball.
Yes, the volleyball chicks look better. That's the main freaking point. They look better.
Well, are you talking about white ones? Because I'm only dealing with the black.
No. I said South America.
You said South America.
You say you want that Panama team.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
So, that's different.
I don't go to Europe. Why? I don't want no white bitch.
Right.
So you did all this work for a white bitch.
I ain't even gonna lie to y'all. I think I'll just chill out with the Simone Biles. I'll just chill out. I'll go over there, go find me a gymnast, and just chill on out. And we could have our kids flipping and flopping and hopping all over y'all kids.
What all of y'all are missing though with this whole
wait. If you could meet what's her name, Sha'Carri Richardson, that's not hood as hell, have fun. Then yeah, if you could make it work, if you could turn her into a wife. Right?
Not her.
Her girlfriend just beat her ass.
Exactly, and she's bi. Exactly, she's gay. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
This the thing. This thing y'all missing, man. They want it to be transactional. Let's let it be transactional. You want to get with me, bitch? All right, cool. You want the regular dick plan, or you want dick plus? All right.
This is going to be a beautiful thing when it's transactional again. It brings you back to 1800 to 1940 Louisiana again. I love this shit.
I'm just saying, you want the hot ride? That's gonna be.
Wait. So I think if you got the resources, then you might as well have them sign up for the Michael Jackson plan. Look, bitch, you are here as a womb and a incubator. Here's the money. Give me my kid when we're done, and don't worry about raising. I will have the right type of women around, and it's not you. And your body is what I need. Thank you. Right?
Fuck the big harvest the egg. Okay.
Right. Yes, it's happening soon. It's happening soon. It's probably already happening.
If we go in transactional, then you might as well go ahead, Kim. Let's go ahead.
I agree with that. And the main reason I want to come here is for two reasons. One, Black Uru, pretty pleased with Sugar on Top. Start your goddamn channel. And then
it long time ago. Yeah.
Look, I'm telling you.
I'm so reckless. I don't even know how it would go if I.
I don't.
Translation: Black Ruse is saying that he gonna say way too much. He gonna go way too far.
Get himself in trouble. Yeah.
He said we gonna find out way too much about Barack and be like, oh shit, that's what that nigga was on in Chicago, right? So yeah, I hear you, Black Ruse.
Show was on.
Right? See, you see BGS? Yeah, that part. Yeah. Hey, Black Rule say he don't need no black trucks pulling up to the crib.
Yeah, and I think that, and the second thing is that I agree with everyone on the panel up to this point that women's transactionalism is very quickly being met with man's objective ruthlessness. I definitely see it. Just due to what I do and me being out and about, and to Z's point, no, the women are becoming a lot more friendlier, but the men are also coming a lot more direct. As in, hey, since it's all about tangibles, what exactly can you do for me? I've been talking to some of the people I work with, and last year they're like, yeah, no, we're going on dates, but now they're just like up or down vote. No, the sex need to be up front, and then after the sex,
Qualify.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, qualify.
Yeah. So so these chicks being nice and not. It's not out of the goodness of their hearts because the chairs, the music has stopped. They're literally running out of
Look at
chairs.
Afro National simping like a mug. Afro National says Shikari is pretty. I can save her.
That is all you, bro.
Hey, better you already left.
Break out
Better
the
you already
blade.
left.
Afro
Better you be
National, break.
killing me with Yanni. He'd be like, boy, y'all leave Yanni alone.
Fuck that red bone.
Boy, y'all, hey, but if we're gonna be honest, and BGS and Black, we already know where I'm gonna go with this. Every man has a cape on for at least one woman. There's one woman that it don't make no sense about. You will destroy your life. The cape. There's at least one woman.
We saw the ultimate example. We saw the ultimate example of that a couple of years ago with Will and Jada Smith.
Yeah,
that's what happened.
Yeah,
that's what happens when you have that supernatural connection.
You had the cape for Jada.
Yeah, and he got it. I think maybe one of the worst things that can happen to you is that you actually are married to that one woman. That yeah, I think that's one of the worst. I think you're not supposed to get her to keep your own sanity. Right?
Yeah, that's what I did.
Yeah,
that's basically what I told BGS about. I told him about that.
Yeah, according to BGS lore, he married his Thunderbolt. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
her Thunderbolt died in what 1996.
September 13th, 1996.
Yeah.
No, September 13th, 1996. That's when he died.
Yeah, 96.
Yeah.
96.
Yes, Will Smith is a perfect example of yes, people take losses, but some losses are necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
You gotta take that.
3000 GT. Thank you for the Cash App. Thank you for the Cash App.
He got what he wanted.
Remember when they appeared on A Different World together? I mean, you could see it. You could see his effect on her during the filming of that episode of that show.
Look at her face.
Yeah, it was fallible.
Body.
Yeah.
She just was like, she was a twirl.
No, she was glowing. She was glowing the whole episode. That ain't no acting. That was straight glowing the whole episode. You could feel that shit through the screen. Goddamn.
And Tupac signed up for the Dick Plus plan. Tupac, to his credit, was laying it all on it too. You could see by his energy at her, he was just laying.
No, he was smiling with it too. Yeah, throughout the whole. Yeah. That I think when you watch that, look, this is the thing. So I've been around, especially when I used to work in the office, and it was a young white dude I used to work with. He was from Pittsburgh, and he moved down to Florida to go to school, and he's the one who really, because I already knew it, but he got me to really get it. The men that are not really sought after and they never really had that in their life, they look at the women looking at us, and they see the look on the woman's face, and they're like, I've never experienced that, and it rips them up inside.
And imagine if on one side the guys are white and the other side the guys are black.
That is exactly what he was talking about. That's exactly what he was talking about, Black Roof. Yep.
Yeah. No, man, as a man, you have not lived until you had a woman literally try to eat you with her eyeballs.
Yes. Yeah. That it for a second you kind of understand how women feel. You be like, God damn, bitch. Like, right? You feel that shit. That shit's crazy. Yeah. No, I agree with Kevin on that one.
It's okay, but what's the wrong woman?
That's happened to me too. That's happened to me with a I was in my mid-20s, middle-aged Latina, and she wasn't ugly. It's just you're middle-aged Latina, right? So yeah, at work and every time homegirl saw me, it was on with the looks. And one time I messed up. I was walking to work from the train, and she saw me and she was like, "Hey, you need a ride?" My dumb ass. And I said yes. And it was so uncomfortable in the car. It was so uncomfortable, bro. That shit was tense like a mug.
Why'd you break her off, man?
Man, I don't know why. I kind of was feeling another woman at the job, and I wasn't. It was really not my. She was not my type. She was not my type, but she wasn't ugly. Yeah. It was way too much. That shit was intense.
He was
breaking
young,
off Latinos is different than
older,
breaking off your group of
He
women.
was scared about how it was gonna go.
Yeah. That too. But yeah, I had my eyes set on someone else, Yeah, that didn't work out, but still, that's how
All
that went.
time. Man, that must have been wild.
And let me read this real quick. And Joe says WNBA be eating box lunches. Hysterical, true and accurate. We all know. But go ahead,
Called
neighbor.
munch boxes for a reason.
Right.
They're called munch. By the way,
munch boxes,
Mr.
not
Z.
lunch boxes. Go ahead.
Yeah, munch boxes. You know, y'all need to watch the L Word more often.
Yeah. I heard it here first. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, I got that from the show The L Word. But BGS, as far as Afro National goes, could you please link it up with some blue suede shoes to match his cape? Because every man needs to have some blue suede shoes with that cape.
Look, Venom, you went too far, Venom. I'm sorry, name. I gotta cut you off. Venom, you went too far. Venom said I can change Khadijah. It's possible.
No,
not Khadijah, bro. And it's not even Khadijah. This is the thing with Khadijah. This is the thing. Khadijah, when you look at Khadijah, is one of those very leftist women who enjoy. She really enjoys her freedom. You could see it with the eyebrows and the freaking hair color and the hairstyles that she does. It's she's way off the reservation, right? She's way out there. Go ahead.
And in the looks department, I wouldn't even bother, man.
I'm not even going in on the looks because everybody like what they like. I'm saying you could see based off of sometimes how she dresses and.
We talk about the garbage man again. The garbage man theory.
No, yeah, I'm acknowledging the garbage man in us all, and I'm saying, okay, if you're all right with that, cool. But based off of what I've seen her, how I've seen her dress, how I've seen her say she don't even want to live with another person. Ain't no saving that, bro. She don't even want to live. Forget just a man. She don't even want to live with another person. Yeah, no, you can't do nothing with that.
So she's kind of misanthropic. She's a misanthrope of sorts.
Basically, she's on the spectrum. That's what
she's queer.
Yeah, she literally.
No, she's on the spectrum, and she can't live with her.
All queer women are on the spectrum.
She's a female autistic. That's what's.
Yeah. I think I'm finally realizing how many of these, especially on the left. I don't know about the right, but on the left, how many of these like content creators, especially the ones like Khadijah, the ones like what is his name? Better use favorite. Consciously. Better you call him unconsciously. Consciously. Like these people are like I didn't know Consciously won awards for debate. Like this is what he does. Master's degree and all. But how many of them are on the spectrum? I didn't realize how many of them were on the spectrum.
He's never won. He's placed top 20 a whole bunch of times in Texas when they
word
to advance. He's never won.
Yeah, but I thought he teaches it in everything. Oh, okay.
He teaches it, but he's been top 20 a lot of the time, but never won.
I don't see anything special about him. What do you guys see?
Consciously, it's not really us. It's about the women, though. Yeah, the women. The women mess with. But he says the things they like, and he's a dark skinned brother with dreads, and that's all it takes.
Uru, yeah, not Uru, but Umar, yeah.
Yeah, dark skinned brother with dreads, and he say what the women like, and he doesn't look like a pushover. So yeah, and they rock with it.
He's a knucklehead, man. What do you see? I seen this cat. He's a knucklehead.
Hey, bro. Look, I get it. I think because he did an interview with Ole, and he kind of went down certain things and so 6'1". And dark skinned brother with dreads, and that's good. And he's he's not dumb. He's not a dumb brother. So
but he be on some bullshit, man. That's
of course.
I kind of like Ole. I think I would
low key though, low key. But she done messed with the ping pong before. But yeah, low key though. Yeah. She's low. She's like for me. She's like my big girl crush. Low key.
Oh, okay.
Low key, yeah. I think I resonate with the Bahamian in her. That's why it's my mom. It's my goddamn mom. Goddamn, that's what it is.
Okay.
Ole.
Imprint.
Ole. Yeah, it's the Ole. Yeah. That's what. I agree. But I can't look at her the same after I found out about the white dude, bro.
Why does that make it?
I can't deal with black women that mess with white dudes. I can't.
I don't give a shit.
Man. I'll beat you. I don't give a shit.
It's all it
messes with me. I ain't even gonna lie. I can't do it. It messes with me. I'm just glad. I felt kind of low key embarrassed until Black Uru kind of gave me the cosign because and now I'm not by myself. Yeah. Okay, well.
By the way, thanks for co-signing, Black Uru. Thanks for co-signing on the prayer.
I mean, I don't know, like BGS. I mean, to me, I make fun of a chick that had messed around. To me, if
back,
anything,
huh? Yes.
If anything, it's something that I would use against her.
I would.
Man.
I would. Oh yeah. Talking shit. But you messed with that white boy.
But that's just the Aries in me. That's the kind of.
What you do for that white boy that you want from me?
Oh, right.
Right.
Oh man.
I mean,
that's hysterical.
Yeah.
There's a couple of content creators that are like, damn. Like I know for Better You, it's and for a number of y'all, it's Yanny. I don't see like Yanny is whatever to me. I don't see it, which is funny because I'll fuck with Ole all day every day. But Yanny, I don't see. I'm just like,
Club Lady,
right? Everybody has their person. That's why I don't make fun of people. Unless I'm actually going in on you, unless I'm making jokes. But if I'm not making on a serious note, I don't go in on the person that people like because you never know.
Yanny and her baddie starter kit. Is that what you guys like?
Bruh, is it? Y'all see it too, right? The makeup, the lashes.
Yeah.
You know what? I just realized
she got
something.
baby hair, right? She got baby hair.
Before you get started now, don't talk about
I don't think right.
Don't talk about baby now. You get started.
You know what? I'm going to start. I am going to start because here's what I realized. When I look at Yanny, you know who she reminds me of? Especially with those lips and that look in her eyes? She reminds me of Jennifer Lewis. Especially when she gets all.
I can see why you say that. I can see why you say that.
Look at that.
I'm not gonna say I see. I'm not gonna say I see it per se, but I can see why you say that. I can see the look in the eye. I can see the kind of personality, especially when she gets animated. Yeah, I can see it.
Especially with the lips and the eyes. She reminds me of Jennifer Lewis.
Yeah,
like,
I could. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, I can see.
I mean, it means the pussy's fire then.
I mean, well, Jennifer Lewis has come out and said she has bipolar.
Yeah, she is. Yeah.
I mean, what's the old saying? BGS, what's the old saying? Crazy in bed, crazy in the head.
Yeah. There's one
exactly
crazy chick with bad pussy, and I think that's Yanny.
Oh man!
Hold up there.
Oh no! What Better You? What do you have to say about this? Better You? Travesty.
That's an awful combination.
Go ahead, take 10 paces, sir.
Oh wait. BGS. Oh man. Hold on, BGS, sir.
BGS don't filter that. We need some donations for this. All right.
Yeah.
Donations.
Wait. Hold on a second, folks.
Talking about real quick. Let me read this real quick from Southern Purchase. And Southern Purchase is just left out of Starbucks. Literally overhead, an old white lady saying, "I'll be damned if this itch wins." What percent of black men do you think will vote for her?
The Sims will be with us always.
About 80%.
My brother will vote for her. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, well, it all depends. I mean,
I don't think it's 80%. I think this falls down to 75%, maybe.
Maybe. Okay.
Yeah. I think 70 for Kamala. Yeah.
I can see that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And thank you, Southern Purchase, for the super chat.
When I talk about it, so I'm not going to talk about it on air. Okay.
Yeah. Hey. Oh, by the way, I just want. Oh, talking about that, I want us to prepare black men. If you think they were trying to hit you upside the head before for Biden, if Kamala is the candidate, be prepared for the insane gravity pulling ass pressure that they're about to put on you to vote and not just vote, enthusiastically vote for Kamala Harris. Get ready for this shit. Go ahead.
I am all for it.
Great. But what you think of
He's a Ray or Molly?
No. I am all for it, and this goes back to what Black Uru alluded to an hour ago, and what BGS been saying as an undercurrent. It is time for us to be ruthless. If they want that, then I'm going to need some tangibles, not no intangibles, not no Kubial bullshit. I want something I can literally put in my hand. I can't speak too much. I can't speak too much to my life outside of the stream, but
no, I understand.
no. The woman I deal with is relatively powerful. My wife.
Mhm.
The only
Mhm.
I've not been married to her as long as I have been by being a nice person. I deal with her extremely ruthlessly.
You have to with a strong hand. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I admire for Black Uru to speak to that and be just use it as an undercurrent. I wish more people would do that. Like these women come with the strong tactic talking about how we need to co-sign this ski-wee bitch. Okay, fine, fuck it, fine.
Yeah.
What do I get?
What I get out of it.
And I want what I want up front, tangible, in cash.
Yep. Otherwise, I'm not fucking with you.
Yeah. And that's the way we need to deal with all women going forward. I don't care if you relate to you or not.
You have to demand more out of an 8 than a 4. Okay.
Let me pause you, KMS and BGS. And I am a waffle says they better offer some Hawk Tour levels of incentives.
Oh yeah. No,
Hawk Tour.
Oh yeah. Don't knock it on this.
Oh yeah. If we were to
let me tell you, name Hawk Tour means she get ready to go to work, bro.
Yeah, but I don't need her spitting on it. That's what I'm saying because
oh yeah, she got spit on that.
No, not mine. No. Wait. Hear me out. I got something. No. Me being me, because I got OCD and shit, right?
Yeah.
Because of my OCD and shit, right? So in my case, I got the flavor condoms and everything.
Okay, so mediocre blowjobs 2024 Namer. Okay, go ahead, y'all. Go ahead.
I didn't say no, motherfucker. That's not what I'm saying.
Anything short of Hawk 2 is mediocre. That's what we're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Why you taking what I said out of context?
Because it is. If OC is really your concern, bro, why is she down there to begin with?
That part.
Yeah. I mean, and
I'm saying if I'm gonna take head, I gotta use protection. That's all I'm saying.
I admire your outlier. No, wait.
Let KMS get in there, and then we get BGS. Go ahead, KMS.
Listen, I admire.
I can't deal with that. Come on.
Wait, name it real quick. Go ahead, KMS.
I admire your outlier sensibilities when it comes to fellatio. However, in generalities, what we all want is you want the Hawk Tui with the pack woman, Mrs. Pac-Man chaser.
Yep, the Gog.
The Gog 2000. Yeah.
And Spainman shouted out BGS. Wait. Spainman says nope. Spainman says Gorilla Grip Hawk Tour 2024.
I vote for Gorilla Grip.
Yeah, Gorilla Grip.
Hey, that Gorilla Grip, but hey.
Yep. I want that in my car. I want that in my car going to the voting booth.
Hysterical,
I wait in line, and I want to finish in your mouth as I pull the lever for the ballot.
Right.
This nigga want to blow. He just want to bust a nut like ODB, in that one song.
Hey, but it's
the finisher.
The Dog 3000 and Buckeye fan says, and thank you for the super chat, Buckeye. And Buckeye fan says Biden is the only pres. Because Bernie was about to win. Yeah, we've spoken about this. Yeah, Yep. And here we are, 4 years later, and
4 years later.
4 years later, and this first, small hat. Secondly, socialist. Third, there's a number of reasons why they sabotage him twice in a row. Because we're not going to forget 2016. By the way, I said this before. There's a picture of Z floating around with Debbie Wasserman Schultz. And if y'all seen the look on Z's face, somewhere on the internet is a picture of Z taking a picture because y'all knew I was working for the Florida Democratic Party. When she left, my coworkers were like, "God damn, Z, like we tried to hold it, you didn't hold it." The look on my face taking a picture with this lady, bruh. Anyway, because they sabotaged him. If y'all don't know, they sabotaged him obviously in 2020, but in 2016, and a few weeks after the story blew up about how Hillary pretty much bought the Democratic Party, Debbie Wasserman Schultz was at our campaign office, and I took a picture with her, and the look on Z's face, they said I looked like Scar off of Lion King the way I was looking at her. With that, and they said I was looking like Scar.
Be prepared. You will probably be singing afterwards.
I think I learned a valuable lesson working for the Florida Democratic Party because I watched all these young, enthusiastic, big-eyed, kind of progressive young people kind of make themselves believe, you know what? Yeah, maybe they're right. Maybe Bernie, maybe that would have been too much, and Hillary. Like I watched it in real time. That shit was crazy to watch these people. Like first we just Democratic Party and then when Hillary finally clinched the nomination, and watch these people say, you know what, I guess and we're talking about white, black, straight, gay, like Asian, Latino, and it's crazy. Go ahead.
See, what I saw was because my younger daughter was in college during that time, and what was interesting to me was her telling me what was all her white female friends, and classmates, in college with her. I ain't voting for her. I'm not voting for my mother for president. There were a lot of young people that were crestfallen with what happened to Bernie.
Yes,
and it materially affected that presidential campaign.
It did.
Because a lot of them were not feeling,
A lot of them went to Trump. A lot of them.
Yes.
A lot of them did go to Trump. A lot of them did go to Trump. Yeah.
I had a.
And then you
No,
have
go ahead.
people
Go
like
ahead.
myself. I wrote in Bernie.
I did too. So here's the thing. So in 20, I have no qualms of telling y'all. 2016, I wrote in Bernie Sanders' name. 2020, I wrote in ADOS, and I'm gonna tell y'all straight up, and I'll take a picture of it. I'm gonna write in Cornel West's name. I don't care.
That was already my plan.
Y'all heard right?
BGS knows.
I voted for Kanye West. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what you did.
I agree with Black Uru. I wrote in Bernie Sanders' name in 2016. There was no way. Yes, I worked for the Democratic Party. Yes, I worked for Hillary's campaign. I was never going to vote for the person that called us super predators. That was not going to happen.
Yep.
I was never going to do that. And then Biden, I was never going to vote for the 94 crime bill dude. I was never. Stop it. There was no way in hell. Right? See, there you go, bro. There's no way.
BGS, what was like the circumstances of all those black people coming together and voting for that bullshit anyway?
What's the crime bill?
Yeah.
It's called dope dealers terrorizing your neighborhoods, man, and shooting up fucking neighborhoods and going to funerals. That'll change your mind about a whole bunch of shit. That's why.
Yeah, because my dad, he was gonna go be a cop in Baltimore, and we got a message from I can't even say it again because it's my family, but we got a message. Next day, that's when they did that to the police training academy in Baltimore. Yeah, they weren't playing. They told my dad, "Don't go,
I
don't
think
join."
There was a generational aspect to what went down there. You had old folks, young folks, element there.
They were scared.
There were black people were much more religious back then. So a lot of people had this whole kind of moralistic view about drugs, and they and so a lot of it was older people like being afraid of younger people, and also kind of morally disappointed in not even just the violence, although that was a huge part of it, but a lot of it was just the condemnation of being an addict itself.
And what it did to your families and all the crack addicted kids and destroying all kind of family, going with drug dealers and then them going to jail or going into rehab and you're left with the fucking kids. All kind of shit was happening, man.
But I mean, I do think that I'm just about certain that none of them predicted, that they were basically creating essentially a prison industrial complex.
They were desperate to get out of the situation that they were in.
Yeah, and unfortunately, people like Biden, got the banks and whatever behind them, GE, they took it, they took advantage.
Took advantage of it, of course they did.
And that's really the dilemma that black people always have in this country, and that is because of our smaller numbers and resources, you're almost always, dealing with the devil.
You got to,
it's like we complain about white women essentially being added to the civil rights legislation in '64. I don't know if that legislation is passed if you don't include white women in it. Maybe, but I don't know. I mean, when you read the history about it, and B. just done a great job of acquainting us with a very important figure at that time, Pauli Murray, who was at the nexus of black and female and rainbow.
Yeah.
And so she was uniquely positioned and uniquely potent in deciding what happened there because of those mix of demographic traits she had, and being a very powerful person in the women's movement, the early I guess second wave feminism portion of the women's movement. So it went in a direction. I mean, there were people who put in women. Some of the politicians put in women almost as a spite to black people. It's like, well, I'm not going to sign on, and then in some cases they put in women figuring that the legislation would not be passed because women were included in it. Because a lot of the union heads and the northeastern states, the sort of union-backed congressmen, they were against including women in the legislation, and they thought if they include women in the bill, then it would not go through. So there were a lot of, it's almost like you have to, when you were talking earlier, I think before you let us up, and I put in the chat, black men have to play a kind of Game of Thrones, where you have to try to find, okay, where's the plus minus in whatever decision I'm going to make with these people? Because there's definitely going to be some minus in whatever I do with them, or whatever I can do with them. Is the plus going to be at least commensurate with,
return on
if not
investment,
greater than, and that's why I said earlier, to me, the through way is to find whatever you can do to neutralize black women socially, politically. I believe that's the through way. I think ultimately that's the only thing that will reconfigure the dynamics amongst black people. If you don't deal with that issue, then it almost really don't even matter what these white folks do. Real talk.
No, I'm not gonna disagree. Let me read this real quick. And Detroit says, "Today it's a good day for today." He's dropping out. Yeah, Biden. Yeah. Well, you say that, but we don't know what this is gonna look like on the other side, right? So,
one step at a time.
About to find out. Right.
One step at a time. But the thing is, it's almost predictable. We were just talking about this. How long would it take? It doesn't matter if it's just a matter of when. So now we got the win.
I see it as a good thing in that the Democratic coalition is going to be stress tested, and I believe that at its core, due to the Democrats.
They haven't been already. Interesting.
I believe it's on. To use your favorite word, sir, we could possibly see a collapse of some of that coalition.
Perhaps you could. It's always possible. The thing is, they've been stress tested over the past month to the hilt.
Yeah. No, this is I think this is going to be bad. I definitely see where Better You is coming from, because it's been bad. This is public, in your face bad. This is not behind the scenes. You hearing them pressuring Biden. No, we knew. Right, so like the debate blew the lid wide open on a lot, and and the Democratic Party clearly has no clothes on. Ukraine fell apart. The debate, go ahead, Barry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just simply gonna say this, and to be fair, after listening to BGS, LAR, Uru, and a lot of other elders, like y'all been saying it for a couple months now. It gets worse.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't think we have rock bottom.
I'm just
I don't think so.
Brain Trust to come through and say something. I'm waiting on them.
And let me read this one now too. DC, real quick. Real quick, yo, real quick. And KMS says, and this was hysterical. Wait, Michelle said no. A black woman refused to carry white women's water. Stop the presses. Yeah, no, I don't think that's Michelle's speed. That's definitely not Michelle's speed, right? Go ahead, Black Group.
Well, I mean, you know, I mean, Michelle was even antagonistic towards Barack running initially, if you recall.
Yep,
So,
yep.
You know, that was a tall order. I mean,
her mama had to get on her about that shit.
Her mama and what's the woman, the advisor, mentor.
Oh yeah.
You know, I mean, they all had to straighten her out about that. But
you're messing up the money, baby.
But you know, they had to straighten out a few years prior to that when they made her cancel that divorce thing she tried to.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Everybody convenient.
Hold on, say what?
Forget about.
She almost divorced Barack.
She filed.
She filed. She filed.
Yeah.
After Bobby Rush, after he lost to Bobby Rush.
Yep.
They pulled the plug on that. But she filed. You know, I mean, all that talk about her. I'm a married single mother and all that. I mean,
No, she was saying what she meant when she said it.
Yeah.
Harvard graduated law review. Barack Obama, by the way.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh yeah. Wait. KMS, you should know better.
Editor, the only
the first
editor.
The first two.
No, you're right. I'm making that call out just for emphasis.
Yeah. Right. So, Wait. The first and only president of the Harvard Law Review. But what does that mean to a black woman, especially one that also graduated Ivy League? Even if she didn't, but what does that mean to a black woman? Right? Exactly.
I just fuck your status. Exactly. Wait, hold on. Let me fix my voice. Hang on. Hold on a second. Let me get a drink of water so I can get this right.
Right. So,
as I was saying, it's Barack. Fuck your status, nigga. Fuck your achievements, nigga.
No, seriously though.
And pick up your socks.
And pick up your socks and your dirty drawers too. All right, pick up your socks and your dirty ass drawers too.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I mean, this dude is, even if he wasn't president, even if he never sniffed the presidency, this dude is at the absolute apex, and he was having to stay down a divorce with this chick because she was just like, I don't on some eat, pray, love bullshit.
He's not doing what I want him to do because I want to do something else.
Yeah, which is why I circle back to it. And once again, I'm telling you guys this: if you listen to anything I'm saying, please, any woman you deal in your life, find leverage, exploit it to the hilt, deal with her ruthlessly, deal with her as an okay. If you leave me, if you fuck this up, I'm going to make. You're gonna pay. It's gonna be painful for you. You're just not gonna leave.
Who is this who's saying this?
The way you do that, and the way you do that is you make as best possible. You make her invested in your well-being.
Oh no, absolutely.
Such that when she fucks that up, she fucks herself up.
And you know what? Yeah. Like Uru did. Uru got his wife's mama on her. That's
no.
And grandmother.
And grandmother. Put me in that, man.
Hold on.
Real quick. Yo, Black Uru and then Leon. Go ahead.
Well, actually, it was a grandmother. You know.
Ooh.
And you know, because once you turn their mamas and their grandmothers and their aunties against them, at least that's how it used to be.
It's still like that.
It's still like that.
You know.
But
I mean, once
you
do that, once you do that, because her grandmother, she would like even play favors with my children over her other grandchildren and great grandchildren. So it was she had a particular kind of love for me, and it there were a couple of times when I wanted to get the hell up out of there, and they made her feel bad about that. You need them on your side.
Absolutely. I don't mean jump line. I don't mean jump line.
Go ahead, KMS and then Leon. Go ahead.
I apologize, but I gotta say it because Black Will, you're absolutely right. That's exactly what I've done. I found a woman who all the women in her family have been married for decades. They just don't get divorced in her marriage. And these dudes they were married to weren't no saints. They were some absolute wild men. So all I had to do was just be a slightly more sane than them. And they all
you look like a prince.
And they got her in the corner and said, "Woman, don't fuck this up." All right?
They was like, bitch.
Yeah,
Bitch, you better figure that out.
I wasn't gonna say that word.
I apologize.
I wasn't. You can call it whatever you want. That's your wife.
Oh no, I got you. Yeah, no, but that was.
I was gonna say exactly that too.
Yeah. But that was the sentiment. Like, they was like, listen, he's not running guns. He ain't running liquor.
But there's something, but we got to be honest about this. Real quick, Leon. The women, real quick, Leon, real quick. But I'm gonna move at you in 10 seconds. But also, the woman is less likely to do this, but she could also stick your family on you. That's the way this game go. That's how it go. But I've definitely on the other side have stuck my lady's mom on her, right? So yeah, no, I agree with that. Go ahead, Leon. Go ahead.
So when you think that you can stick the family, you have to utilize both families. It's the same shit that me and BGS talk about. I try to explain over here. You have to put these women into a hierarchy, and you have to give great grandmas a little power to make sure their daughters behave like fucking women. Then the same thing with the grandmas.
They know where the power is. They know exactly where the power is. Okay.
So when your mom's trying to check you and be disrespectful, the only thing she respects is her elder.
I'm one of the few men I know that they call to check the kids. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
When my daughters get out of pocket, they call me.
I'm straight up saying my mom is very happy that my grandfather passed during COVID. He would have checked her, and my grandma would have checked her. But that's my whole thing. It's like people want to do this thing where you uninvolve the family and all the burden is on you, and it's like, yo, these people are your first tools. You give them all a certain amount of power. You give them hierarchy, and they operate in it because it's going to be respect in a circle. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's the problem with the future of particularly millennials and people come after, because
disease, especially
that line has been broken, and you can't just remanufacture that kinship connection and authority and hierarchy. You can't make that up after it's been broken. Once it's gone, it's gone. Yeah, and so what do you have but you quarreling with this ultra feminist female, in the system, in the country that's totally favoring her. You just don't really have much at all to work with there now.
Let me read this real quick. And Mr. Donnie Max says, and thank you for the super chat. Time to start promoting and reposting Dr. T. Hassan Johnson and the 18-point plan, Black male political agenda. Be prepared to speak on it as well. No, you're right. I got to memorize it.
Great point.
You're right. No, that's that actually, because we are going to be questioned randomly about what we want and what now, are they serious about it? Right, but no, definitely what you said, Mr. Donnie Mac, definitely, and that also shows that we actually have an agenda over here. Black men want things, yes, actually, believe it or not, yes, right, right. So y'all look, and so we are officially in reckless streams again, but this time I can't be so reckless, right? So we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Right. Okay. Name I gotta close out. We gotta close out. So we will pause right here. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Y'all have a great rest of y'all day. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. For the love of God, go touch some grass. And to everybody who's not a Black man, especially a straight Black man, welcome to hell in America. Right. And on that note, we will end right there. All right, everyone. Mr. Z out.
Don't forget to wash the dishes, folks.